there's this fucking place where people have pulled out these ancient stones, and they're saying that like the way that the stones are cut, like these people had to have had some technology, like the precision of the cuts in the stones are just like you need like a CNC machine or like something, but doing it by hand would be like impossible. And I've seen that been said for like both that place in Turkey and this other place in Mexico, which I think I've sent you the video of it. But it's like this one place in Mexico has like these crazy freaking stones that like pull out of the ground, and literally they have like alien carvings in them. And supposedly they've been dated and verified. And I know some guy on Instagram who his Instagram is Stargate Keys, but he's gone there and dug them up, these stones from this one place, and there's like it seems like a actual like valid site where like multiple independent sources have gathered stones from, and they're all like unique, and they're all carved, and they all have like literally like they look like aliens, but like some of them are crazy. Like this one, I forget the name of the stupid stones, but I can find it. But like they're like beautiful pieces of art, where it's like a alien holding like a baby that's also in like this casket, and like the rock one, like the top half of like the casket like comes off to reveal the alien holding the baby, and there's like fractals and stuff. It's like trippy.
Doug, you know your boy. I think you did send me that. You know your boy who plays that instrument from the 1920s, the first like electric instrument.
It's called the theremin, dog.
Yeah, of course, because I'm the king of it. You know your boy who plays the theremin?
Yeah.
He followed me on Instagram.
That is based.
I agree.
You need to get him on your podcast.
Word, dog.
Get him in the
Give him a
call. Yeah.
100%. But he can never show me his face. I have to always see him in a loincloth and that mask, or that face mask, or whatever. No, he could show me his face.
Maybe his face paint.
Do you think he's Maori? He kind of looks Maori.
I'm not sure.
I'm not, but he does look Maori.
One can hope.
Yeah, dog. He's something. Whatever he is, I want to include whatever he is, and maybe it's just he's just like whatever. He could be anything. He could be, I don't know, whatever. I want him included.
You in the future.
Yeah, there you go. Me in the future. I want him to know that I want to protect his lineage, just like the Maori people, and the Inuit people, and the Yupik people, and the people of not just Newfoundland. They're actually not as they're talked about more than the people of Labrador. I want to help the people of Labrador. Nobody talks about those people. What are your thoughts?
It's the same province.
I know, but they're not talked about equally.
Yeah, no, I know. Labrador is really slept on.
Exactly.
I feel
So
like a house there is like $10,000. Like no one, it's in the back of everyone.
So I
no
think
one is thinking about Labrador on a daily basis.
I think we should say, and this may be inappropriate to say, but like if you're really smart, you're a Newfie. But if you're like super level tier smart, then you're Labradorian.
I was just gonna say, I think we're on the verge of Labradorian in a sense. Like we're gonna see in the next coming years the Labradorians really start taking charge, and it's an exciting future.
I think so too.
If you're a Labradorian,
you need a Labradorian prime minister one of these days.
I mean, and honestly, there's actual data that can be used to support this, and like if you just look at the real estate prices of Vancouver and Toronto and every like major city, basically, house prices are just astronomical. But like younger generations, it's practically impossible for them to like own a home. And I've talked to several people who are just like, I want to own a home, but they're way too expensive. And so one of like the only practical ways to actually accomplish that is to going somewhere that actually has affordable real estate. And so Newfoundland is actually like really beautiful and it's really affordable. And so it might be like a resurgence of the Labradorians. I mean, maybe not native, but like the Labradorian resurgence of becoming a little bit of a powerhouse of younger generations that are recognizing the Labradorians as a significant part of Canada.
I'm in agreement with you. Do you know about the Arcadian people?
No.
This is fascinating. Okay, you know about New Orleans though, right? You know, like
Yeah.
where it is. Okay.
Can you guess what my favorite NFL team was growing up?
The New Orleans Saints.
Yeah.
They were good around that time. They won the Super Bowl, right? With Drew Brees.
I didn't even care about that. I just thought like they were just dope. Like the symbol is dope.
The
and, like,
fleur de lis.
And, like,
you like the fleur?
I didn't even watch football, but I was just like,
you like the fleur de lis?
Team. What?
You like the fleur de lis? That symbol that of the like a French symbol.
That beautiful French symbol just chucked in there for no reason. Yeah.
Okay, so have you ever heard of Creole?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Maybe.
It's a language that they speak in Louisiana. And actually, Louisiana was, there was like, I think it was like when the British took over Canada, or I'm going to look it up, so don't quote me on that. But there was this mass exodus of people from Arcadia. Arcadia is in eastern Canada, near like Labrador and all that shit. I think it's specifically Nova Scotia. And of all places to New Orleans and develop the culture there. And let's look it up. Yo, dog, what's the story with Arcadia
like
and New Orleans? No, it was a French colony. The story linking Arcadia and New Orleans centers on Arcadia Publishing, the leading publisher of local history books in the U.S. No. It's what's the deal with like Canadians in New Orleans and Arcadia? Canadians, specifically those with Acadian roots, can explore their deep ancestral connections in Louisiana, whose descendants of the 1705 deportation of the Grand Derangement settled and evolved into Cajun culture. Key areas to experience this heritage include New Orleans, the surrounding Bayou regions, and Acadia Parish, including Crowley and Rain. New Orleans and surrounding area. The Presbyterian Louisiana State Museum located. Okay, got it. Okay, so how did those? Why was there a mass exodus of Canadians to New Orleans? The mass exodus of French-speaking Acadians from Canada to Louisiana, 1755 to 1764, known as Le Grand Arrangement, was caused by the British forces' deportation during the French and Indian War. Seeking a francophone religious territory, thousands of refugees settled in Louisiana, then under Spanish control, which offered land, similarity in faith, and better economic opportunities. The Great Expulsion. British authorities, fearing the Acadians would act as spies for France, systematically deported roughly 18,000 Canadians, burning their homes and separating families, forced removal from Acadia. The Acadian population was expelled from present-day Nova Scotia, called it New Brunswick and Prince Edward Island. That's another cool place, Prince Edward Island and New Brunswick, I guess. While Louisiana, refugees were drawn to Louisiana because there's culturally similar French-speaking, similar religious, and had a familiar, similar economy. Spanish incentives. The Spanish colonial government offered land, patents, and support for settlers in the Louisiana Bayou country. So the migration led to the blending of Acadian culture with local influences, Spanish, German, Native American, and Louisiana, resulting in the creation of the Cajun community. Isn't that fucking fascinating? Maybe I was saying Creole, but I meant Cajun.
Okay.
Isn't
Casey Rocket does a very good Louisiana Bayou impression.
Yeah, it does. Isn't that fascinating though that like a bunch of Canadians came to the United States and like helped build like Southern culture?
Okay, so it's a little Newfie sprinkled in there, or Labradorian.
It's really Nova Scotian. But I'm sure somebody had stepped foot on Newfoundland slash Labrador. I'm in agreement with your theory about Labrador and also like especially because people can work remote. Like the big issue of those crazy far away Canadian places was the fact that there were no jobs there, unless you wanted to be like a fisherman or like a whaler or that's about it. And now,
I mean, farm agriculture. Um,
dude,
and
that area is hard to grow crops on. It's like really mountainous. It's
no,
hilly.
I mean, there's definitely a season where they have, like apples and potatoes and stuff.
Okay, but you get what I'm saying.
Prince Edward Island is like renowned for their potatoes.
Hey, guess what? We're not talking about fucking Prince Edward Island. We're talking about Newfoundland and Labrador, dog.
Yeah, but you're saying that. Okay, I mean, they do get a lot of snow, so yeah, it might be kind of counterproductive to
Agrarian.
agrarian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm in agreement with you, but I also think that there's an issue. It's just very hilly, and okay, but nevertheless, I'm sure they had to do some agriculture. I get that. I understand that. I'm on board with that. But now, where you have remote jobs, a lot of people would consider a remote job owning your own home in a little corner of Labrador or Newfoundland a little bit of the like the dream. Have a little cabin or
No,
something.
I'm serious. Like my friend was thinking, like he was doing the math. He's like, for the price of a cell phone bill, I can buy a home. Like the monthly mortgage is the price of a cell phone bill, and I can own a home. And he wanted to move to Nova Scotia, but all the East Coast is kind of similar, except it's like the distance you are from Halifax, but again, there's like small towns, and honestly, it's really not a bad option. I think that it's a smart option.
I agree. Vancouver would be affordable, in my opinion, if it wasn't so international. But like especially Chinese um, real estate developers and Americans made it like one of the most expensive cities in North America.
Yeah.
Like basically,
I mean,
the
yeah, there's like a shitload of I mean, I was watching some reel where it's like, I don't know, basically like the whole way that the economy is like set up and like is like a self-replicating machine of like I don't, like leverage as much debt as you can and just pour that into real estate, and then the real estate will just go up. Basically, has been the motto for quite a long time. I mean, not just in Canada, obviously, but yeah, I'm no economist, but yeah, there's many reasons probably why the price of Vancouver and Toronto real estate is exorbitant. Exorbitant.
I get it. Okay.
You want to know a Newfie fact?
I mean, I know everything about it, but if you want to, refresh my memory.
Yeah, so there's a very, very tiny, arguably three, um, three islands off the coast of Newfoundland, and like it's like very, very close to Newfoundland. And it's called Saint Pierre and Miquelon or Miquelon.
Yeah, everybody knows that.
Well, what is it then?
There are two or three islands off the coast of Newfoundland. Next question.
Yeah, but do you know who they belong to?
Yeah, I do. It's something to have to do with like Denmark, and 6 months out of the year they're owned by Canada, and then Canada puts its flag there, and then the other 6 months out of the year Denmark puts its flag there, and the troops exchange like a bottle of whiskey every time.
I would like to know which like hallucination you're confusing that from. Because
Yeah, no,
it's literally It's a French. It's French owned. This like random, very small, like 5,000 person piece of islands, like right next to Newfoundland. It's you're in France if you go there to own real estate there. You need to have a French citizenship.
I was thinking Hans Island. It's in the Arctic. It was established in June 2022. Canada and Denmark share a land border, and the 49-year dispute, known as the Whiskey War, was marked by exchanging national flags and alcohol bottles. So basically, before then, every 6 months they would take over, and now finally they share a land border. So I thought you meant that because, it's just a random fucking island in Canada. Okay, so you're saying that there's a part of Canada where you have to be a French citizen to own. I mean, I know it's part of France, but like.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally right next to like Newfoundland. Like you can see it like right across the water, but belongs to France.
Doug, did you know that the term Thousand Island Jetson comes from the Thousand Island area of the St. Lawrence Seaway? And those houses are really, really expensive. Like it used to be the very wealthy people of like New York and like New England would have um, would have like summer homes on the St. Lawrence Seaway and the Thousand Island area, and one of them, I forget which one, we'll look it up, like would have this like uh, they would eat salads there, and one of them developed Thousand Island dressing there. Have you heard of this?
I've heard of the dressing. I don't know. I don't know about the other stuff.
Yeah, it's like a super wealthy part of um, American history. Anyway, we're gonna look up everything that there is to know about this shit. So just one moment. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm restarting my streams because I'm the king of data. Big swing and pimp.
Yeah, for I literally saw like 2 days in a row. Like you were not in the Discord, and I was like,
Yeah,
what is going on with dreams?
yeah. Um, I don't know. I checked and like I had like maybe 15 streams down out of like 25. It happens. The longer you keep a stream going, more disconnects happen, more app crashes happen. But the device that I usually use right here, I did an update to it, and for some reason it's just like the um, the app. Well, I use a browser, but it would like crash, and then when it crashes, the camera goes off. All right, so we're looking up.
Crazy to
Yo,
me
what's
how
the
many times
Thousand
I do an
Island
update and it just makes it
thing?
like way shittier. Like it forced
Thousand
basically
Island
forced me to
dressing,
update my VR
wealthy
goggles, and my game that was
area.
running like smoothly just was like
Wealthy
all
area.
glitchy and shit. For
What did you say?
it's just crazy how many times you go to like update something and then the update just makes it like way shittier.
I agree.
Like I updated my VR headset the other day, didn't tinker with any of my games code that was running perfectly smooth before, and I go and try it and it's like all glitchy and shit. And like, what the fuck?
I agree. Um, yeah. So the Thousand Island area is a collection of 1,800 islands in the St. Lawrence Seaway that was known as Millionaires Row because of people from the cities like New York City, and um, it was known for its luxurious summer resorts and fishing, boating, and high-end tourism. Historically attracted George Pullman, Thomas Edison, and the eighth Duke of Newcastle.
Oh,
Dressing the thousand.
that's what I was gonna say.
What?
I remember now. You can continue. Sorry.
Okay.
Continue with your thing.
Where did Thousand Island dressing come from? It is Thousand Island dressing was likely created in the early 1900s in the Thousand Islands region along the upper St. Lawrence River between the United States and Canada. The most popular origin story attributes it to Sophia Lalonde, wife of a fishing guide in Clayton, New York, who served it to guests. Key details: Clayton, New York. The most widely accepted origin story claims Sophia Lalonde created the dressing as part of a shore dinner for her husband George Lalonde, a popular fishing guide, with actress May Irwin later spreading the recipe. The Waldorf Astoria theory. Another common story claims that George Bolt, owner of the Waldorf Astoria Hotel and a frequent summer visitor to the Thousand Islands region, ordered his maitre d' hotel, Oscar Schirsky, to put the dressing on the menu in 1894, after a chef, sometimes named as Schirsky himself, improvised it on a yacht. Sophia sauce, the original recipe, was sometimes referred to as Sophia sauce, and was reportedly found in a safe in the Thousand Islands Inn in Clayton. So anyway, this like dressing was like all the rage 120 years ago in between Canada and the United States, and is very popular today. Um, in fact, I think,
Or no, my or go on. Are you saying a new fact or
yeah,
getting information on the Thousand Islands?
McDonald's Corporation, they had um, a marketing jingle in the 1970s, so before my time, but I've heard it, and it goes uh, for the Big Mac when they introduced it. It would go two all beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun, and the special sauce. I've heard. I don't know this for a fact. I don't. I've not had whatever they're referencing to my knowledge, but it's supposed to be Thousand Island dressing. So if you've ever had a Big Mac, that's Thousand Island dressing, apparently, or it's special sauce or something. But that's what it tastes like. Now, I have had Thousand Island dressing, and Thousand Island dressing is good. So if that's what's on a Big Mac or whatever, it's a good. It tastes good on salad. Okay, what
It's
were
a
you?
pretty sick name. I like the name.
I find it interesting that it, like all the other dressings, have like a country. There's like Russian and Italian and French, and then there's like this one with a really long name, Thousand Island dressing.
Greek, yeah.
Greek, yeah, exactly. And the Caesar salad, a lot of people think it was invented in like Italy because like Caesar, but it was invented in Mexico, in Tijuana, Mexico, at this hotel in Mexico, and became the rage. And there's still you can still get it at the original hotel. But and so it's named Caesar after the guy who the like chef who invented it or whatever. But a lot of people think it's like named after Julius Caesar, and it is not. But yeah, so you've got Greek, French, Italian, Russian. Those are all dressings, but yeah, I really like balsamic vinegar. I just wanted to say that. Okay, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, balsamic vinegar is amazing. 10 out of 10.
I do.
Yeah, this. Um, I'll tell you about the history of Pop Tarts in a moment.
Tell me everything that there's ever been to know about Pop Tarts.
Yeah, I will. I will get. I will get to that as the finale of this. My turn to talk. But yeah, Powell River, which is in the Sunshine Coast of BC, I was just perusing on Facebook in my news feed as I normally do, and then there's
that's where the salmon are?
I mean, I'm sure that there's salmon there, yeah, for sure.
Didn't they talk about that in that documentary we watched? That was the Powell River, wasn't it?
Yeah,
oh no, that was the Fraser River.
Definitely. Yeah, I'm sure that's true. Now I have to zoom in on a map. So thank you, Rabbi. Why is my Newfoundland upside down? What the? Oh, Valemont is a dope place. Powell River. Where's the Fraser goddamn river? Fraser River. I don't know if that's exactly the Powell River. But yeah, Powell River, apparently there's like some debate currently going on amongst the, I'm going to butcher the name, but it's like the Tamale people, which is like an local indigenous tribe in the Powell River region, and they basically want to change the name of the town because supposedly the guy who the town is named after is this guy named Israel Powell, and apparently he was not such a great dude and to the indigenous people, but people are debating that fact and saying that there's some other guy named like Edward Powell, and that guy was like a cartographer and mentioned in some captain's like diary or whatever from whatever the 1700s or 1800s or something. And so people are just getting in this heated debate on what who the actual town is named over, and then people in Powell River, which I I do understand a little bit, but I also understand like not pissing off the indigenous people too. Like if I it was like an extreme example or whatever, but like if your town is named after like Saddam Hussein or someone like equivalent to like your indigenous people, and they're like, hey, we don't like our town being named Hussein, let's change it. You probably would be like, yeah, that's cool. I mean, it's been named this for like 70 years, but there's a lot of bad meaning surrounding the name, so we should change it to something. So then this guy on Facebook was like, I have a solution. We're going to formally denounce the town being named after Israel Powell, even though allegedly there's no concrete proof of that even being true, that that's where the Powell River name came from. And we're going to announce to keep, this is like his happy compromise, is that like we're going to announce that the town is renamed after Edward Powell, who was like a relevant cartographer from the 1700s in this area. And that way, all the boomers don't have to like rant about how they hate the new name of the town on Facebook every day. And then also we get to keep the name Powell River while signing it to a different person named Powell, even though there's already all this negative meaning associated with the name Powell, and we're literally just using some loophole to rename what the Powell's meaning is, and we're expecting the indigenous people to just not forget about the other Powell, even though that's what brought the issue up in the first place. So it looks like, in my opinion, there's going to be a new name for Powell River, and I understand why people are pressing for it to remain the same, but I'm not sure. It's like people are going to be like, oh, let's name the town Hussein after like Marty Hussein, which is some guy who made maps. And it's like we don't want Marty Hussein, the guy who made maps, to be the town name dude, because we already have a Hussein that was like a dictator who we're not stoked about. So let's not do that.
I get that.
Aren't you glad I told you all that information?
Doug, I knew everything about that. You're not teaching me anything. I like that you think that you did. That's cool. That's a cool story. But yeah, they did that in the United States with some shit. Like, some like army base or something, and they were like, yeah, we named it after this guy, and everybody's like, hey, that guy was like a slave owner, and then they're like, oh yeah, actually we're named after this other guy from World War II who was like a really great soldier, and then it was like, okay, I guess. So that way they didn't have to change all the signage, but then they changed up like who the bad guy was.
I mean, it is a possible solution, then.
I agree. I don't think
I
it's
don't know
bad.
how evil the guy was, how
Dude, he
like,
owned
that
slaves.
affected the
Dude,
local people.
he owned slaves, so it's like it's not a good thing.
Okay, well,
All right, my friend. Let's watch the rest of this documentary. I hate leaving a documentary
I
unfinished.
want to. Do you even know the origin of Pop Tarts?
Oh yeah, tell me that.
I'll keep it brief, but I could send. What's okay?
Don't send it. Just tell
There's-
me.
I don't want to mess it up. I think I have it right. There's some company. It was a major food company.
Kellogg's.
I forget. And it had
Kellogg's.
what?
Kellogg's.
Yeah, no, that's one of them. But there's two companies involved with this. Kellogg's had 40% market share, and they were the dominant person, or they're the dominant brand in the cereal aisle in like the 1940s and 50s with their like Raisin Bran cereal. And then this other company was their competitor who owned like 19% of the cereal aisle. And they decide to launch this new toastable product called Country Squares. And
Yeah.
they're like these.
That was Bill Post. That was Bill Post.
OG Pop-Tart
That was Bill
like
Post at
this
Keebler.
filling.
That was Bill Post at Keebler.
Okay, nice. That's the company. So they launched Country Squares, and they were like, I guess, flying off the shelves. And so Kellogg's noticed that they were losing market share, and then they're like, oh shit, we have to do something about it. But the Country Squares company had a problem because manufacturing them was like they didn't have it down where they knew how to like close the stuffing correctly so that it wouldn't like break apart. So there's all this manufacturing issues with the Country Squares. And then Kellogg's comes along. They launch Pop Tarts, and people just like went crazy for the Pop Tarts, and they're like, "Oh man, we have this Pop Tarts brand. It's like such a great name." And so they were able to basically just dominate that new category. And also Pop Tarts, they didn't have the same manufacturing issues that the Country Squares did. And then over time, people loved Pop Tarts at first, but now because of inflation and corporate decisions that they didn't want to raise prices, even though they have raised prices for the extra stuff Pop Tarts, which is like a borderline scam because the original Pop Tart stuffing in the regular Pop Tart has decreased, but they've introduced this like extra stuffing Pop Tart, which is basically the same as the old Pop Tarts amount of stuffing, and they've charged more for that. But the quality of Pop Tarts has just declined because they don't want to increase the prices, and so they've turned to these just like a bunch of artificial synthetic chemicals for Pop Tarts, and people have really been bummed out. But apparently, I mean, they're still in business, but apparently they're just not the same tasting, just like many other products that we're unfortunately consuming today.
Baller.
Oh yeah. Do you like Pop Tarts?
I don't eat them, but I've had like similar things, and um,
Or Country Squares type of dude?
yeah, I'm OG, and they're they're good. Like I like toaster strudel, with like that icing that you put on. That shit's good. I I really I like, yeah, I mean, I like those kinds of pastries. I was gonna say I like Danishes too, which is a little different.
It's not like a Denmark thing.
Yeah. The Do you know why they're called Pop Tarts?
No.
They were capitalizing on the 1960s trend of pop art, and um, it was a competition between General Foods and Kellogg's, but um, they were originally developed by that Keebler company, and
What you said makes sense.
um, they originally came out in strawberry, blueberry, apple cinnamon, and apple currant, which was later changed. How do you like that insider information?
Just insane amount of movie knowledge all in one
Almost Labradorian.
little ARSA. Alright. Let's finish one of the worst documentaries I've ever seen in my entire life.
Maybe the best though.
Nah. Synthetic Dreams was dope. This was just like we use. I mean, it is an interesting concept. I actually have wondered like why isn't anyone building these like synthetic avatars for people?
Well, these people did.
But yeah, they are doing that, and I do respect that because I think that it it could ease the pain of death if you are able to still talk to grandma's avatar.
I agree. We talked about this the other night.
Yeah, let me start it so that it'll be finished as soon as possible.
If you enjoy it that much, we could start it from the beginning again. Yo, did you freeze it? WTF, dog? Sign in to confirm you're not a bot. Sign in to confirm you're not a bot. Thinks my boy is a bot. This is bullshit. This is the worst. Doesn't even give you a place to sign in. Fuck you, Google. Just go to Google. Can you hear me? He cannot hear me. Maybe he can, but he can't communicate. He can hear me. Go to Google and don't sign in, and then just play it, and hopefully it'll work. Just copy and paste the name of the documentary into Google. Maybe he can. There you go. There's your shit. No, no, it's going. There you go. Oh, you want to just start it all over again? Okay.
Riser, riser, riser.
Yeah,
Thank you for watching that.
you're good.
All right, Doug.
You're right.
Same time, same station tomorrow.
I haven't Zoo Therapy or
I agree.
and
I'll do my best to put pressure on him. 8 p.m. tomorrow, and we'll create our own AI likenesses. Sounds like a plan?
Oh yeah, Friday might be.
Excellent. Take care, my Labradorian brother. Peace, Joe.
Later. Family.
Fucking million people, by the way. That parade is, I thought, yeah, they say, like, West Hollywood is a big everything. They tell you this shit when you live here, but the truth is New York City just dwarfs us. Okay, dwarfs us? Everything. Yeah. They called this one a parade, but I didn't see anybody parading, so I was standing around. Did they actually parade? No, it was a parade, and there's huge, giant floats. Most of them playing Thriller, by the way. A lot of people didn't get very creative with their Halloween New York floats. I mean, I get it. Thriller's a big one, and basically it's pretty blatant that these floats are just people on ecstasy listening to Thriller while going by a bunch of people. Like, they're dancing, but you can see in their eyes, like, this, like, fear of, like, what the fuck am I? They didn't really realize they'd be on a moving live show for, like, an hour and a half. I was knee deep in cocaine and ecstasy in Vegas, so I could have. Oh, really? You went to Vegas? Yeah. Halloween? Yeah. Wow, it never rains in Vegas. No, it didn't. It was very nice. Sat by the pool during the day and then spent a lot of money on drugs all night. So if it was raining, then everybody was probably like slammed in venues and places, right? What were you doing? It sounded like you all had a lot more fun than I did in New York, Vegas. Everybody ran. It was so alive, which is natural. Everybody just scattered. And it didn't just rain, it poured, and it didn't give a warning. Wow. We used to stand there and all of a sudden, boom. So it was a fun show watching everybody get their cover. And once you were too drunk, you just kind of stood there. Do you dress up for Halloween, or do you just stick with Jesus? I mean, every day is Halloween for you, right? Every day is Christmas. Right. He dresses up as the devil on Halloween. That would be awesome. Well, I think maybe even that would be great. Well, I pose with a lot of devils, and a few Jesuses. A black Jesus is this year. Ooh, a black Jesus? A bunch of black Jesus. Wow. It's a big year for black Jesus. Is it really? Yeah, it is. Were there any white people doing blackface Jesus? No, but ET suggested that I shoe polish my face. And if I did, that was really off my head. I wonder if Pete knows that they make makeup now, and you wouldn't have to use actual shoe polish. That's an interesting suggestion. Hey man, you should totally gasoline your eyes for, I'm pretty sure they probably have an way we used to do it in the Midwest. Right. Ohio. Shoe have you guys here. Heck yeah, Matt, you and I have been barking along at the comic book store here since I started, so that's been 7.5 years.
It's one of my favorite things to do is bark like a dog while someone's killing on stage.
Yeah.
So somebody might get that treatment tonight.
If that's if you're killing downstairs in the original room and you hear that, it's a double confirm that you're killing because that means you're killing with Voltron.
And it feels like you're killing on Arsenio. It's very Arsenio. Very Arsenio. It's like Arsenio Fantasy Camp.
And
do this? No, it's the bar. Making it your own. Yeah.
Paul, I had a blast with you at Traverse City Comedy
Way
Fest.
too much fun.
Yeah. Sinbad was there.
Sinbad was kicking ass.
And Dave Holmes. Wait, no.
Holmes.
No, it was
Josh Holmes?
No, the guy John pulled down his pants and said,
oh, Dave Foley.
Dave Foley, oh my god.
That's right, Dave Foley can make a felony. That was a good show.
Yeah, unbelievable. A winter fest. So fun. And
Snow in the mountains.
you have one of my
Like crazy.
you have one of my favorite shows that I never get to regularly do, and that's Setlist.
You are.
That's your baby.
That's creation of evil can destroy you.
And you, right?
I just basically protect it.
I love it. I love it. Perfect.
Great fun.
Well, you're doing a great job. It is the best.
It's a lot like I love the impulse behind it. That's actually
Yeah.
it's great. It's real inside comedy, real process. That's the fun part.
Yeah.
Just something I said.
Yeah.
I've done stand-up.
Yeah, it is. Experience good. Stand up, everybody. Doug, you want to come up and play with us?
It's not stand-up. It's here.
Yeah. What's up, Doug? Good to see you, buddy. Kevin, if you have to say anything, just raise your hand and we'll send a mic down to you. Okay, we're going to stick with the funny people on this one, Jesus. Sorry. But you look great. You are the best set decoration. What do you think about Jesus Christ over there, Doug?
I hate to do this, and everybody's doing Christmas so fucking early.
Have you ever gotten to perform this close to Jesus?
Usually not before November 31st.
I think that was my question.
No answer, so field it for me.
Early.
My cocktails, please go ahead.
I love it.
Asian.
How's the night going, Doug? You having fun?
It's very good so far.
Thanks for swinging by. We're just getting started. We haven't had one comedian up yet.
You used to, well, don't.
I know. Yeah. But you know how the show goes. Comedians, you guys get 60 seconds. You perform for 60 seconds. You do 60 seconds is up. And you hear the sound of a kitty. You better wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. There you have it. That's what it sounds like. A lot of noise on that one.
It's like a morning zoo show.
Yeah, it is. It's getting there. Obbity, obbity. It's Big Mike and the angry West Hollywood bear in the room.
And now you're sitting with traffic.
Heck yeah. All right, let's see what happens here. Your first comedian doing a minute tonight goes by the name of Kevin DeBoer.
Thank you. So I just cleaned my apartment the other week naked. And I glimpsed myself in the mirror and I didn't really like what I saw. So I've been hitting the gym a lot lately. Don't worry, the results are still pending. So I've been working on that a little bit. But I hate. There's nothing I hate in the world more than people who take gym selfies. It's just the most painful thing you can do. Like, how dare you make me feel inadequate, self-conscious, vulnerable, longing, all at the same time. Those are some conflicting emotions. I don't like that. But you always see them in front of the mirror, posted up with their phone, acting like they're acting like I'm smart. Got it. They'll go sync on Instagram later. Post it up with some nice hashtag puns like Godzilla, Shreddification, Armageddon. Kill yourself. Please do us all a favor. Can't stand it anymore. But the comments are always worse, so we'll start out with a nice shredded, bro. Just looking so shredded. Once you move on to point out a physicality such as nice nails, bro. Hitting those traps too, I see. Once you move on to inevitably laying that nice bro, that's a really solid dick. Which is never out.
Wow. Gail was so mad that I think I need a new puppy after that.
So mad.
Furious bear.
You skip the whole beginning, you know, where you look at yourself in the mirror and you can go straight to the gym selfies and everything. Cool. Alright. I'm gonna be the Roseanne bar on comic stand. I think you have an original voice, and I don't know. Until I get a couple more cocktails in me, I'm just gonna be the sweetheart. But then I'll turn on you. I was expecting stand up to just rip me into an asshole. Actually, I realized I probably should have, but I'm not.
Who's the one
that's gonna be here?
Who's the one that who's the one on last comic standing? The panel that's the bad one. Like, who's the mean one? I've never watched.
Well, no one was mean on the last
Really?
And I was the first season I watched where I go, I don't know any of these comics. I'm fucking old. My opinion doesn't count. Don't listen to me. I'll go here in worlds. All right. I just think you're really wordy. I think you have an idea of a joke. Or succinct. Better. Wordy is okay. That makes sense. Yeah, it does make sense.
How long have you been stand up?
Only about 8 months now.
How often are you getting up? You don't know the spots.
Mostly at Flappers in Burbank, but I get up like twice a week usually.
At Flappers in Burbank?
No, I'll do some other open mics, but it really just it's tough to get some stage time, especially when I come up to Comedy Store. It's
How
really
many nights a week are you doing Flappers?
Usually if I've got a book show, I do that, and then I usually do
How often is that?
Wednesday or Thursdays.
So you're saying once a week?
Yeah, once a week at least.
Is it 3 spots a week?
Yeah. Do you tape and listen to your sets? Yeah. Do you ever laugh? Fucking there it is. No, yeah, I mean, that's a bit that I've been working on, and, you know, it's just kind of working on it, so I wasn't even really trying to slam you there. No. I just remember when I started out, like shit that I would laugh at, I thought, do. Like the stuff that actually made me laugh. I go, oh yeah, but you could never really do that on stage. And then I did. And here I am, a fucking drunk wizard. My finger balls. Yeah. I know you're talking about it. It's really hard to listen to. take myself all the time, and listen to like 5 minutes of it, and just go, oh, I can't listen. That's what I do now. Yeah. I find it really hard to listen. Besides the like what they're saying, like the writing, you can definitely turn up. But I also noticed that your voice is very monotone during the whole thing. It was kind of like it just flat, yeah, flat. So like I honestly was kind of like, all right, I'm not even paying attention to what he's saying because I just want to go to sleep or something. Like you need to have ups and downs and pauses, and just because I mean, if you just go out there like blah 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 blah, if you have like a 30-minute set, fuck that. No one will sit around for that, you know. You have to have some. It doesn't mean you have to do the over the top. And I'm your uncle. Hey, people, give it up for yourselves. Like, variation. I mean, that would kill, but it just didn't seem like you were happy to be up on stage because you didn't seem, any energy at all. It just kind of,
Yeah, you were like a Wi-Fi tower for daydreaming.
I was super
You took me straight to like stuff I have to do tomorrow and things like that. And I work hard on not thinking about that while doing this show, you know what I mean? Like, it's a big deal to me. So, when I'm daydreaming about stuff I have to do tomorrow, turning the thing, that means, you gotta get to, like, something, some kind of point.
I just daydreaming while you were saying that.
Yeah, I just gotta zone down on it. Right. But, you gotta go, definitely the levels thing is a thing. You can't be daydream machine. Okay.
Hashtags. Jesus coming through in the clutch.
There you go. Oh,
Cheers.
yeah. Kevin, where are you from?
I'm from, Cincinnati area.
Oh. Like, you lived in LA?
5 months now.
5 months. So you did it for 3 months in Cincinnati?
Yeah. Well, I was doing it around Ohio, like wherever I could get stage time, because I went to school in Northern Ohio at BGSU.
Where's that? Bowling Green?
Yeah, Bowling Green.
Oh, nice.
South of Toledo.
Yeah, I know exactly what that is.
I really hate saying this, but try going to Haha Cafe a little bit. You need it. I mean, Flatbush is a great stage, but you're not going to get herpes there. You need to really, go to a grosser club. You'll check you a little. Okay.
Do you live in Burbank? Is that your thing?
I live in Culver City.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. When you're on that side of the hill,
Is herpes a thing you have to have now? Yeah. It's a definite one.
that side of the hill really sucks, and everybody moves there when they first move here for some weird reason.
It's kind of like having a gold medallion on Delta. These airports. Sorry.
You mean Mosaic Airport?
What kind of comedy do you like? As a comedian that you relate to, like, oh, I have something that is totally cliche, but I love Doug stand-up. Yeah. Well, I see the similarities already. I'm a fan of Dick Henley also. Those are two, we're often put in the same pot, Dick Henley and Doug stand-up. nice buffet going there.
What are you drinking, Doug?
Oh, she's got it.
It's okay.
Mango don't still look on my face.
We got Josh. Josh is running around. Oh, Matt, what are you drinking?
Hey! I don't want yours. I was saying there's a waiter there. Vodka soda.
Vodka soda, Josh. And Matt, what are you drinking?
Stella for me, Josh, please. Thank you. I just want to bring two for Doug. Yeah, just go ahead.
Yeah, bring two for Doug.
Round up on that one.
Who was your favorite when you were a kid?
When I was a kid.
Yeah. Who do you remember being your first favorite?
I remember Rob White being my first favorite comic. Yeah. And after that, just kind of moved on to some other stuff. And then Doug just brought the super, just dark shit in my life. So, thank you, Doug. You're welcome. You're welcome for that brony before you tell you.
You know what another thing is, though, is I'm noticing that you just sort of are deadpan in one tone. So maybe what it actually is like just double commit to that instead of actually trying to sound normal. Just don't try to sound normal and sound like exactly
the way down to your set, because you can't be that monotone and have that much stuff. In order for that to really work, you got to do like Stephen Wright scenario. Yeah. Like short, punchy, self-contained kind of things. Yeah. Otherwise, it's a weird thing. So a lot of people come to the table with great writing skills. Some people come to the table with great performance skills. And you brought neither, but someone was going to say it. Yeah, I was. Yeah, no, I mean, it's like, you obviously like to write, and you can tell that because you keep on writing. But
that's a common, very, very, very common first. I mean, you've done nothing, by the way. When I asked you how many spots you're doing, your answer is like, I mean, you just got to get in the game. You got to make the trip over the hill and play this side of the hill. I started comedy living in Burbank and I didn't even have a car, and I made it here at the end of every night into whatever open mic every single night. Once you get in, you got to get in all the way. You can't just like.
He rode his bike here.
Yeah.
From Burbank.
Yeah.
If anyone knows that drive, that's fucking psychotic. Over in the morning.
Over Laurel Canyon with drunk drivers. Well, not Laurel Canyon, the White Pass, which is basically the first time you take it on a bike, it is Laurel Canyon because it's uphill like a lot of the way.
But I mean, you either want it or you don't. You could die in Flappers.
You just gotta, Flappers isn't really it's not really an option to get your chops at all.
Flappers is not an option.
I mean, you can do gigs there once you're doing gigs, but it's not the place you want to start. You gotta start like Brits. It's gotta be dirty and creepy, and you have to wonder if you're crazy for doing this. Flappers is like walking into a fucking Sears or something like that. It's not.
Is anyone doing Sal's still doing comedy?
That's a cool place.
Sal's open mic, is that still around?
Yeah.
Yeah, try Sal's. That's all your local references sound like cartoon names to me. Flappers and Ha Ha Cafe. A lazy writer would put Ha Ha Cafe. Exactly.
Kevin, thank you so much. Kevin,
Good job. Good luck, Kevin.
he's on Twitter, Mr. Dragon the Four. That's T-E-R-E. That's all one word. And Mr. Dragon the Four.
I'll be a wicked prick on the next one. I always don't take it seriously. I don't really like to make funny.
Before we get to that, I always ask every guest when it's their first time on the show, so I'll ask these two, because I think I've asked you before, is what is something that you did when you very first started out doing stand-up that you can't believe that you did or talked about or would ever do, like that's obnoxious, that you can't really believe that you're embarrassed that you ever did?
Well, you gotta give me a minute to think about it.
Okay, we'll start with Paul. Is there something you with the chiller with dummy and take off your shirt and walk backwards? Like, what's the thing? I've heard everything.
I started in the 70s, so I was hopefully very, like, the first times I was stand up. circus I went to, and I turned to the MC and I said, "Mind if I pour my water on the piano?" He said, "Go ahead," and I just poured from this. I've been banned for like 5 years.
That'll do it. I like it.
I'm trying to think of one thing that wasn't embarrassing about when I was there. I had this weird accent and I talked out of the side of my mouth and it was kind of a New York weird.
Were you doing a character?
No, I didn't think I was, but now I look back at old footage. I did that on purpose on an album I did 10 years ago, a DVD. I put bonus footage, was all my earliest horrifically embarrassing shit, and I couldn't even watch it to decide what to put on. I made my manager watch it, and they decided which clips, and because I tried to watch myself, and I'm like, oh, they gagging. My first evening at the Improv, I was only maybe a year into comedy, and I bought this shirt on Santa Monica Boulevard out of one of those like, $6 things. It still had the creases in it, and it had a matching tie, and I had a mullet, and I talked out of it. It was everything about my. Yeah, it's nice shit. Mullet too, I remember. Yeah, but Mickey Mullet. Yeah.
Matt, what was your answer the first time?
I did crazy shit. Like, I think, well, no, it was just the things I thought of.
Yeah.
Like, I thought I'd be an officer laughing wearing a cop uniform, and a comedy kid and wearing a fucking cowboy uniform. But,
Wow.
just the idea is I never made it to the stage. I remember that down. Write that down. Don't write that down.
I remember the hack premises that I thought I came up with first. Like, who's the first guy to ever eat an egg?
It comes out of that chicken's ass.
I thought it was fucking brilliant. And then he goes, it's the most tired hackneyed fucking idea.
I've never heard that before like that. That's actually pretty funny. It's really cool coming out of the chicken's ass.
But do you remember a habit that you did ashamed that you go, oh fuck, I can't believe I thought that would. So I think I actually told the joke where I'm so crazy to rip the fucking tag off the mattress that says do not. That's somebody's joke. That's like somebody's joke. I don't know. The first guy that saw that tag and the 7086 guy that saw that tag. See, it's weird when you Twitter will keep you in check. Where the first thing you think of, you used to know to dismiss as a comic, but now you can just go to Twitter and prove that you are right in dismissing the first jump you had about a topic. Go to that hashtag on Twitter, and oh yeah, everyone already wrote that. Yeah, you can type it into Google or Twitter and just be like, nope, no right into that. That's all I came up with.
Let's see what happens next. Are you guys ready for your next comedian, everybody? 60 seconds of thunder. So many awesome people signed up for the chance. Right now, it is Daniel White.
folks. My name's Daniel White, and my name might sound familiar because you might have seen it on your guys' ballots, your sample ballots. I'm running for, LA Secretary of Transportation for LA County. No, seriously. As a bus rider, I feel their buses are far too overcrowded with people that don't really smell that nice. And there's a lot of traffic here. I have to be on the bus a long time, and I absorb these smells. So, if I am elected, I will make sure that there are more buses on the streets in order to relieve congestion on the buses. I will make sure that anybody sitting in an open seat next to the aisle, when a window's seat is open next to them, will be immediately ejected. And if I'm elected, I will no longer ride the bus. Yeah, 57 seconds of thunder and lightning from Daniel White. Paid off in the end, at least. Yeah. I missed a couple lines. I thought you were going to be wicked on this one, Doug. I thought you were going to be wicked on this one. Well, I was getting to that. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can't just close strong. Right. You gotta have something in the middle there. Yeah. But, it went somewhere. He has the idea. Right. He's got the basic idea of it. Making an arc to the story, right? Yeah. Except the story was lacking. I think if you came up with more extreme examples, just nuttier shit, I think it'd be better. Yeah. It also made it, more convincing that you're actually running, maybe too. It's like instead of just saying I'm running, really I am. Are you really running? I threw on there's an election coming up, and I thought about it. I just threw it together on the bus on the way here. I'm writing you in, man. I like to hear There you go. Yeah, more bus riders in a crowd. I think you might have gotten a warmer response. This stuff would come ill. Uber is killing the bus. I'm telling you, Uber is destroying bus riding forever. Yeah, it would slay on the 217. That's Fairfax also. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. How did I get a transfer to a punchline? Daniel, you have to admit it must have been pretty fun being the best dressed guy on the metro, right? I mean, that Blazers corruption, is that a new one? No, this one is just to be largely convincing for the acts. Now, what's interesting, I'll give you guys a little background. I'm pretty sure this is your third week in a row getting on. This is my basically 3 out of 4. Yes. And the first 2 times I remember it was very religious, like 10 Commandment jokes and like what was the deal with Moses, and stuff like that. And so it's interesting that you made such an extreme jump. It's sort of exciting that at least you're trying to what? Writing new material. Yeah. He's writing shutters. We wrote that tonight. Yeah. And it's... Which is why I hate fucking improv. Give me the shit you worked out. But no, that's admirable. Well, there's something fearless in setting that whole thing and really basically using the whole time to set up one punchline. That's pretty fearless. And you did pay it off, which is pretty great. So there's a lot to be said for that. You obviously knew where you were headed and you landed it. Something there. You just started recently, right? Right. How long ago? I was writing for a couple months. I've only been performing. This is my first time. It was 4 weeks ago in Tulsa. Holy shit. Yeah. How long have you been riding the bus? How long? 27. 14 years. Wow. You know how to travel material? Yeah, I have a driver's license. Well, that's fun. Where have you been getting up? Have you been doing spots other than here? I've been going up at the here. And the open mic? Yes. Yeah. Do you go other places? Not yet. I'm still looking at places and new parties. So, yeah. Marty's or Morty's. Marty's. I don't know what that is. Yeah. Just never understand. Yeah. I used to get you paid. Yeah. Yeah, you never do. How does this thing work? Is it some kind of scam ringer show? Do you have to pay to get in here for hopefully your lucky lottery ticket comes up like Willy Wonka so you can do
60 seconds in front of a whole crowd of friends.
Literally nobody ever pays to get in. We've never sold a ticket for this.
I paid to get it.
Good chart.
Yeah, the setup was like I think what Matt said, that he punched up the ideas with a little bit more strength, because he almost sold it like you were really running for it, which is fine. I thought you were going to pay off. I thought you were too. And the payoff works. But I think if you took Matt's advice and made like the setup a little bit more silly and crazier, that we would still believe it, but it would be a little bit more easy to listen to. Because at first, I thought you were really running and you were using this time to get on a podcast so that you can get the word out that you're actually running for this.
That was it. That shows initiative. Is this a podcast?
Oh, yeah.
And then again, you could also lose all the jargon and just get right to the point, which is you ride the bus and you hate it and you were thinking about running for whatever, but then you realized if you got that you wouldn't be on the bus anymore.
Yeah, you can make it almost fun. He did say that he wrote this on the bus today, so
Right.
we really have time to go over it.
Yeah. No, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is I'm just saying when you hit the notebook tonight or tomorrow or whatever, you know, you could lose a lot of the crap. Daniel, what else is going on exciting in your life? You still live with your parents?
Oh, no, I do not live with my parents.
You just look like you live with your parents.
Thank you very much.
So, what do you have, a roommate? What's your situation?
I live with my brother in Century City.
Ooh, fancy. What does your brother do?
My brother's a chef at Goldie's in the little secret joint on 3rd.
Your parents went
He
to
doesn't take the fucking bus. He takes the bus. Century City, broke. Oh, wait, listen to that. That's enough. Shut that fun.
That's what's happening in other places.
Hey, sample that for the podcast.
We're gonna lay it all over this. So Daniel, how long have you and your brother lived out here?
I've lived out here for 3 years. I went to UCLA, graduated a year ago. I transferred in there. And he's been here only the last year. What's your degree? My degree is in political science. Oh, there you go. Yeah. So I'm doing this. So every show should be that's your hook. Go with it.
Yeah, you just think that. I think you should totally roll with that. Fuck yeah, Daniel. Well, it's nice to see you again.
Thanks, Daniel.
Alright, the next comment, I'm just gonna waver on. I'm gonna waffle. I'm gonna go, you know what? On second thought, that wasn't really a really clever premise after all. But let's
Go back and
Yeah, I'll just go back. Stand up. First season, last comic. Let's get fucking down our ass.
I feel like I've seen this name before. Put your hands together for Dusty Lester. Dusty Lester, everybody hear you.
What's up, folks? I got into it about the first time I started into comedy. Me and my girlfriend went down to this club in Atlanta, and I got inside, I got on stage, I got about 3 or 4 words out of my mouth. And this big old black lady stands up in the background, and she's, "You ain't funny, you need to kill yourself." It embarrassed the daylights out of me. I put the mic in the stand, I walked off stage, I grabbed my girlfriend, and we left. And on the ride home, I was telling my girlfriend, "Honey, if you ever embarrass me like that again," why is it whenever you meet your girlfriend's father for the first time, he always looks at his daughter like she just brought home like a mental patient or something? It's just like, why the hell did you bring this guy here? And I don't care what it is. I can never impress my girlfriend's father. I can't do it. I just cannot do it. If I told my father-in-law that I got a job working as a sergeant for the military, he'd still look at me like I was a damn yoga instructor. That's not fair.
I like your style, Dusty. How long have you been dating this chick?
Probably 6 months.
6 months. And you already did that?
He's just a dick.
Why doesn't he like you? Why do you think? What did she tell him?
Because I'm not black and I don't have anything to offer down south.
Racism. She's black?
I've not heard about whites not having something to offer down south. Confused me with that. Well,
Is she black, Dusty?
yeah.
That seemed like
That's the first joke. The first joke, yeah.
Yeah, but that seemed like a joke. Like, this some old black lady is your girlfriend.
I thought that was the bitter truth, but it was a joke, but it was the truth in the same.
This is a pet peeve of mine, is comics that have true stories that are true, but they go and deliver them as though they're jokes. And they get it. See what I did there? Saying, right, no, go tell a fucking story. Right? Fuck that retarded girl that you thought was drunk in the morning. I don't know if you know the comic, but that's that story. They thought she was drunk and they woke up all in a van and found out, oh, she's still drunk. No, she was never drunk. She was retarded. And you dropped her off on a corner in Little Italy because she kind of looked Italian. That's a... Anyway, no, what do you mean? Sorry, that's not even a good example. Yeah, if you have a great story, yeah, you can't make it sound like a clever joke, right?
And that could be really interesting, too, that you're not accepted in a black family.
Yeah.
That's like backwards around.
You know what? It's actually, you can, if you get 7 minutes on it, you can sell it as a sitcom and never do another fucking joke.
That's my thing. I've been running for office. Doug is right about this. I thought I didn't realize that your girlfriend was actually black. I thought you just paid off that setup. So that knowing that your girlfriend's black changes the rest of the jokes,
Right.
So we actually didn't know that that's really the premise of the joke.
The opposite was it Daniel, the last guy? The opposite, where we really believed that he was running for office. We didn't believe you're dating a black chick for shit. In the delivery.
Is it too late to say that my girlfriend was white?
What? I was thinking she was just in blackface.
I was saying, how you're going to make me waffle the same way. What do you mean?
What do you mean?
She really is white. I was just trying to be funny. I can see a picture of her on my phone. I promise she's white.
Anyway, I don't need to see the picture or whatever girl that used to be alive that's on your phone. All that I asked you if she was black and you said yes. So it's like,
I don't believe anything. I don't think I can trust you anymore. I'm turning my back.
We're really nice on our faces by lying to us.
Your first album, we call Evil Eyes. Evil Eyes.
You know how hard it is for us to all be honest for 4 minutes?
He did have the energy of the evening. He really was selling. He had an accent, totally. Selling products.
Totally.
Is yoga instructor like a really good thing?
Right, and also a sergeant in the military is not that great. I don't know if you know that or not. Like you can
They're polar opposites.
You can call me a struggling stand-up comedian, and he probably. I mean, have you met the white dad then? What's really going on, Gutsy? You son of a bitch!
Are you even here?
He's the hologram of a different guy that signed up. All right, Have you met the white dad?
Yes, I have.
Can you not impress him?
Not really. Because you're white and he wants you to. Yes. I guess. Does he know his daughter's black? Does he know this? How does this routine go down at the Ha Ha Cafe? Whole different audience on the other side of the elevator. This is where flappers. This is a flappers bit.
I wonder if right now somebody in the other room downstairs is bombing and they just went, you hear that sound coming from upstairs? That's a fun show they're having up there. It happens a lot. So, Dusty, let me ask you this. What does the girlfriend do? What's her job? That her dad's so special that...
Let's just give him a chance to be completely honest. Is there any other lies in that set you want to tell us about now?
What's your boyfriend?
You have a girlfriend?
air conditioning. He puts in like air conditioning.
Oh, there you go. Come on, this guy's a moron. That's where his joke is. This fucking guy's judging you, and he's blank and blank years old. He's putting in fucking air conditioners. That's a miserable life. Air conditioners are heavy, and that sucks. I can't imagine what that would be like driving a truck to some place. You have to go put it in. Everybody's always complaining. They knock on the door. It's hot in here, help me. Every person's got the same complaint. Nobody gets an air conditioner when it's cold outside. That guy's got a miserable life, and he's judging you. That's insane.
No, you're gonna lose your air conditioner installer. People in the audience, they're gonna hate you. Fuck them. Get controversial.
Right.
And is your act isn't all about having an imaginary black girlfriend? No. So do you at one point go, that was a joke. I don't really date black chicks. I would never do that. And then you move on? No, I actually once did date a black girl, and then a comic friend and I was going over jokes one day, and he thought it'd be funny since I had a black girlfriend in the past, that if I put that in my act and like surprise the audience, that would be good. And it's always worked every time. Usually.
Is your real name Dusty Lester?
Yes, my real name is Dusty Lester.
That's not a stage name.
No.
So, like on your ID, it says the word Dusty?
Yes, it says Dusty. It's not short for anything. Dustin. There we go.
But does it say Dustin on your ID?
Yeah. So he just lied. Yeah, you know my big ass. Dusty's alive. He installs air conditioning. He lives in Knoxville. Yes. And you live here? Yes, with his daughter. No, his daughter lives in Knoxville. She's moving up next month. Are you a drifter? He seems like he might have killed people. He has that look. Yeah. I noticed that averted eye contact.
He has the look of a guy that came here from Knoxville with one of those sticks with a bag on the back of it.
Like he's a quarterback. Bandana tied to the stick. What are you thinking right now? You got really awkward, man, for me. You feel really awkward? Yeah.
What about it? Because you lied to us?
Yeah, lied. Over and over. Lies and disappointment.
Yeah.
Like, it's perhaps any self-loathing right now. Whatever sucks. I've done this for 24 years, and I hate myself for being here, and I'll hate myself in the morning, so get used to that feeling. This is it. Yeah. It's why you drink. Cheers.
It's true. Well, is that a real Dane Cook t-shirt?
Yeah, it's real.
I don't know. Really? Are you a big Dane Cook fan?
Yeah, that's my biggest inspiration. For the first time tonight, I hope you're lying. Jesus Christ, Dusty.
You better be lying right now, Dusty.
You better be lying. Yeah, it's probably good you don't use your real name.
Oh, shit.
You should probably never wear another comics t-shirt on stage, because, like, hey, here's this better comic. Even ironically, I don't think it would work. Yeah.
Right.
They have to be 3 jokes removed from the joke, I think.
Where'd you get the Dane Cook t-shirt from?
I saw him on tour, and he was selling t-shirts outside. Tourgasm? You know, it was like...
Tourgasm's the name of his imaginary black girlfriend.
Come on! That was fucking funny. The only funny thing is what's said of the super. What is it about Dane Cook that inspires you? Just his energy. I love his energy, and I just love his jokes and his observation. He relates to me very well, except for the black lady, of course. Can you stop besmirching the name of a woman who never existed?
Oh, shit. Well, alright. How long you... Okay.
October of 2013.
Okay, just curious. Dusty, thank you so much.
Can we just have a show that felt like in the way we saw over here? Yeah, for a minute, sorry.
You should get rid of that shirt, Dusty. You should be a lion of shirts on fire. You should burn that fucking thing.
Get Jack off smeared up on the back and then take them on the front. I know, is he serious or buy every Pryor album immediately? But another guy you should do Vic Henley on the front and me on the back. That'd be funnier. Alright, was somebody walking in my car?
Dusty, I can tell you're really disappointed, but we're just trying to make a show out of all this stuff you just did. That was a hell of a minute. We're probably the best so far, so thank you so much.
Good job. Good job.
We had fun with you, man. It takes one balls to come up here and set the fucking...
That's why I said I feel bad.
No, but that is what he's saying. Yeah, he knows what he's saying.
I think we're picking on Dave Cook.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, exactly.
It's around with Jesus, but Dave Cook will be at the Improv walking in the front door at 10:45 this Wednesday, 10:45 p.m. as he does every single Wednesday. So you can meet him there and give him a kiss.
Yeah.
Give him a Dusty t-shirt.
You should wear that shirt. What's his, we love his hand signal or whatever the fuck it is. Oh, wow, you blew that up quick, like some kind of gay gang member. Dusty, thank you, buddy. I can't believe you have a Dane Cook shirt. He's on Twitter. I also can't believe you're on Twitter. Lester Dusty.
Knoxville is an artsy town.
What was your black girlfriend's name? What was that short for? Alright.
Was that on her driver's license? Lexi and Dusty.
Lexi and Dusty. A match made in Knoxville.
So natural. Lexi and Dusty.
Alright. Wow, we've seen this guy a couple of times. This is one of our favorites here. Put your hands together for Tam Fam.
Speaking of horrible shirts, quick story about this thing. I went to a custom t-shirt guy and I asked him, how much to put my Twitter handle on a shirt? And he said, that will cost you $15. And I said, that's fine. And he said, let me finish. It'll cost you $15 and any chance of ever having sex with any girl that has seen you wearing it. So far, he was right, but that doesn't mean very much. For my entire life, I've had about as much success with women as I've had with praying for my years to be human-sized. Maybe God is a woman now. So I haven't had a date in a while. It turns out women have standards. That's all right, though. I'm not bitter. I have standards too. Things that I try to avoid. I call them the killer bees. I stay away from women that have blonde hair, bangs, or opinions.
Yeah, Tam Fam. I think it's the third time I've seen you, and I love you all 3 times. You're tall.
I'm going to wait because you have a history with this guy to see what the history is, and then I'll comment.
Well, he's done really, he's just always making fun of himself and does a good job at it. And it's a little bit, he always wears the same shirt.
That's what I was waiting for.
Except, what's exciting is now we're getting into the, winter season, and this is the first time that he's rocking the long sleeve shirt. He will adapt to the only difference between this week and last week is, like, I'm planning on seeing him maybe at the end of December just wearing the same thing with mittens and a knit tab. I'm pretty sure that shirt's not going anywhere.
Always be branding.
later, so that's gonna be anybody who just went no with that. I hate you.
I used to, I won't name the comic, obviously. I used to talk about how it was upsetting to me when he would just bitch about his wife. I worked with him at the Riviera, I think 20 years ago. And my fucking wife, she's such a fucking cunt. Like, that's something you can change. Don't sit there and bitch about something. That's like wearing a horrible shirt. Going, can you imagine having to go through life with this shirt on? Take it off. You're literally the guy that's making the analogy. That's the analogy I would make. I can't get laid with this shirt on. Then take the fucking shirt off. Stop.
Do you get laid when you're not wearing the shirt?
I think about praying off the ears. That's true. Do you wear that shirt every day, though? Wait, you pray?
I'm sorry.
I mean, you don't wear that shirt like when you're not doing comedy. You have to question your commitment.
It would be funnier for you to wear that shirt on a date.
That guy wearing a Dane Cook shirt during a set.
That would be funny. Would you ever wear a Dane Cook t-shirt?
On a date? Dusty came along with me and brought his girlfriend.
You looked away at which one?
Which one, the white one or the black one? I was trying to decide. Would you ever consider using the Pulitzer Prize winning photograph of the as a headshot? That's good. That is such a fucking great idea. As a headshot. Oh my god. T-shirt. You gotta have Photoshop on.
You gotta get on this quick before Bobby Lee hears about this idea.
I'll help you Photoshop it. We'll take a photo. Tonight, we'll get the picture and I'll help you Photoshop. I'll do it tonight for you. That's hilarious.
You know, if that doesn't get you laid, then you're really in trouble.
Dusty, I'll do it.
The best part of that picture is I'm pretty sure the guy's not wearing a shirt, so you can take that off and save yourself.
You're not wearing a shirt?
I don't think so. Maybe a white beater?
Nothing.
Oh, yeah, he's a cop. I mean, like, why did the black guy laugh is amazing. I feel like that's the sound of this black guy in here. Oh, God, come back. It's just a white guy with a really black laugh.
Hey, I think he's got a sister.
Tim Fam, have you ever been with a black woman? Have you ever been with anything other than an Asian woman?
Yes.
What have you been with?
White girls, Hispanic girls.
Oh, multiples of each, huh? White girls, Hispanic girls? That's exciting.
What are you complaining about? Sounds like you're doing fine. They were a tree. What's that? They were a tree. Yeah. So you got the $100 GMB and the, that's why you don't have money for more shirts.
See, that's true. That's got to be a crazy part about being Asian is that if you're going to buy massage parlors that aren't Asian, that's got to be like fucking, trying to figure out a Rubik's Cube or something. I don't know. I'm not good at Rubik's Cube, so that's a challenge for me. I only tried it a couple times, but anyway,
Do you have any tips about that? Like, you pick a See you there. I would love to hear it. You do the massage parlor? Yeah, tell us a prostitute story. I have a couple of minutes on it. It's already a minute. No, I have any good stories. It's great. Last hooker. Do you say last hooker you got? How long ago? 6 months. Where'd you go? Internet or like Craigslist? Craigslist? Really? Craigslist? Wow, that's fucking crazy. But I guess what's your game? What it's like to be broke? What's your big fetish? Getting fucked by undercover cops? Craigslist. That's risky business, man. Fuck yeah. So, you use condoms with all these prostitutes? Yes. Extra small? Where do you get them in here? They make them in your size? Smarties? Use a Smartie wrapper? That's a little bit of an inside reference, but if you paint the picture, guys, that's a great condoms say at Jam Fam Comedy on it. Good work, sir. Sad Tam. Yeah, just that. I don't think you really committed that. Well, Tampax, we really like. Yeah, good job, man. Funny stuff. Tam Fam, he's on Twitter at Tam Fam Comedy. So much fun. I love his style. He's one of two. Is there any single person in here that is here solely for entertainment and not with a friend or hoping to be chosen out of a bucket? Is there even... Yeah, you're not. Those people are hanging off. You're here to fucking hopefully revive your career. These people here are civilians. The people up there are medians, and people here are the regular. Maybe we would have gone over this if I knew I was coming up here. All right, back to yours. Honey, give me a drink. You know how I panic. Josh, where are you? Josh, 2 drinks. Keep getting. Stay off from that too, please. Yeah, and I'll take a Crown and Coke, Josh. Thanks, Josh. Thanks, Josh. Drinks all around, Josh. Jesus loves some wine, Josh. Maybe if we tip Josh and lift him up, it'll act as a catalyst for the audience to take care of the staff. That's true. Tip your wait staff, people. You must. Doug, guess what's cool? You've seen the show before. You might know this. We have 2 regulars that come on every week. 2 girls that come on and do a new 60-second. I was drunk. I showed up here. I heckled and laughed. It's the only time I saw the show. It was great. I felt awful the next day. I felt behind. It was great. These 2 young ladies do a brand new minute each week. There are only 2 regulars. They basically start it here. They write a new minute each week for the last 76 weeks. So we don't say anything about them afterwards. No, we do. We talk to them just about anything. About anything you want to ask them about or talk to them about. Going up first tonight, she dropped out of her final year at the University of did stand up here and has been here every Monday since, trying a brand new minute. Put your hands together for it. Very funny and cool. Kimberly Condon, everybody.
Guys, I'm in a bad mood today. I had a peanut butter jelly sandwich, no milk, in case you want to know what Auschwitz was like. Being so serious. Lena Dunham is in a lot of trouble. I guess she has a book that came out where she mentions inappropriately touching her sister's vagina when she was 7 and her sister was 1. And there's this whole thing about like sibling molestation and everyone's freaking out. And I don't think it's a big deal because kids do weird shit. You know, like my cousin put a carrot in his ass when he was 4. It's fine. When I was in kindergarten, 2 girls humped during nap time. And the only thing the teacher did was take away their marshmallows. Which is sad because I really wanted that marshmallow. I heard that the government is suing AT&T, which is the scariest thing ever. Because if the government ever tried to sue me, I'd just like shit my pants. You wouldn't hear the government.
What's the government trying to do?
I read something that they were trying to sue AT&T. It might not even be true, but I think it's funny whenever the government tries to sue anybody, because it's just like, how do you even fight that?
Right.
You know?
Yeah, that's definitely a premise. Yeah, that was a great set. Kimberly Condon, everybody.
So how are you guys?
Kim, was this your first Halloween in LA this weekend?
No, it was my second.
Did you have fun?
I went to,
Did you happen?
well, I just did stand up. I went to La Jolla, and I was at the Comedy Store there. Oh, with you.
Yeah, I was there too.
Oh, great.
I worked at Milk Show. I didn't.
Who was down there with you guys?
We went with Mike Federman and
Rusty Dooley.
Rusty Dooley.
Oh, nice.
You guys all went up? Oh, yeah, it was Rusty Dooley's weekend, Halloween.
Yep, it was fun.
Tons of people there on Halloween.
It was packed. It was
Seven
packed.
people there on
Are
Halloween.
you serious?
There's nobody fucking there.
Oh, that's so sad.
Hey, where are you going with the government suing Joe? Where are you guys?
Just the government suing anybody is scary because how do you even fight? Like,
Yeah, did you have a punchline now?
no. So after that, I was just gonna panic.
I thought you was going to go the other way with corporations own the government, so this is one right yourself. Because corporations are stronger than government, and I thought that was the angle. Then I heard a Tweety sound and go, I'll never know. Never know. That is a good premise. My premise is better. Yeah, it's fuck you. Take her over. I mean, fuck you. Fuck you. I think it's really good honestly. Again, you said
Yeah, absolutely. The girls bring it. They have it down to a whole system. Like, I mean, she did a great week. Yeah. She did 76 weeks or something. Yeah. She knew what she was doing there. Like, for example, she does the show so much that if she just starts a joke with a premise as her very last joke after doing good, that means that one of us, which you did, is going to organically write for a better version of the premise that has a punchline, and it only affects her negatively if we happen to ask what was going to be the punchline. Like, can I get another cocktail?
It's a win-win, yeah.
But you did that, and that's a pure example of you evolving to the game. Like, you and Sarah are the only two people that have anything like this, where you're forced to, not forced to, but you choose to write the brand new 60 sections of advice.
John Barris just walked in. He's like, I know what a hero that guy is to me.
Yeah, to all of us.
It is the funniest movie that's ever been.
Yeah, so I totally agree. We'd be pretty deep for life. Always my number one favorite comedy.
He's wearing a day cook shirt.
Kimberly, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you, Kimberly. It's nice to meet you.
She's on Twitter at Kimberly Kong and follow her on everything. It's great. And so is our other regular. Always funny, always cool. Sarah Weinstein.
What's up? Yeah. Dustpans. Can't live with them, can't live without them. Never fully satisfied by a dustpan. There's always stuff that remains. Sometimes crumbs and dust. Not dusk. Yeah, dustpans, they just never fucking fully do the job. There's always a space between the floor and the pan. Can't ever just get it all clean. Can't just use a dustpan by itself. It's a useless cleaning utensil alone. You can use a broom alone. Can't use a dustpan alone. Try it. Why isn't it just called a crumb pot? Or a particle tray? What's it called? A dustpan?
Exactly in her style, that's her thing where she just talks about one small thing and delves into it.
So that's, yeah, that carries on.
Yeah.
Beautiful. First line is fantastic. Okay,
That's absolutely classic.
I'm glad somebody stepped up to the plate with small dustpan. I was hoping that you would have equated to having a handicapped little brother. You said it's no good alone. They ain't going nowhere.
It's so great.
Yeah, it was perfect.
Yeah. There might be something to that line that's left. You know, you paint the picture
Charter Brothers underwear.
Yeah. Definitely had to get a handicap.
Retarded though. Yes, it's your face.
Or you can even say right there. You can even think of things that you could use it for. Like, what are you going to use it for? Like, you can think of
If you had a black girlfriend, get one.
I know one thing that belongs in a dustpan. Dusty Lester's t-shirt. What inspired this dustpan thing?
Remember, I was talking to you about dustpans.
Wow.
Yeah. We were talking about dustpans in the main room. Green room.
Oh, yeah, because he went to the class. And then he went into that whole thing about how they're useless and they leave their voices online. And here's looking at something I remember saying.
No, I texted myself dustpans and then I left it alone. Maybe I should revisit dustpans today, and I talked to my mom about dustpans.
In what ways is that like you think when you focus on something? So that's what it was tinfoil.
Yeah.
And that's actually that's pretty cool. I mean, it seems like you have a sense of an identity.
I've seen a lot.
Like 45 cleaning products, and you gotta fucking.
Jax is next.
I'll tell you this, every condiment in my refrigerator is covered by her. Salsa, ketchup, mustard, horseradish. You know, and I think these things when I see them. Sometimes I literally think of Sarah Weinschenk when I think of the word condiments or like toppings on things.
Are you a Seinfeld fan?
Kinda. I love Curb. I like Curb. Yeah.
Well, Weinschenk does a fantastic job.
Do you have any way like to avoid anything that's not completely bullshit?
Meaning,
Like that conscious choice that you're gonna talk about? No.
I just noticed that, and I'm like, that's why I feel passionate about it. Yeah.
Genuinely?
Yeah.
It is true.
Like, it bothers me. Like, little things bother me a lot.
I would describe it as OCD comedy.
Yeah.
Like the way you're picking at your 3 bracelets and you're picking one at a time. I imagine you looking at a dustpan. What's the funny thing about a dustpan? What's the funny thing? There's a funny thing. Why is the lines are always aligned? There's always a line. You can make that into a beautiful thing, and that's how self-help should be.
Yeah. I'm just cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's really interesting.
Sarah, you were awesome. Thank you so much. That's Sarah Weinschenk. She's on Twitter at Princess Shank. That's all one word. SHENK. That's Sarah Weinschenk. Guys, this was so much fun. Doug, anything you want to promote coming up or anything?
No, I want to quit. Stop following me on Twitter.
You're quitting?
I'm done with my shows.
Wow.
I'm washed up. Jesus, leave me alone.
Did Doug stand for retirement?
Retired in 06, I think.
Come back. Matt Fultron, what's going on?
Doc Ricketts in San Francisco on November 29th. Then I'll be in Portland on December 5th. And in Seattle.
Where in Portland? I think the Hollywood Theater.
Oh, that's the Ha Ha Cafe in the North End.
I think it was one operas, dude.
And December 6th in Seattle, Washington. It's on my website, thefullcharge.com.
Oh, fuck. This is a podcast. I forgot. You open up and you guys. I'm in Australia, New Zealand. Fuck, you're about to see me. That's when you're retired, dude. Well, I thought I was retired sitting up here.
That's so funny. Australia. Oh, fuck. It's a podcast. Promoting a tour date.
You're moving on some poor kids and you're going to feel bad on what I said.
Doug,
We can buy Doug Stanhope t-shirts. No. We have them, but we don't sell them. We hoard them. We're hoarders of our own merch. Go fuck yourself. Try to find one.
Well, what do you got coming up?
I'll be appearing on @Jack Fan Comedy. I'll be doing my new prostitution bit. And I got nothing coming up. I'm fucking here doing this. What am I doing?
I love it.
Dusty fucking, what's his last name? Dusty Webster. Occasionally I look over and he still has that deal. He's never laughed once. You may have promoted those dates too soon. Usually you can appeal to their ego, and you mentioned mention it. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's gonna be weird
But
when
he's hanging out with two friends. There's a deep thing in him. There's something going on.
it's gonna be weird when he hangs himself by that Dane Cook t-shirt.
Oh, it's not gonna be him.
It's gonna be like the opposite of Robert Williams.
No. There's people that will die. He'll be the guy with the happy, smiling, mugshot.
There's a lot of rope and masking tape in his trunk.
Yeah. All right, I'm leaving before him. Play the outro.
Thank you so much. Kevin Lee Light is on Twitter at Kevin Lee Light. Thank you everybody who signed up. We are going to Toronto. We'll see you guys. Thank you live audience. How about that? Thank you live audience for coming out. It was so much fun. Bye. Thank you so much. Everybody, Doug, Steve. Holy shit, we did it, everybody. We are live in Toronto. What? This is so cool.
This is really cool.
Holy way cool.
I feel comfortable. For the first time in Toronto in 2 days, I feel comfortable.
We're right at home. This is what it's all about.
This is what we
Hill
do.
County at a movie theater.
I know, right?
Guys, it's like we
Fucking movie theater.
it's like we've come full circle.
Right.
And it's a packed, crazy audience of podcast fans. Most of them came here by themselves. Because they're podcast fans. You guys are like one of a kind. This is like a Reddit meetup group or something.
Many cooks.
Too many cooks. Did anybody catch that on Adult Swim last night? You guys have the best. That's why you even know about it. Me and Brian just coincidentally found it separate from each other, and we're like, you saw that too? For 15 minutes during Adult Swim last night.
You know what sucks is when I finally release this, all you're going to be like, shut the fuck up with too many cooks!
Yeah, it's crazy. But it gets stuck in your head. Oh, it's powerful. It happens.
No power.
Like a comedy meteorite hit last night at 4:15 in the morning.
Google search too many cooks. In the future, when we release this, you're going to be like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Hamster dance? Really? What are you doing to me?
It's like we stumbled across Gangnam Style first. Like, if Gangnam Style just got released, we saw it already.
Yeah.
And you guys are going to end up seeing it. You're going to be like, holy shit, that is
Awesome. No idea.
Except it's better than Gangnam. Like, Gangnam Style is crazy. You know Gangnam Style has like twice as many hits on YouTube than anything else?
Oh, yeah.
That is the most fucked up thing in the world.
But we all love it.
We're all going to die.
No. That's the best song ever.
We're all going to die. Like, we are totally, that proves to me that we are bad people.
Why do you say that?
Because if that's what the world is absorbing more than anything else, a guy fake riding a horse, like not only any guy, but a goofy Korean guy in a suit and sunglasses. I mean, if that's what humanity finds more entertaining than anything else, it has 2 billion hits on YouTube. Think about that for a second. It's the
Josh Martin is here.
We have a Canadian Josh Martin who, crazy enough, speaks better English than the American Josh Martin.
No, in Canada, because of the exchange rate, we have two Josh Martins.
Yeah. Look at these two doing the job of one little puppy dog.
What are you guys talking about?
We've been doing a new thing recently where he gets hit in the nuts. You guys are in for a treat. We don't know.
Come on, can I hit you in the nuts? Can I just hit you in the nuts? Can I just tap you?
Come here, come on stage.
Get on stage, guys.
So there's you. We put this thing on, everybody. Doing the Josh Martin part.
We need to go over here at the nut microphone. And here's what I'm going to do. Usually, Tony has a great sponsor.
Let's have him read something else. Let's have him read a line from,
Adventure Time.
let's have him read the cover of this,
This is a gift from somebody beautiful in the audience that gave me Adventure Time #1 comic of Parsley. I don't even know if I said that right, but I want you to read the whole left page of this, the 7th page of this comic. I want you to read the whole. If you pause at 1 second, I'm going to flick you in the nuts right now. Okay, check. All right.
start,
Right? Go.
start.
Yeah, all right. Why bother anyway? Does it even matter? It doesn't matter. Thanks, everyone. We're double cake downers. We have records and stuff. Not that you wouldn't want them, dude. He paused.
He got hit in the nuts, everybody. That's how we start the shows now.
There we go.
The new tradition. It's a lot better when it's Josh Martin because we set it up and it's silly. But Joe Tuccio too, everybody. He's on the Trolls for free. He set it up.
You know, it's funny when it was the minute in the nuts. I didn't feel anything there. I think this guy is a woman.
Whoa, bearded lady, Joe Tuccio.
What if he had a beautiful vagina the whole time? We had no idea. He had the most beautiful, lip vagina. There's nothing hanging out of it. There's no umbilical cord or anything like that.
Why would the most beautiful vagina not have lips? What kind of vagina are you? You're just into like a slit or something. You just want some kind of envelope crease?
Yes.
What kind of thing are you into?
That's what I want. I want a straight line.
That's what I want.
I want a Charles Schultz drawing.
I don't want to feel like I'm supposed to put a quarter in it or something. There should be something there to let you know that it's a vagina, not just some hole in the wall. You know what I mean? It's so good to be back in Toronto. For example, even though we've been jet lagged and fucked up, I flew from New York City to LA on Monday just for Kill Tony, which Doug Stanhope was on in the comedy store.
Doug Stanhope.
It's been so much fun lately. We've had all the best people on, David Hell, Rogan, everybody. So it's all happening on that front. New episodes that you guys can hear.
He's been traveling so much. He went from the East Coast to the West Coast just to do one podcast with Doug Stanhope.
Which was awesome. It's worth it.
Yeah, but then flew back to Toronto, and then we had to roast Ron Jeremy, and both of us, seriously, whenever
We were out of it.
we were fucking zombies. We pretty much watched each other masturbate like we normally do, but we had dead eyes.
But we ended up having a fun roast. Brian did his first ever roast, guys. Ron Jeremy.
Horrible. The first crowdsourced roast I've ever done. I used message boards, Joe Rogan message boards, Chicago 101. I crowdsourced the whole roast.
You did a great job.
That's how it is to be.
What an honor to roast Ron Jeremy, right, guys?
Fuck Ron Jeremy. He fucked in the green room. The green room was the size of this table. All right.
And he fucked a girl.
And he fucked the girl in the bathroom.
Well,
I came in to get a beer and it smelled like buttholes and yeast infections. Fuck that.
Yeah, he fucked the girl in the green room. There was 8 other people on the roast. And he fucked the girl in the smallest green room. How Ron Jeremy is that?
Yeah.
So we all had to leave the green room, obviously, because he's just fucking a girl in the bathroom stall. It's all there is one stall door.
Yeah.
He's blatantly fucking a girl.
It sounded like that. It sounded
Tony both went off the rails.
Yeah.
Did an insane fucking show. The B side. It was B side.
But not the blood.
Yeah. You're going to be there tonight. We're
going there
after the show. We're doing comedy in the underground. We're going to smoke weed and fucking get high, and we're going to do a show.
My plan for tonight is, you remember the great Andy Kaufman when he did Radio City Music Hall? He took everybody out for milk and cookies afterwards to wait after he did that. What I want to do tonight is I want us all to go stand on the music comedy and watch us do stand-up comedy. It's gonna be great. If I'm telling a lie, then let there be a profile of my head right behind it. Anyway, what's exciting about being here though is that we do crazy shit here, and I'm really excited about tonight.
Do hatred tonight? I can't wait for it.
Yeah, unfortunately we weren't able to bring an Iron Patriot tonight, guys. So there's not going to be any Patriot.
I've been fucking with you all night. You guys have no idea.
And again,
Bathroom cameras. Your girlfriend's was in the bathroom. I haven't. You want to make a deal?
But then again, what if just for one time Brian wasn't kidding? What if there actually was? What if there just so happened to be a Patriot? No. Here on tonight's show, keep us safe.
No.
Well, that would be the first episode ever that there wasn't one, and that ain't gonna happen tonight, Toronto. I present to you our head of security for the evening, the first ever Canadian Patriot, ladies and gentlemen. Holy shit. He straight up and tripped. In front of his mic, but yeah. The one-man fire hazard. Canadian Patriot. Perhaps our girthiest Patriot we've ever had. Lots of poutine in that robot system going on.
Yeah. Not later.
Looks like if the guy that played Bane got hired as Iron Man. Here's our Canadian Patriot, everybody. Come on.
It's one of you.
That suit almost looks like it was on my carry-on the entire way here from LA. It almost looks like it was shoved in a bag that I had to put 7 days worth of clothes in.
Yeah.
I mean, so tight that everything was just the size of a softball.
But luckily, John only wears clothing that's the size of a piece of paper, right?
Right, because I'm so tight.
Seriously, if you put this in the luggage, you can have 1 million of those. Like this sweater, you can have 1 million of those sweaters.
Ryan, it's a medium. It's not like some superhuman thing. The size of cozy list. So another dimension.
I wear thicker cotton so you can't see my nipples like a Patriot.
Holy shit. Canadian Patriot. Read these people.
Let's go to Canada.
There you go.
Canadian Patriot, what's your favorite item on the menu in Canada?
There you go.
It's for life, bro.
100% Patriot, 100% Canadian.
Yep, 100%.
Your batting out tonight. For those of you that don't know, we always had a Patriot. Now we've replaced it with a new Patriot each week. It's our first time ever having a Canadian Patriot. I'm so excited about that. 77th episode of Still Counting, our first Canadian Patriot.
Yeah.
Okay, they don't seem very proud of that.
Yeah, you guys don't have like the pride we have in the United States. Yeah.
Patriot, you're excited about tonight's show, right? Yeah, just the thumbs up. Always good for podcasting. I'm sure those listeners are going to really feel the power of that thumbs up. I fucking love it. Well, I'm excited about this show too. As always, we have two comics. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to spend too much time with us tonight, so it's going to be Redman and I carrying the ship, Titanic style. Or by that I mean we are going low. We're going to
Fuck each
couple nights ago. Hi, John. Good to see you.
We gotta talk about this roast. What did you guys think about that roast? I feel like I failed harder than Chinese combo.
Yeah, Magnus. I've been telling him ever since the roast. Magnus just slayed. He just stayed. He looks like a Bond villain, and he roasts like a Bond villain. This fucking guy, he just stood there, just kept this straight face the entire. It was like one of the funniest roast performances I've ever seen. I'm such a big fan of roasting. I mean that. And he would just be like, "You're fucking ugly." And he just holds his phone. This fucking type of thing. Like, no real, like, it was just a great performance. And John, yours was good too. I hosted the thing.
Oh, wow, that was a significant step down.
It was. John was also available for tonight. I was gonna go like jokingly with it, and then I'm like, no, I won't make that joke. And then I'm like, oh, I ended up right in the middle. So I didn't drop that.
You understand that you're like, this is the president of Russia, this is the mayor of Delaware.
Well, I'd probably be the mayor.
Coincidentally, Magnus looks like the president of Russia. Yeah. I was so much better on the roast. I was so much better on the roast.
But yeah, John knows. Magnus better.
No, we can call you. What do you want? We have Crown Royal.
We get some cups.
Yeah, we get the cups.
Ice in the green room.
Yeah, you can use my Starbucks cup if you don't mind. I pooped in it.
Oh, good. The quick reference. With a clear cup, there's barely anything in your cup. All right. You guys are here. We're going to have so much fun. The party. Obviously, the iPad just jizzed out some crap.
No, I just don't have a volume control. Almost normal.
I love it.
Iron Patriot has no questions.
Oh, yeah. Patriot. Canadian Patriot. I'm very excited about that. Canadian Patriot, do you have any questions for us?
Pretty much like that. It's like, doesn't it seem like it's like maybe like Legend of Zelda in Sweden? I think it is.
Have you ever played an ocarina?
Have you ever played a video game? Really?
Why do that when I can just hit people in Greek mode?
You are so much better than
I fucking love him. I am like a huge Magnus Editor fan. I've only seen him do one thing ever, and that was the roast 2 nights ago. You have me sold, man. I fucking love your style. You look like every bad guy from like the Boondock Saints and like all that shit. But he's hilarious. Like, it's funny.
the principal from Back to the Future.
John Moses over there. That's a good one. Moses got it at 3 points. John Moses, you look like they said this in the roast that you look like the assistant coach of NC Loretta. That was Jerry. You guys remember that guy? Coach McNeary or whatever? McNeary. Fucking, I love it. We don't have much time with you guys because we are in like the middle of a crazy run with comedy festival and the showcase so much to get off to. So let's get right into it, shall we? Oh wait, did you have a question for John?
What typical Canadian question? Who writes these guys?
the A that you guys say. Whoa, that's so universal. I asked a carload of people. I asked a carload of dirty Americans. And they all had a different response. One was like age, one was like EGH. I'm like, what the fuck? What's the throat clearing? That's an A. Yeah. Disgusting.
Tony, you know the best thing about being in Canada? What? Is that Josh Martin of Canada is twice as horrible at his job than normal.
What's your thing for that? Josh Martin, because none of them are anywhere near what the
soundboard at all, no.
So classic.
It's so classic.
But it's good. It's just like typical Josh Martin. They were just getting the best angle in the back of the room, period.
Yeah. Hey, it's like Josh Martin, guy. You guys know what Josh Martin.
Why do you walk like a mom in a shopping mall? Did everybody see him walk down the thing with his arms to his sides like he's carrying like little sticks or something? What the fuck was that?
It's the worst.
Is that how you walk? Walk to the back and then walk back again. Walk, motherfucker, walk. Walk how you walk. Don't try to be funny.
It's not now.
Yeah, you're trying too hard. Walk how you walk, motherfucker. Walk back. Walk to me.
This is like an introduction to acting.
That's like the worst DUI checkpoint ever. Walk how you walk. You're walking differently now. What's wrong with you? Oh.
It's not not.
Why are you trying to be funny? It's funny how you walked the first time. Now it's not funny. All I asked you to do was walk away. Do you walk? You can't even fucking do that? Walk, motherfucker. That's a little bit better, yeah. Okay, now walk. Everybody should be watching this. Okay, now walk back just like that. Like how you started. Not with a fucking...
Yeah, that's
how you walk. He's Hogan. That's exactly how you fucking walk. And you knew it the whole time when you were fake walking because you're like, oh man, everybody always tells me I have a weird walk and it's about to be in the universe. So I'm gonna fucking fake cool walk. And that's not enough. It's gonna get it out of you. I think you do it. It is. No, really. Let's explain the game, man. Let's explain how it works, guys. Comedians, a lot of you signed up tonight. Or I know it's some people's like first time, and a lot of people travel. This is that about you, but we gotta fucking do it. Same fucking that we always have. Comedians sign up for the chance for 60 seconds on stage. Anytime. You do your 60 seconds of self-performance.
That's way too loud.
That kitty. That's the kitty that we love. You better stop your set then. Or else you're gonna bring out the naked stronger than that. What does it sound like? Okay, I'm pretty sure Magnus and John have to go to their show now. So let's get it started. You ready for this? Kill Tony, live from Toronto. So much fun. Name something. Favorite. Anything that happened. Put your hands together. Derek or Don. Take your time. There's a whole lot of fire hazards going on here, so take your time. Okay. There you go. I can wrap it up there. That's like right there, Derek. Got it. Derek for Don, everybody, come on!
How's it going, guys? Listen, you go to a party. Parties are fun. Parties in Canada are a lot of fun because lots of things are available in the States. You have lots of fun. You have a conversation with your friends. How's it going? Oh my God, it's crazy, man. What TV shows you watching? Oh, Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones, man. That's so cool. Yeah, I love Game of Thrones. Breaking Bad, so badass. And you look in the corner, oh my God, fucking Rockford Files are the best show. What the fuck?
problem is our problem, okay? Yeah, I'm not judging against people who don't watch TV. Actually, I am. I'm sorry. Who are these fucking people who are these self-imposed martyrs? You know what I'm saying? There are more bears than cans. Bears are dumb. Nice to meet you there. That's the fastest minute of my life, and I knew that was going to happen. It was the longest of mine. Fuck yeah, John Moses. Welcome to the show. You get it, huh? I love it. Fuck yeah, you're right in. What are your initial thoughts about Gary University? That means he's gonna cut off your head after the show. The magnet, my magnet is translator. That's what that means. No. Garrett, where are you from? I am from Burlington, Ontario, just outside here. Okay, you been stand up a while? It's my very, very first time. Wow. Yeah. I've done nothing. This podcast kicks ass. Guess what? I've kicked ass. Canada kicks ass. Stand-up comedy kicks ass. I don't.
Yes! Holy shit, we did it, everybody! We are live in Toronto! What? This is so cool!
This is really cool.
This is unbelievably cool!
I feel comfortable. For the first time in Toronto in 2 days, I feel comfortable.
We're right at home. This is what it's all about.
This is what we do.
Tony at a movie theater.
I know, right? Hey, guys, it's a fucking movie.
Like we've come full circle.
Right.
And it's a packed, crazy audience of podcast fans. Most of them came here by themselves. Because they're podcast fans. You guys are like one of a kind. This is like a Reddit meetup group or something.
Too many cooks.
Too many cooks. Did anybody catch that on Adult Swim last night? You guys did the best. That's why you even know about it. Me and Brian just coincidentally found it separate from each other, and we're like, you saw that too? For 15 minutes, we get all.
You know what sucks is when I finally released it, all you're going to be like, shut the fuck up and do it. Come on.
Yeah, it's crazy. But it gets stuck in your head. Oh, it's powerful. It happened.
So powerful.
Like a comedy meteorite hit last night at 4:15.
Google search Too Many Cooks. In the future, when we release this, you're going to be like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Mr. Dance, really? What are you doing to me?
It's like we stumbled across Gangnam Style first. Like, if Gangnam Style just got released, we saw it already.
Yeah.
And you guys are going to end up seeing it. You're going to be like, holy shit, that is awesome.
No idea.
Except it's better than Gangnam. Like, Gangnam Style is crazy. You know Gangnam Style has like twice as many hits on YouTube as anything else.
Oh, yeah.
That is the most fucked up thing in the world.
Oh, we all love it.
We're all going to die.
No, it's the best song ever.
We're all going to die. Like, we are totally, that proves to me that we are bad people.
Why do you say that?
Because that's what the world is absorbing more than anything else. A fake riding horse. Not only any guy, but a goofy Korean guy in a suit and sunglasses. I mean, if that's what humanity finds more entertaining than anything else, it has 2 billion hits on YouTube. Think about that for a second. That it's the number one most. How many people do this by round of applause? Not that.
How many of you guys know this song is the most amazing song in the world?
It's not amazing. It's terrible. That's the point. We're all gonna die. Fuck yeah.
I wish I had control of it. I have no control of the mind. That's the only thing I wish I could just like.
You volume up on that.
There's nobody here.
Josh Martin here. Hands together for Josh Martin.
Josh Martin, guys, right here. Canadian Josh Martin is here.
We have a Canadian Josh Martin who, crazy enough, speaks better English than the American Josh Martin.
No, in Canada, because of the exchange rate, we have 2 Josh Martins.
Yeah. Look at these two doing the job of one little puppy dog.
What are you guys talking about?
We've been doing a new thing recently where he gets hit in the nuts. You guys are in for a treat. You can kill Tony.
Come on, can we hit you in the nuts? Can I just hit you in the nuts? Can I just tap you?
Come here, come on stage.
Get on stage, guys.
Just we put this thing on, everybody. Doing the Josh Martin part.
We need to go over here in the nut microphone. And
read a line from
Adventure Time.
let's have him read the cover of this Peanuts thing.
Oh, yeah, this was a gift from somebody beautiful in the audience that gave me an Adventure Time #1 comic of Marcy. I don't even know if I said that right, but I want you to read the whole left page of this is the 7th page of this comic. I want you to read the whole. If you pause at 1 second, where you're clicking with the nuts right now. Okay, check. All right. Yeah, start. All right, go.
Start.
Yeah, all right. Why bother anyway? Doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter. Thanks, everyone. We're double cake downers. Not that you wouldn't want them. How did you pause?
He got hit in the nuts, everybody. That's how we start the shows now.
There we go.
The new tradition. It's a lot better when it's Josh Martin because we set it up and it's silly. But Jason. Good show to everybody. On the controls. Set it up.
You know what's funny was like the visit the nuts. I didn't feel anything there. I think this guy is a woman.
What?
The bearded lady. Yeah. What if he had a beautiful vagina the whole time? He had no idea. He had the most beautiful, lip vagina. There's nothing hanging out of it. No umbilical cord. Or anything like that.
Why would the most beautiful vagina not have lips? What kind of vagina are you? You're just into like a slit or something. You just want some kind of envelope crease?
Yes.
What kind of thing are you into?
That's what I want. I want a straight line. That's what I want.
Yeah. Yes! Holy shit, we did it, everybody. We are live in Toronto. What? This is so cool.
This is really cool.
This is unbelievably cool.
I feel comfortable. For the first time in Toronto in 2 days, I feel comfortable.
We're right at home. This is what it's all about.
This is what we
Kill
do.
Tony at a movie theater.
I know, right? Guys,
This is
a fucking movie theater.
It's like we've come full circle.
Right.
And it's a packed, crazy audience of podcast fans. Most of them came here by themselves. It's a podcast fans. You guys are like one of a kind. This is like a Reddit meetup group or something.
Too many cooks.
Too many cooks. Did anybody catch that on Adult Swim last night? You guys are the best. That's why you even know about it. Me and Brian just coincidentally found it separate from each other, and we're like, you saw that too? For 15 minutes during Adult Swim last night.
You know what sucks is when I finally release this, all you're going to be like, shut the fuck up with too many cooks!
Yeah, it's crazy. But it gets stuck in your head. Oh, it's powerful. It happens.
So powerful.
Like a comedy meteorite hit last night at 4:15 in the morning.
Google search too many cooks. In the future, when we release this, you're going to be like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Hamster dance? Really? What are you doing to me?
It's like we stumbled across Gangnam Style first. Like, if Gangnam Style just got released, we saw it already.
Yeah.
And you guys are going to end up seeing it. You're going to be like, holy shit, that is awesome.
No idea.
Except it's better than Gangnam. Like, Gangnam Style's crazy. You know Gangnam Style has like twice as many hits on YouTube than anything else?
Oh, yeah.
That is the most fucked up thing in the world.
But we all love it.
We're all going to die.
No, it's the best song ever.
We're all going to die. Like, we are totally. That proves to me that we are bad people.
Why do you say that?
Because that's what the world is absorbing more than anything else. A guy fake riding a horse, like not only any guy, but a goofy Korean guy in a suit and sunglasses. I mean, if that's what humanity finds more entertaining than anything else, it is 2 billion hits on YouTube. Think about that for a second. That it's the number one most. How many people do this by round of applause? Not
here. Canadian Josh Martin is here.
We have a Canadian Josh Martin who, crazy enough, speaks better English than the American Josh Martin.
No, in Canada, because of the exchange rate, we have two Josh Martins.
Yeah. Look at these two doing the job of one little puppy guy.
What are you guys talking about?
We've been doing a new thing recently where he gets hit in the nuts. You guys are in for a treat. You don't
Can I hit you in the nuts? Can I just hit you in the nuts? Can I just tap you?
come on stage.
Get on stage, guys.
Just picture you. We put this thing on, everybody. Doing the Josh Martin part.
We need to go over here and that microphone. And here's what I do. Usually, Tony has a great sponsor.
Let's have him read something else. Let's have him read a line from
Adventure Time.
let's have him read the cover of this Peanuts thing.
Oh, yeah. This is a gift from somebody beautiful in the audience that gave me an Adventure Time #1 comic of Parsley. I don't even know if I said that right, but I want you to read the whole left page of this is the 7th page of this comic. I want you to pause at 1 second for you in nuts right now. Okay, check. All right.
Start.
All right, go.
Start.
Yeah, all right. Why bother anyway? Does it even matter? It doesn't matter. Thanks, everyone. We're double cake counters. Oh, I thought we had records and stuff. Not that you wouldn't want them, dude. You pause.
Nuthead. He got hit in the nuts, everybody. That's how we start the shows now.
There we go.
The new tradition. It's a lot better when it's Josh Martin because we set it up and it's silly. But Joe Tuccio to everybody. He's on the controls for today. He set it up.
You know what's funny was when I was looking at the nuts, I didn't feel anything there. I think this guy is a woman.
Whoa, the bearded lady, Tuccio.
What if he had a beautiful vagina the whole time? We had no idea. He had the most beautiful, lit vagina. There's nothing hanging out of it. There's no umbilical cord or anything like that.
Why would the most beautiful vagina not have lips? What kind of vagina are you? You're just into like a slit or something.
Nah.
You just want some kind of envelope crease?
Yes.
What kind of thing are you into?
That's what I want. I want a straight line. That's what I want. I want a Charles Schultz drawing.
I don't want to feel like I'm supposed to put a quarter in it or something. Like, there should be something there to let you know that it's a vagina, not just a hole in the wall. You know what I mean? It's so good to be back in Toronto. For example, like even though we've been jet lagged and fucked up, like I flew from New York City to LA on Monday just for Phil Tony, which Doug Stanhope was on at the Comedy Store.
Doug Stanhope.
It's been so much fun lately. We've had all the best people on, David Penn, everybody. So it's all happening on that front.
He's been traveling so much. He went from the East Coast to the West Coast just to do one podcast with Doug Stanhope.
Which was awesome. It's worth it.
Yeah, but then flew back to Toronto, and then we had to roast Ron Jeremy. Yeah. And both of us, seriously, whenever
we were out of it.
We were fucking zombies. Like, we pretty much watched each other masturbate like we normally do, but we had dead eyes.
But we ended up having fun. That was a fun roast. Brian did his first ever roast, guys. Ron Jeremy.
It was the first crowdsourced roast I've ever done. I used message boards, Joe Rogan message boards, just talking one-on-one. I crowdsourced the whole roast.
You did a great job.
That's how it is.
What an honor to roast Ron Jeremy, right, guys?
Fuck Ron Jeremy. He fucked in the green room. The green room was the size of this table. All right.
And he fucked a girl.
He fucked a girl in the bathroom
while
everybody came in to get a beer, and it smelled like buttholes and yeast infections. Fuck that.
Yeah, he fucked a girl in the green room. There was 8 other people on the roast. And he fucked the girl in the smallest green room. How Ron Jeremy is that?
Yeah.
So we all had to leave the green room, obviously. Just fucking a girl in a bathroom stall. That's all there is one stall door.
Yeah.
He's blatantly fucking a girl.
It sounded like that. It sounded exactly like that.
The last time we did around, which was more fun. Now, we're doing some comedy. We had a laugh.
You
guys missed it. Me and Tony both went off the rails.
Yeah.
It's an insane fucking show. The East Side. It was East Side. Yeah. We're going to be there tonight. We're going there after the show. We are doing comedy at the Comedy Underground. We're telling you, smoke weed and fucking get high, and we're going to do a
my plan for tonight is, you remember the great Andy Kaufman when he did Radio City Music Hall? He took everybody out for film exhibitions afterwards to play after he did that. What I want to do tonight is I want us all to go stand music comedy and watch us do stand-up comedy. It's going to be crazy. If I'm telling a lie, then let there be a profile of my head right behind me. Anyway, what's exciting about being here, though, is that we do crazy shit here. And I'm really excited about tonight. Doing Patriots tonight? I can't wait right now. Yeah, unfortunately, we weren't able to bring an Iron Patriot tonight, guys. So there's not going to be any Patriots tonight.
I've been fucking with you all night. You guys have no idea.
And again,
Bathroom cameras, your girlfriend's went to the bathroom. I haven't. You want to make a deal?
But then again, what if just for one time Ryan wasn't there? What if there actually was? What if there just happened to be a Patriot? Now, here on tonight's show, keep us safe. But that would be the first episode ever that there wasn't one, and that ain't gonna happen tonight, Toronto. I present to you our head of security for the evening, the first ever Canadian Patriot, ladies and gentlemen. Holy shit. Make sure he doesn't trip. Put him in front of the mic, Fuck yeah. The one-man fire hazard. Canadian Patriot, perhaps our girthiest Patriot we've ever had. Lots of poutine in that robot system going on.
Yeah. Not really the big point.
Looks like if the guy that played Bane got hired as Iron Man. Here's a Canadian Patriot, everybody. Come on. It's one of you. That suit almost looks like it was on my carry-on the entire way here from LA. It looks like it was shoved in a bag that I had to put 7 days worth of clothes in.
Yeah.
I mean, so tight that everything was just the size of a softball.
But luckily, Tony only wears clothing that's the size of a piece of paper, right?
Right, because it's so tight.
No, seriously, if you put this in that luggage, you can have 1 million of those. Like this scarf, this sweater, I could have 1 million of those sweaters.
Ryan, it's a medium. It's not like some superhuman thing. The size of cozy list, but the other dimension.
I wear thicker cotton so you can't see my nipples like a Patriot.
Holy shit. Canadian Patriot. Read these people.
Let's move.
There you go.
Canadian Patriot, what's your favorite item on the menu in Canada?
There you go.
Tim Martin's for life, bro.
100% Patriot, 100% Canadian.
Yep, 100%.
You're batting it out, right? For those of you that don't know, we always had a Patriot. Now we've replaced it with a new Patriot each week. It's our first time ever having a Canadian Patriot. So I'm so excited about that. 77th episode of Bill Tony, our first Canadian Patriot.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't seem very proud of that.
Yeah, you guys don't have like the pride we have in the United States. We're USA, yeah.
Patriot, you're excited about tonight's show, right? Okay, yeah, just a thumbs up. Always good for podcasting. I'm sure those listeners are going to really feel the power of that thumb. The fucking love it. Well, I'm excited about this show, too. As always, we have 2 comics. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to spend too much time with us tonight, so it's going to be Redman and I carrying the ship, Titanic style, and by that I mean we are going
you guys think about that? I feel like I failed harder in Chinese combo. That's fun.
Yeah, Magnus. I was telling him ever since the Rose, Magnus just slayed. He just stayed.
Yeah.
He looks like a Bond villain, and he roasts like a Bond villain. This fucking guy, he just stood there, just kept his straight face the entire. It was like one of the funniest Rose performances I've ever seen. I'm such a big fan of roasting. I mean that. And he would just be like, "You're fucking ugly." And he just this fucking type of thing, like no real, like it was just a great performance. And John, yours was good too. I hosted the thing.
Oh wow, that was a significant step down. It was. John was also available for tonight.
I was gonna go like jokingly with it, and then I'm like, no, I won't make that joke. And then I'm like, oh, I ended up right in the middle. So I gave my drop that real
You understand that you're like, this is the president of Russia. This is the mayor of Delaware.
Right, probably be the mayor.
Coincidentally, Magnus looks like the president of Russia. Yeah. I was so much better on the roast. I was so much better on the roast.
But yeah, John.
No, it's all you. What do you want? We have Crown Royal.
We get some cups.
Yeah, we
I
get
cups. Ice in the green room.
Yeah, you can use my Starbucks cup if you want. I put it in.
Oh, big forever. With a clear cup, it's barely anything. All right. The party. The iPad just jizzed out some crap.
No, I just don't have a volume control.
I love it. You guys know questions? Oh yeah, Patriot. Canadian Patriot. I'm very excited about this. Canadian Patriot, do you have any questions for us?
It's pretty much like Canada, but it's more narrow. It's like, doesn't it seem like it's like maybe like Legend of Zelda in Sweden? I think it is.
Like, have you ever played an Ocarina of Time?
Have you ever played a video game? Really?
Why do that when I can just keep it in read mode?
You are so much better than
I fucking love him. I am like a huge Magnus Fenner fan, and I've only seen him do one thing ever, and that was Rose 2 nights ago. You and me soul fan. I fucking love his style. You look like every bad guy from like the Boondocks names and like all that shit. But he's always
the principal from Back to the Future.
John Moses over there. I forget what Moses got. Is that 3 points? John Moses, you look like they said this was the rest of you look like the coach in the Red Hot Cherry. You guys remember that guy? The coach of Gary or whatever? We don't have much time with you guys because we are in like the middle of a crazy Toronto comedy festival. You guys have shows stuff that we get off to. So let's get right into it, shall we? Oh wait, did you have a question for John Moses?
Fucking typical Canadian question. Who writes these guys? Just so you guys know, there wouldn't have been a need for Canadian Patriot 2 weeks ago prior to that Ottawa incident. But now they're going to up security measures, so they're buying all the equipment from America. In a week, they're going to start rolling in all the Ferguson that they're not using there anymore. So,
was the Ottawa shooter redhead?
yeah.
Was he really?
No.
Oh, I thought he was. I just tried to guess what the conversation was about. Something about that Canadian shooter. Oh yeah, a lot of people. I have a question. Is the Canadian school shooter that he used AK-47? I've always wanted to do that. I'm not sure on the crowd. I got to tweet that the other day. figure out how to tweet it properly. I didn't know whether to go A question mark, like I didn't know how to tweet it. How do you spell the A that you guys say? Whoa, that's so universal. I asked a carload of people. Fun fact, I asked a carload of 30 Americans. And they all had a different response. One was like AH, one was like EGH. I'm like, what the fuck? That's not like a clearing name. Yeah. Disgusting.
Tony, you know the best thing about being in Canada?
What?
Is that the Josh Martin of Canada is twice as horrible at his job than at normal.
Josh Martin, none of them are anywhere near where this is
Soundboard at all, no.
It's so classic.
It's so classic.
But it's good. It's just like typical Josh Martin getting the best angle in the back of the room. Here he is.
Yeah.
Hey, it's like Josh Martin, guys. Why do you walk like a mom in a shopping mall? Did everybody see that walk down the thing with his arms to his sides, like he's carrying like little sticks or something? What the fuck was that?
That's the worst.
Is that how you walk? Walk to the back and then walk back again. Walk, motherfucker, walk. No, walk how you walk. Don't try to be funny.
It's not that.
Now you're trying too hard. Walk how you walk, motherfucker. Walk back. Walk to me.
This is like an introduction to acting.
This is like the worst DUI checkpoint ever.
It really
Walk how you walk. You're walking differently now. It's gone nuts. Why are you trying to be funny? It's funny how you walked the first time. Now it's not funny. All I asked you to do was walk away. Do you walk? You can't even fucking do that? Walk, motherfucker. That's a little bit better, yeah. Okay, now walk. Everybody should be watching this. Okay, now walk back just like that. Like how you started. Not with the fucking... Yeah, that's how you walk. He's holding. That's exactly how you fucking walk. And you knew it the whole time when you were fake walking because you're like, oh man, everybody always tells me I have a weird walk and it's about to be in the universe. Right? So I'm gonna fucking fake cool walk. And that's not nothing. It's gonna get it out of you. It is. No, it really is. That's the crazy game, man. That's explain how it works, guys. Comedians, a lot of people signed up tonight. I know it's some people like first time, and a lot of people travel. And this and that, blah, blah, blah. We got a bucket here. Same bucket that we always have. Comedians sign up for the chance to do 60 seconds on stage at any time, uninterrupted. You know, your 60 seconds is up performance. You make the sound.
That's way too loud.
That's kidding. That's the kidding to be loud. You better suck your set then, or else you're going to bring out the angry talking player. But it sounds like. Okay, I'm pretty sure Magnus and John have to go to the show now. So let's get it started. You ready for this? Kill Tony, live from Toronto. So much fun. Dave Bucky, Dave Bird, anything can happen. Put your hands together. Derek or Don. Take your time. There's a whole lot of fire hazards going on here, so take your time. Okay. There you go. I can wrap it up there. That's like right there, Derek. Got it. Derek or Don, everybody, come on.
How's it going, guys? Listen, you go to a parties are fun. Parties in Canada are a lot of fun because lots of things are available in the States. You have lots of fun. You have a conversation with your friends. How's it going? Oh my God, it's crazy, man. What TV shows you watching? Oh, I'm loving Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones, man, that's so cool. Yeah, I love Game of Thrones. Breaking Bad, so badass. And you look in the corner, oh, look at Rothschild'S Files are the best show. What the fuck was that guy? I don't know. And then there's like this one uncomfortable mother, and he's like, he's all quiet. Oh yeah, man, what show are you watching? Oh, I don't watch television. I don't own a television. Record scratch right there. You're like, oh, now his problem is our problem, okay? Yeah, I'm not judging against people who don't watch TV. Actually, I am. I'm sorry. Who are these fucking people? Who are these self-imposed martyrs? You know what I'm saying?
Brought out the bear. There are more bears in Canada. Bears are dumb. Nice to meet you, Derek.
That's the fastest minute of my life, and I knew that was going to happen. It was the longest of mine.
Fuck yeah, John Harrison. Welcome to the show. You did it, huh? I love it. Fuck yeah, you're right in. What are your initial thoughts about Derek's first impression? That means he's gonna cut off your head after the show. I'm not gonna get this translated. That's what that means. No. Derek, where are you from?
I am from Burlington, Ontario, just outside here.
You've got to stand up a while?
It's my very, very first time.
Wow. Yeah. Maybe on the menu, I've heard friends with people like you've never done like the mic or anything.
I've done nothing with dinosaurs.
What made you want to come out tonight?
This podcast kicks ass, Canada kicks ass, stand-up comedy kicks ass. I don't know, man. Lots of things, I suppose.
Something you want to do now?
It is something I like doing. It's like me and my wife get together and we just review all 1 minute of it.
How long you been married for?
10 years.
Shit. How old are you?
I am 39.
39. Stand-up comedy.
Get it right, Joe. Yeah.
Like on stage the first time, you're playing like Barbie or something like right back right now. But you really need to make every 10 seconds that you just smile. Because if I'm watching you more than 30 seconds, there's something wrong with it. Why is it that way?
He's doing roast mode.
I think other folks still
He's the roast.
I love the sriracha hot sauce. Sure.
Yeah. Target. Yeah, Target.
That's good for Target.
That's amazing.
Oh, what do you do for work?
I'm an animator.
Why do you apologize for nothing?
I'm Canadian.
Oh, Canadian. That's the most Canadian thing I've ever seen.
Sorry.
How's that the first word? Like he didn't even do anything to apologize. I've never seen that before. It's like if you saw like a dragon in the sky and you're like, wow, I've never seen one of those. That's exactly the feeling. It's like, what the fuck are you apologizing about? You didn't do anything. Did your dick fall out or something? We didn't notice. What could you possibly mean?
I'm sorry, I can't
say anything else. I would like to apologize, first of all.
Yeah.
You can do that anytime. You can just apologize all the time.
You're waiting for an apology. I'm not going to give it to you. I'm sorry, I can't rock a...
He can't not apologize. He cannot apologize.
This is how stereotypes are remembered.
Sorry, the spirit of Josh Martin living on through John. Fuck yeah. Derek Verdon.
That was like 99% set up, and I didn't get it where I wanted to go as fast as I wanted.
No, we know.
But I'm not sorry about that.
We know what the fuck that was.
And I'm like the dog generous.
It's like waking up in a hospital room and you're missing half your foot. And you're like, oh my god, half my foot's gone. And the doctor comes in and he's like, we had to take out half your foot. And you're like, I fucking see that, man. How's that there's no foot? No, we know what happened here tonight, Derek. I didn't get an answer. What do you do for work? You just started apologizing out of nowhere.
I do animation for television.
Wow.
Kids shows.
Behind dicks and shit. Like it's like, hey, everyone learn to breathe. And you're like,
yeah, I tried that kind of stuff, but
and they never get to. No, seriously, you always, as an artist, Seriously, apologies and everything, like the crowd just spell out, I'm sorry. Because you're not gonna be working at that job in like 3 or 5 years. So you want to be able to show you hit it again. That's how you leave your mark. That's how you leave your mark, right? Totally. He does it every day.
I do try sneaking stuff into my work, but it gets fun.
What have you tried to sneak in before?
Sorry?
What have you tried to sneak in before?
Good. Blood is good. Son. What?
Drawing on some children's stuff.
On just stupid stuff, like, you have, like, say, background characters, you have crowds of characters, sometimes you try to get a guy to grab the other guy's crotch or something like that, or just try to do it really slow, and then, just the player supervisor doesn't notice it, whatever. I had a guy try to grab an ass and stuff like that, just little silly things like that.
Wow, you like your background characters to be like all that stuff. I'll just select the background characters and tweet for it.
I live vicariously through these medical characters.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Yeah, if you're gonna keep doing comedy, you should speak in a punchline.
Oh, you son of a bitch. You've been sitting on that one for a while, huh? Just waiting. He's like, no, get this in now. I might not be able to use it later.
I'm only here for another minute.
I know. I can't believe you guys let it go. But at least we got it. You guys have to go.
I want one more. All right, let's do it.
Derek, thank you so much. Derek, everybody. You have Derek going straight to the bucket. Jordan Johnson. Be careful coming up here, Jordan. Oh boy. Be careful, Jordan.
Are you ever just how dumb you can be? I was taking a shower this morning, 2 minutes in, and I'm like, did I wash my hair? I couldn't remember. And so I felt pretty dumb, and it's actually the first time I've ever done the instruction number 3, the repeat part. The rinse repeat. And you only have 4 things to do in the shower, so I couldn't believe that. The phrase, time flies when you're having fun. Everyone knows that. As a person with a borderline debilitating fear of death, that scares the shit out of me. Time flies when you're having fun. So now I'm just trying to be miserable everywhere that I go. I'm doing Windows updates all the time, trying to follow old people in line. Just, trying to hate my job. I work in sales, so I'm always waiting for someone to say yes. So anyway, that's about it. I also try to do bad comedy too, to make my life a little longer.
Grab that mic.
So you're like Tom Hart on them. Whoa, I've never heard that.
That's a huge compliment to that guy.
Thank you.
But yeah, what'd you say at the end about
I was going to say that one of the things I like to do to elongate my life is do bad comedy and not get any laughs. Don't shoot yourself. What you got a couple of laughs?
Yeah, you did good. That was very good.
Been there a minute though.
Yeah, you always got to do your time.
And then the first, the rinse repeat, like big time, time to have fun or whatever. It was 2 separate ideas. Yeah, 2 separate ideas. Oh, all right.
Yeah, so you're
I just want some clarification. I was just like, because it ended up with that. I was like, oh, it was lucky.
Thank you for making time. Why? Like, okay, you're saying, like, you don't want time to go fast. What? Then you'll get it.
You wake up one day and like,
So maybe you have a great day, something like that at the beginning, where you time flies, and that means something dies.
There'll be some fight and like a rinse repeat thing.
And by the way, as I'm looking at it right now, you didn't wash your hair. What's your first impression? Do you want to like a drug addict? Oh, yeah. Right. Oh, no. That looks like he has a lot of that. Not expensive.
Maybe one ex that he hasn't let go of since high school.
You always dress like a school shooter. What's your story, Jordan? What do you do for work?
I work in online marketing.
You've been to stand up before?
Never.
This is your first time ever going out.
Hey,
Like we're like some weird baby. We're like a baby.
I have a question. What's the T-shirt underneath that? That's your. I'm underneath my shirt.
I'm guessing a heavy metal band, by the way.
Yeah, me too. Me too. QLC, it's a Toronto radio station I used to work at. QLC.
What do they play? What do they play?
Classic rock. All right. That's cool.
Bravo! I bet you have an ACD t-shirt. You definitely have a Metallica shirt.
No Metallica shirt.
Sometimes you just like paint black makeup under your eyes and go out.
I'm more of a rap guy, actually.
Really?
For real.
I can see
From Office Space is playing in my head where he rolls up the window.
I had dinner at So Real tonight. Right now. China.
I don't want to leave this.
I know, right?
You don't have to leave. Really, you don't. You're a comedian. It's completely amazing if you're an hour late to a show.
Yeah, if you're an hour late, the audience is going to be like, no, this guy's going to fucking kill. Like, that's what we're going to fucking like, you know, only real shit. You get away with that.
No, it's real shit. But like, well, I'm 20 minutes early. I'm a comedian. No, you're going to suck, right?
No, you're a professional.
Hey. Let's get this poor soul off stage and get one more in, all right?
Oh, wait, correct. That was later, Jordan.
Yeah, I think we do. Fellas, man, I would love to stay.
We're going to throw Magnus Bender and John Moses in for another show. You guys all know we're going to have fun. Magnus and John are great. Follow them on Twitter. And John Moses, you actually have the John Moses Twitter handle, am I right?
I was early on that.
That's crazy, dude. Congrats. And Magnus Bender is MAGNUSBETNER. Extremely funny comedians, guys. Honestly.
God, thanks so much, man.
I was going to go with no panelists tonight, but they were so funny. I invited them to say hi for a long time.
I took the exit. But it's Canadian ecstasy.
So it's not going to work. The host is cupcake. That's Canadian. The double.
Get a name, bro. Taco Bell?
What?
Name out of
Why do you keep saying Goldust, sir? Goldust is mad at me. What? Who would be Brian? I'm guessing Brian, everybody. Brian's just taking over, just grabbing names. I love it. You ready for it? Lose right now exactly when you want to do it?
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Your hands go for Dave Bastion, everybody. Oh, shit.
Hey guys, who would want to see this? Taking one of those I ate so much crap dinners for two asshole kind of shits. I always kind of figured that's what anal sex feels like. Well, half the experience. I know I probably shouldn't start with a shit joke, but me and shit have a special relationship.
urine, that's gonna.
Hey, when you eat shrimp and there's that food trail, just like scarf it down.
I can't say I have.
Pretty tiny trail. I mean, I'd imagine a guy that looks like this does lines of the skin trail. I mean, this guy looks like a fucking lumberjack meets the child molestee. Like, you look like the kid that gets molested in a lumberjack cross. You have a baby face with a man beard and belly. It's really bizarre. I mean, it's like Duck Dynasty if they actually played with little ducks.
Yeah.
So, like, it's not a tough guy, but a little baby at the same time. Do you sleep in this big crib?
Just a big fan.
Do you drink a lot of milk?
No.
You don't drink milk?
He's
I
like, oh,
probably
what?
should.
You seem like you would.
Milk's expensive.
Where do you get your calcium from? Just eating the bones of the animals that you eat?
I guess so.
You even laugh like a little kid. Look at you. You just like have this little big giggle. You can't even control it.
I'm giggly.
Your everything doesn't match your look. Like I feel like you took over your dad's body and then came to the show. You're like, I want to do this show, but I look too much like a baby. Dad, let me get your body. You just did some like fucking selfie out of the lumberjack library. And
What do you do for a living?
I've always done some construction.
I can tell. You're gonna be hammered. So we can see your ass crack when you're like fucking doing hammer.
I put up in the shirt.
Do your friends ever?
I feel like by the way, I feel like I need those jeans. It's just like a baby one season, but like the shirt actually connects to the bottom. I'm a baby in construction. You're like Bob the Builder. A giant man baby. I've never gone off on a man baby run like this, and it took this guy to inspire it from me. Like, I'm like 12 jokes in on this fucking goo gaga.
You know what I want to do with this guy? You want to do a
Train conductor.
You know what I want to do with this guy? I want to go all day in and like go into the pool, hold you, and do in the pool and dip your head like baby. That's what I want to do.
Have you ever
You
been
wouldn't
back?
need the water's help to hold you.
You would need a what?
The water's help to hold you.
Water's help.
Right. So
You have an accident with somebody far north from here. So how far north are you from?
Just about an hour.
Adrian, what do you think about this guy?
Yeah, what's an hour north from here? If you had to guess what was an hour north from here, what would you guess? Yeah.
He's right. That's why I moved down here.
Right. So like when you get the marijuana bill, like you're where you would be in a continental championship marijuana like diamond studded. You got that at one of these like shady foreign shops.
Right now you're not looking at my neck or my wrist. My joke.
Oh, I already forgot about your joke. I have the memory of a
Taco Bell.
Taco Bell. By the way, Diet Coke, thank you. Starbucks, thank you. Chef Elite Lincoln, thank you.
Oh, that's the bird of truth. We could get another coffee guy.
You know what? I like the burger too, but that does inspire questions that I like to ask sometimes. Like, the run.
What's up?
I like to call this question the Ron Funches question. What scares you?
What scares me? I was pretty scared of this actually, but it seemed to go well.
What else scares you? I'm talking about what are you actually scared of? Like something weird. Spiders, moths, bees walking you look like a man baby. What scares you?
Well, that was a new one, but
Nothing that scares you.
it really did.
What are you afraid of? The IRS? You don't have an IRS.
I don't know.
What do you guys do for taxes? Just like throw money in the street like, oh, everything's good. all pizza from? By the way, that's absolutely fucking true. I can't eat pizza, and it's the only thing that's open late night around here. And so I end up having to fucking like everywhere else I go, it's fine. Except for Toronto. But it's only during the week. People don't do it anymore. Really, there's a big difference between American and Canada that I've noticed because I've been moved a lot. And fucking, you guys don't do much during the week. You don't know what I'm talking about. You or you. You can't possibly fathom my perspective. All you can do is know why would he say it if it's bullshit. You guys, we go every night. We get every night. And LA goes every night. New York City goes every night. You pretty much go every night. Toronto, Monday through Friday, Monday through Thursday. Nothing. There's nothing going on. Now, what do you do on a Monday through Thursday? Just tell us before you go. About 6 p.m. You're telling me that you didn't have a 6 p.m. yesterday? Oh, you're the only guy in the world that just buys. What were you doing at 6 p.m.? Sorry, dude. I go from 5:59 to 6:01 like that.
My film roommates brought me to this spoken word poetry thing where they were raising money for a film.
How many fingers did you have in your butthole when you spoken word what?
Spoken word poetry to raise money for a film.
You do spoken
They
word
probably a lot. I went up on stage and played harmonica for a minute.
Of course you play harmonica! We love you in Blues Traveler, man. Of course you fucking play the harmonica. Oh, shit. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, Jeremy! I didn't fucking guess that, by the way. That would have been one of my, I was so fucking close, but I totally would have guessed that. That you look like the kind of guy that would play a harmonica, and if you would have fucking pulled that out, I would have just staged you for the first time and felt that made it. Just ran out and started like, Dave, I like your fucking style. You're a cool guy. This is your first time in the beverage.
Very first.
You're the puppy mill.
Yeah, I'll let
you see the second one. Unfortunately, I'll just see you progress. But the thing is, it makes me feel comfortable being silly. And it seems like the first one is exactly like I felt comfortable in the first one. I would like to say. Yeah,
thank you.
Dave Baxter, there you go. He's on Twitter at Big James 6669. Wow, the old all right, everybody. Maybe I should take back these 7 insults I laid out on him before the very skinny voodoo doll made tonight. World's skinniest voodoo doll. That's how they hit you with voodoo doll, everybody. I can fit in your pocket. Fuck yeah, Dave Baxter. Wow, representative. Oh yeah. You know what that song means? Our iPad's gone crazy again. So much fun. Patriot, how you doing over there? How much maple syrup? How much do you love maple syrup? Your next comedian. His name is Justin McQueen. Take your time, Justin. Very, very okay. Nothing awesome waiting to happen.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm Justin McFly. You guys ever treat your dick like a cookie? Yeah. I'll mean to crash that won't work. I certainly don't mean to cram it in your kid's mouth when he starts crying either. You guys are sick. I can't believe you think of that shit. Jesus. Happened to me the other day, though, because I was preparing some hot peppers, and I forgot about it. I got a little romantic with myself. And next thing you know, it felt like I stuck my dick in a hell full of fire ants, right? I'm a thinker. I'm a smart guy, so I think what works when I eat hot peppers, but it also works when I pump them. So I crammed my dick in a glass of milk like a scaled biscotti. But if you guys know what biscotti is, it's a white cookie 7 inches long, hard as a rock. sure why it's in a glass though. I've been at work all day. You.
In the prematurely ejaculating what's Justin, this is not your first time doing this.
No.
You've been doing it for quite a while.
Yeah, 2 years.
He's pro. Exactly.
He's really good at being a stand comic. You're probably one of the people that beat the fuck out of Toronto. And you become a successful comic.
Yeah,
What's your story, man?
I'm from Detroit.
Oh, you came here from Detroit?
Yeah, I drove out from Detroit.
Holy shit. Wow. You made the trip for that?
Yeah, just for this.
Just for that?
Yep.
You came from Detroit?
Yep.
How far of a trip?
About 5 hours.
Wow. Holy shit, that is so cool. You did a great job. What's your story, man? What do you do for work?
I'm an electrical engineer.
Why do you laugh like that after you say it?
It's shocked, dude.
It's like he said that he's like some kind of like, I'm a clown for dedicated. Like an electrical engineer is no laughing matter. I'm a heart surgeon. Like what? No. Stay away from my electrical.
We're not really known for charm.
Okay, you always laugh after everything you say, huh? We're not really known for our charm or our wit. It's so creepy.
Really is.
Oh wow! You're the one wearing the God T-shirt underneath that T-shirt. Fuck yeah, man.
I have that same t-shirt. It sucks. I feel like he broke into my house, killed and raped my girlfriend after she was dead, and stole my shirt. Then traveled to Toronto.
I love your look tonight, by the way. It looked like the Death Squad passing out. You got a smart pregnant, and fucking cool. You guys sort of have the same blue look going on. Are we playing softball after this or something? Like what's going on? Am I not on the blue team?
No, really, there's nothing I could give you advice for because you're a good comic. So it sucks when good comics come to the show. Good comics. Yeah.
By the way, it does not suck when good comics come to the show. If you just listen to that part, that was just reading lines. So part of the story. Justin, so let's talk about something that's been you not talking about. What do you talk about when you're on stage? Bunch of dick jokes, fucking cookies, that whole thing.
Dicks, pussy jokes, some racial shit.
You always did not laugh. Just like the other guy couldn't start something without apologizing, he just laughs afterwards.
Nothing that's gonna get me an MC gig, really.
What?
You can't be dirty.
You always laugh. I love that. It's the most adorable thing ever. How old are you? How old are you?
Me, I'm 31.
Justin, so let's talk about something that could be funny that you're not talking about. What's your relationship with your mom?
I'm not talking to my mom.
Perfect. Here we go. What happened?
I tried to get her to donate to a charity I was raising money for, and then she just got fucking offended when I told her like $1 would be not enough.
So, like, what was the charity for? Is she like rich or something? Like, what's the story here? Like, all of a sudden I picture like she's some kind of like Downton Abbey lady, some castle, and you're like, Mom, I have a charity. Get away from me. You've never admitted you were one of my children. Like, I don't even claim you. Were you born on this?
No.
Are you
can
like,
tell.
Are you
You got my like cheeks.
like a little baby Lannister over here?
He's got pears where there's supposed to be apples.
More like grapefruit to me, but Justin, you eat a lot of grapes?
No, not really.
I can tell. So this thing with your mom, how did it happen? What went down? After you said the dollars on the what's the charity for?
There's a Make-A-Wish Foundation.
So why are you her for $1? Why are you giving this to Make-A-Wish? Why would you just give it to your cousin? asking your mom for money for you to buy pot. Is this what happened and you just said it was a make-a-wish and now you like believe your own lie? Oh wow, you went from so nervous you were giggling to like a Pepe Le Pew up here. Look at that. Look how quick everything changes.
This is match.
Right. Oh wow. Sitting in like that. Wow. It was like a different age than we used to be. Like back in the day, they used to sit on the stage like couples. Justin. Okay, so you're not talking with your mom because she wouldn't give money. That's dying now. Is it because it's on your mom's side or not on your mom's side? Oh, this is not. She didn't end up giving anything.
No. I don't even want her money.
But then you didn't want her money. You didn't not want her money before.
Yeah, I did want her.
Yeah, you wanted it really good. But yeah, you wanted to fuck your mom. Admit it right now, Justin, on this podcast.
I do.
Yeah. Alright, well, you know, maybe just make up something about why you don't listen to her. Do you like your dad?
Yeah, I do.
What's the story? He's an engineer too, right?
No, he's a
So what is that? A tip set? He just bronze his tits all day? What is this fucking job?
I know. It's because my dad was one too.
What do you mean your dad was?
No. Like Kid Smith's going to Crease and they compare turquoise together. You guys know what turquoise is? It's a mineral. So imagine if your dad was really into turquoise.
Yeah.
Me and this guy's dad compare turquoise together in Crease.
Everybody else is getting dizzy. Okay, so it's Hit Smith.
Google it.
It's Hit Smith?
Kid Smith.
T-I-T?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. Are you fucking with me? What does this Hit Smith do?
Plastic surgery.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
I'm just kidding.
Literally something since your dad was on surgery. Your parents are still married.
No.
So he's a plastic surgeon. Your parents are divorced.
He's actually.
Why are you what the fuck is he, dude? What's going on here? What are we playing? Some kind of improv game or something? I'm asking you a question. What does your dad do for work? Is it Rob Ford? Is that why you're not telling us?
He's a microphone.
What did he do?
He was a tinsmith.
A tinsmith.
Yes.
What the fuck is a tinsmith? We're right back to where we started. What are you going to tell me now? Oh, he just nailed the tin man one time. I was just kidding. Oh, come on, man.
Yeah.
What's a tinsmith?
They make stuff out of sheet metal.
I can see why he's retired. Pretty sure that job is on his side with all the other smiths. The blacksmith, cutlery smith. I made that one up. Justin, I love you. Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah.
All right, good. Justin. He's on Twitter at Jimtron_0. There you go. Do you want to cut that off? Elvis. Is it McQuaid or McQuad? McQuaid or McQuad? Say it. Hello. He's not even listening. Oh, McLeod. Okay. Yeah. He laughed after he said that, by the way. Is it Jimtron? JIBTRON_0. Oh, that's crazy. Dude, that's crazy. First time in America. From the Motor City. Makes sense. He's motor people. Nothing on that? Okay. I guess that's that one part where I say something funny that just doesn't get anything. Everybody daydreaming at the same time. I get it. It's good construction people. But just stay in the pocket. And it's going to be your next comedian, Sean Chester. sign up for this show and just talk about having to shit my pants. I can't use the restroom that's right here where I'm signing up because then if I take a shit, I won't have anything to talk about. This night could be crazy where instead of shitting, I could just talk about almost shitting my pants.
I love insurance, so you too.
What was that word? Digital? The digital?
And digital insurance.
Yeah, he does. Sure, absolutely. But he's a little bit choppy tonight, huh? Looks like this isn't the first day you improvised donuts, my friend. Holy shit. I get the feeling this is not your first fucking...
You know what's cool is that I know exactly what you did. You just signed up like, hey, why not? And you did it. And for the first time in your life, you're like, holy shit, I did comedy that night. And tomorrow, you'll be like, holy shit, I did comedy that night. And you're going to realize comedy is the best job in the whole entire world.
We need to work. He's selling donuts.
Retro toys.
Retro toys? Really? What's like a cool retro toy? You know, like Ghostbusters? Or are you talking about like old toys? Or
Like
ones
90s babies.
Did you remake the toy or you just put out the toys that already been made? That's great. Really? Did a bank. Doesn't want a bank. Whoever doesn't want a bank, I'm out of this right now. You ain't down. Hell yeah. Yeah, that sure is. Did you know? You're like 3D. You're built like outward. You go like straight out. Not much like on the side. It's sort of like it's almost like you have like octuplets ready to explode out of you. Like it's sort of like a yeah. So you had pancake donuts. Would you have for dinner after that? That's what they're going to be saying for a long time. That was their last meal. So like what you ate for dinner yesterday? Was that like a normal diet? Like you just go in and try to make something out of something? What restaurants you ate? Anything like normal? Yeah. I mean, lamb shish kebab is just like playing craps with the devil. You know what I mean? Literally, craps. Craps with cannabis. Okay. So, I mean, what I'm trying to get at is maybe there's something, maybe you can have like a hilarious comedy show or something. Try to make donuts out of shit.
I think it's cool you actually did comedy, man. That's really cool that you just did comedy. That's amazing. Maybe think about it next time you do it, right?
Obviously, you have a real, like, fun having at it. I mean, you gotta go like, what else have you done? Sean Chesterfield.
Give it up for Sean.
He's on Twitter at one Chesterfield. Is that right? The number one Chesterfield. That's him. But if Canada gets Twitter first, he's gonna call him like such a common Twitter name. John Smith won. Like what? You're John Smith won? Fucking crazy up here. Love working with people. Ooh, for me, I'm Patrick.
To the house, get her out of the pile. Said something to make me mad. Said something that I couldn't believe. Other left. I broke my phone recently. On my project, right? They told me you gotta get a case. You gotta use protection. It just doesn't feel good. So like, fuck around without a case. I forgot what the joke. You fuck around without a case. I forgot the joke. You fuck around without a case. You could end up breaking your phone, or worse, end up adding a line to your family. I can't afford to do either,
let you do it at the kiosk, right at the mall. Breaking your phone with your girlfriend, been together for 2 full years, you can't get into your mouth anymore, and the front is completely fucked.
Wow, Liam Patrick. But yeah, very, very funny, man. So you're Canadian. Really? Where are you from?
Buffalo.
Holy shit. How long have you been living in Canada?
Buffalo is like
He was so proud to not be from Canada, yet way too proud to be from Buffalo. Like, I'm like, holy shit, dude. I'm like, holy shit, we have somebody come all the way from Manhattan, New York. This is going to be incredible. He just goes, that's right. Buffalo. And everybody's just like, boo. It sounds insane. You're Buffalo confident. Fuck yeah, man. You love that place, huh? You're never leaving Buffalo. You're the king of Buffalo. You're just going to keep crushing in Buffalo. Fuck yeah, man. So you're born and raised in Buffalo. This is your first time out of Buffalo. Right? Oh, that's so funny. How old are you?
25 today.
Wow, happy birthday, man. Guys. Yeah. How cool is that? It's like some kind of crazy episode. What's crazy is like TV shows try to produce shit to make stuff organically happen. Like they try so hard, you would never believe. They cast, they wait. This show just has always developing storyline just out of complete coincidence. Literally pulling names out of a fucking bucket. Everybody's like 3 people's first time. One guy drove 5 hours as serial killer. Liam, I loved you earlier when you played Magnus Vector on this podcast. So how long have you been on stand-up?
About a year.
About a year. You're doing it all out of Buffalo. How many spots a week?
2 or 3.
What do you do about that? Okie dokie, there you go. Are you red? Is that red hair? I can't really tell.
It is.
Wow. Number 2, somebody kill that ginger for me real quick. Laughing ginger. The old road. That's so fun. The red matches the hair. They have a mustache. It's quite hilarious. I mean, those look like the red underneath. Usually they like always try to like in the last second, like their last words as the gurgling is happening, like through the whole. They're always like, "What? Just the red hair." That's when they part in the they take a little yeah, that's pretty fun. I might talk about that from now on. I'm gonna do that tonight at Comedy Underground. Yeah, Comedy Underground. I love how much I love splitting right there. I'm just gonna keep going about all that shit. I'm gonna do that. You guys just got to see me write a comedy. How about writing a comedy bit for 2 people? Not counting. Absolutely, I've never seen it. Anyway, come in for the VIP part of the show. Liam, I like your style, man. You're a funny guy. Do you ever go down to New York and try anything down there?
I used to fucking Asian girl. In the financial.
All right, dude. Obviously, now that we know that you fuck dudes. New York? I fucked an Asian girl once, and like, come on, dude. Get to the New York part of the Asian girl talk. We believe you. We all fucked an Asian girl.
It's the right thing to do.
No, it's not the right thing to do. It's shallowest pussies ever. Asian girls are always going to hit a wall. You're not going to have fun. It's horrible. Like if you want to fuck a real girl, fuck a real girl. vagina, white vagina. She's just like clapping her clits together. She has multiple clits. She has this giant vagina. The Asian girl you had sex with, that's her massage.
How much did she fire in year one?
Yeah, well, we went to the story to this. It happened a couple times. She's like,
Oh, you look so funny. That's a soy sauce bottle. You look like the soy sauce without the no sodium.
Maggie and
Batman?
how about the fuck? How did you know that she wanted to have sex with you? She just like, she just came into your bedroom. She's like,
I'm a 37.
alright. How'd you guys meet?
A friend who was also sexually abusive.
Having sex with an Asian, he says that like it's like he fucked a horse or something. Well, I found a friend and I can fucking goats, and I'm like, alright,
Yeah,
I'll let this fantasy out.
You do that with a brown haired girl? You don't.
Like, right. Man, I was hanging out with my buddy, you know, he's a crazy dude.
I had sex with an Asian, and it was amazing because she had this whole thing.
Are there not Asians in Buffalo or something? Like, you talk about it like it's a fucking unicorn.
We have more.
I once had sex with an Asian. Like, there's fucking Asians everywhere, man. There's an Asian girl right here. Hello. She doesn't even know where she's at right now. She was just drawn in by the samurai sword.
She gave me a look, Tony. She has that thing on her arm. The thing I was talking about. Where the rope was, where she was carried into this country. There's a
come on. Don't say that. She was so nice.
No.
She made the Patriot outfit.
No, there's a can. It's like a watch for her. She uses it as a watch.
I love it. Yeah.
Alright, good job.
Do you always wear your mom's sweater out at night? Is this a new thing?
This was a birthday present today from my mom.
I didn't get the harmonica, but by God, if I didn't get the sweater get on. Damn, I like your style, man. Thank you so much. Oh, I see what you're saying. Happy birthday. Happy birthday ever. For the whitest guy, like he has fucking a red mop on his head. It's like, that's what Ronald McDonald looks like after a long day at work.
You know, Tony,
Has this white and red hair, floppy and stiff.
you know, Tony,
Yes, Red.
I could ask this question, but was there like something that you used to do when you first started doing comedy that like really embarrassed you? That you're like, I can't believe I.
I'll tell you what. When I first started stand-up comedy, I went with my older brother. He is so funny. Both of my older brothers are all hilarious. And anyway, once when I started doing stand-up and updating myself, I did a joke that I thought was something that he just came up with, but it wasn't something he came up with. It was a street joke. And I didn't realize that I was doing like a joke that was totally thinking right now. And that was a really short joke. Well, actually, I did stand-up. You guys mind if I stand up? I can't believe I'm talking about this, but I guess. So it's the dude who that very first year that did stand-up with me was totally chill. Okay. I've heard this before because, like I said, it was a street joke. I didn't know that when my brother told it to me. I thought he was just crushing it, and I thought it was the funniest thing. He goes, "What's the difference between Neil Armstrong and Michael Jackson?" Well, Neil Armstrong, he walked on the moon, and Michael Jackson, he fucked little boys. And I did that on stage my first few times doing stand-up, and it fucking crushed every time. And then somebody came up to me and they're like, heard that before. And I'm like, oh, you must know Donnie Mitchell. And they're like, what? No, I heard it. Fucking God.
What the fuck, Johnny?
It was real.
Still big Tony, we all work almost out of time, but we should get a couple people. We have a whole bunch.
Fuck yeah, that's exactly what we're gonna do. You guys ready for your next comedian? We're gonna do it with Jamie W. Jamie Villeneuve, everyone.
How's it going? I was making breakfast. I wanted to have cereal. All of my dishes are dirty because I don't want to grow up, okay? And so I take one bowl, right, and I wash it. And instead of like drying it with like a towel, like an adult might do, I like wave it in the air, like so that maybe it'll drip dry or some shit. And it hits a light. Like the tank, and my bowl breaks in half. I have half a bowl in my hand, and I said, fuck it, I'm having cereal anyways. And I just roll on like a 45-degree angle, and I cradled it, you know, like baby Jesus, you know what I mean? And I realized that later, technically, that's a balanced breakfast, you guys. And applause break or kill Tony, oh my god.
Well, I mean, it was sort of an applause break.
I tried to pop it up, now you're biting.
An applause break.
Don't chop me at the knees. Oh, Tony!
The serious argument, I never interrupt people, but you can just say, oh, getting an applause break on Kill Tony. It's like,
I was
obviously talking to yourself in the future. There's a JD that's going to listen to this podcast like, wow, I thought you got an applause break. What had happened?
I was pumping it up.
JD, relax your energy. Settle down. What have we learned here tonight from so many of these Canadian comics? They will improvise a breakfast in a fucking heartbeat. One guy's making fucking donuts out of everyday household items. This guy's eating cereal out of a fucking his hand. Jamie, what kind of cereal was it? Paint the picture. What kind of milk? What kind of cereal? What was it like pouring the milk in?
Cheerios, 2%.
I feel like you're the kind of guy that puts like ice cream sprinkles on his Cheerios. What do you put on top of the Cheerios? At least some sugar to start.
Strawberries.
Bullshit. Everybody gets correct when other people do. You know, I just put like vegetables on my cereal. You know, some fucking good spinach. Yeah.
Strawberries and sugar.
Strawberry. I get the feeling there's a lot more sugar than strawberries.
Oh, how dare you.
You're really likable on stage.
Immediately, I see you, and I'm like, you know what?
No, Brian's thing is that he's racist. And when he sees a good young white man, he's gonna fucking love him. No. He's gonna see
I agree.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. 100% lovable. Yeah, he's got that likable baby face. This is what the guy earlier would look like if he didn't have the beard.
Big baby Jamie.
Oh, okay. You have a nickname for yourself with all the lady? For all the lady out there that are into him?
Yeah, the ladies
For all the women out there that might like this guy?
yeah, the ladies like big baby Jamie.
Yeah.
The ladies like me.
So you're the kind of guy that goes into the pile of hot chicks and just grabs the one ugly one that you keep around him to make
Or like when you're at a concert and they're crowd surfing and you just grab their ass. You've done it.
We need to find you a good fat girl so that you guys can be like a Mike and Molly for Nickelodeon or something.
And
Like a good young
I'm working on my weight.
Alright, relax, Jamie.
Calm down. I was dating a fat chick and she broke up with me. We met like
At a Haagen-Dazs?
oh my god.
Where'd you guys meet?
Oh,
The girl that broke your heart is calling in right now.
oh my god.
She's not very mad at you. don't let anything like simmer or laugh or anything like that. There you go, Jamie. I like this style. Complete shutdown after that. So how long have you been a hockey goalie for? I bet you have so many saves, dude. So this fat chick broke up with you, why?
I think it's like when I was on a Tinder date with her.
You were on a Tinder date?
Yeah.
I figured you guys would be getting grinders.
No, Tinder date, right? And then I was like, yeah, fucking making out.
Whoa, Jesus. What kind of fucking, are we talking chicken fingers over here? It's all fat jokes. If you're not laughing, then you're not paying enough attention. I'm killing right now.
Should have clipped the whole fingernails. And,
Wait.
and vagina bled.
Wait, you had fingernails?
I had fingernails.
You sliced open her fucking vagina?
No, but then she said,
oh no.
I said,
wait a second. Here's what happened. She was on her period and she didn't tell you.
No, well, maybe.
Yeah, that's what happened, bro. You didn't have to slice open your fingernails. What kind of fingernails are you dealing with over there? Fucking Freddy Krueger and that shit? What's going on?
No, it's like I play guitar, so sometimes I'll let them grow out.
You're a guitarist?
I play the guitar.
Shit. That's why you got the fat girl in the first place.
No, it was Tinder.
Don't break my heart. Achy,
on
good boy.
No, Tinder.
My crush is a fat girl. So.
I like this boy.
That's all I got. That's all I got for fat girls.
Oh, I think I like this boy.
They're always like falling in love. They can't just be lacking for a bit.
Oh man, this diner's open 24 hours.
Jamie.
Yeah.
Good job, Jamie.
What's the cutest girl you ever hooked up with?
No, she was old. Like, young chicks, fat. The old girl I had sex with, old woman.
Why do you say old girl?
Well, I don't know, it sounded weird, right?
Alright, relax, baby Kenneth. Stop yelling into the mic.
No, she was old.
How old was she?
I don't know how old you have to be to have that juice. I don't know. She had 6 kids. I think that's something. One of those kids were dead.
She already had a dead kid?
5 people's moms and 1 dead guy's mom.
Wow. You went from Freddy Krueger to Freddy Krueger.
Yeah.
Alright, fuck it. So you're into Jamie Villeneuve.
Good job, Jamie.
He's on Twitter at Jamie Villeneuve. Jamie, J-I-A-I-N-E-V-I-L-L-E-N-U-E. That baby's on that show. It's not a grown men that look like giant babies.
He's adorable. It's apples.
Apples or what?
Apples?
What are apples?
You don't have apples. You always skip them.
What are apples?
Have no apples.
Talk about apples.
No, you have raisins. You have beautiful raisins, bro.
Alright, well, I'm pretty sure if lean and healthy means no apples. I'm good with that. Three hands together for Adam Jacob. Be careful, Adam.
Halloween's over, so that's the center stage. I'm alright with that. I'll
What are you, Jewish?
It is not.
Yeah, you love taco in your hands. I like your style with that. You definitely have your own like thing going on.
Gotta try to relax.
Wow, yeah. What's your story? What do you do?
I'm a lawyer, and first time doing comedy.
Holy shit!
First time, and otherwise.
It's crazy. There's some people at the comedy store that have been doing it like 15 years. I don't know. Everybody's nice.
It's weird. You seem very angry. Like, are you an angry person? Do you go home and like beat the shit out of the tooth fairy? What the fuck?
I'm guessing you're a prostitute lawyer, right?
A prostitute? You're a prostitute? How much? 40, 80, 120 at least? At least.
What kind of lawyer are you?
Intellectual property. Entertainment law.
Give me good ideas.
Not really. You got it?
Really? What does that mean, you protect?
Like, copyright registration. I like it as an advertisement. But
You're so nervous.
he's talking Canadian law, Johnny. Like, all this is like, come on, dude, stop selling alcohol.
How's business going in the Canadian intellectual property?
Previous,
What kind of ideas are Canadians?
shit ton of pharmaceuticals, like, half the stuff. Yeah, saying all other same pharmaceuticals, you guys are doing that down there.
How? Thank you.
No, I do not. Hopefully.
You started one.
Yeah. London, Ontario. 3 years law school.
What kind of lawyer are we talking about here? Are you like a paralegal or something? Like that's a big, it's like a 3-year law program. I think it's everybody here before you're that.
I would sue Vlad if I could. Sue Vlad. I represent you on that.
Yeah, it looks like you're arguing yourself. You really understand what flat means. Do you always talk with your hands like when you're pitching something like in a big law meeting? Stuff and you're like, we need to get the numbers out. Stuff like that.
A little more persuasive, I guess. Iron Patriot, what do you think about this guy?
Yeah, what made you want to come up with it? What made you want to do it? Did you always wanted to do stand-up?
Yeah, like, I guess podcast, I used to try to, like, talk with Brett and all this stuff. He turned into Jerry Seinfeld, guys. When I thought I was going to get on stage, and then I was going to do this thing.
What is the deal with the Adam, I like your style. We're going to fly through a couple people. Great job tonight. Adam Jacobs, his first time ever on stage, people. No other show gives you that. You know how nervous and in your head you are when you're going on stage for the first time ever? Fun fact, I was so excited my very first time on stage that I forgot everything that I had prepared. Everything. We did a set at the comedy store. I prepared for a month or so. Forgot everything. So I just started writing. Yeah, I am angry. Again, this is because I don't have extra weight attached to my body.
It's so warm here.
We're going to go for Jordan Thompson, who gets to be that's like a flash name. Jordan Thompson. Oh, you got a black girlfriend. I got Jordan Thompson. Jordan Thompson. Jordan Thompson. What was the first? Okay, first of all, I noticed the very first thing he did on stage. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that you guys did. It was the very first thing he did is he grabbed the mic.
It was great.
And
Because it released a smell that only we smell.
scratched your left butt cheek. Yeah. One like you might not have noticed. No,
Sure, that's one of my pants.
There's no hands full of me. There's no back try. I know what a butt scratch is. I wouldn't throw you under the butt scratch button like that. You scratch your butt. You don't know that it's a problem with butt scratching. You're not even aware. The first step is acknowledging you have a butt scratching problem.
Is that a little hurting right now?
What happened? You saw Coyote fucking a goat? Like, what? I was so confused. Because the butt scratch, like, at me.
Yeah.
I didn't know why. I didn't know.
Like, did you see that? And I was like, I smell it. It's like syrup. Like, beautiful, strong.
So a coyote fucking
Well, at least my ass smells.
Alright, stay on the path, buddy. Listen to the question. Jordan, what were you talking about? How many times does your boy have it? What did you say?
C-O-Y. Boy.
Wait, what are you telling us? This is like National Geographic Comedy or something. It's a coyote and the chicken house. Is that a coyote?
Yeah.
You just made that with your mouth. I didn't know you could do a coyote.
A coyote comes to my mouth once.
Jordan, and then you're talking about animals for a while, and you said chihuahua, which is a funny word, because I got a good chuckle. And then you got into this accident that happened. You broke your nose and you slipped on the floor. Where did this happen?
Do you understand? It sounds like somebody threw you down the stairs. Like you're being abused right now by a woman. Yeah. It's your mother. You're dating your mother.
How old are you, Jordan?
I am a...
You thought about that for a second. Are you doing the idea that my mom is 4 years off her actual age and you're 31? You don't want to admit that because you know that's exactly what I'm asking for. You think you have to move out of your mom's life. Does she ever bust her balls about it? She's like, Jordan, you need to get your shit together.
No, it's the reverse. I bring up
She wasn't even saying it. She didn't have to shit you down.
Now, you told me earlier you have an undeveloped child that you carry around on your that you keep it like this glass thing. He had a baby that was born premature, and he keeps it in this little glass thing to make sure it's positive. And he tries it up. I noticed, like, if you look close at it, yeah, if you look close at it, it's glass.
You have a premature baby in your pocket, Jordan?
Let's go on to the next guy.
Brian. I think we only have one more person.
We only have one more person.
Jordan, fun times, man. Watch your step when in your mom's basement. Shit can get crazy. Be careful going down those stairs, buddy. That's an actual hazard. If you're gonna slip in your mom's basement, you could easily go down stage 6. I'm surprised nobody fell over down there. I bet it's gonna be the after warning every single person, overwarning.
So he's not the one that has the undeveloped baby.
I wasn't there for this happened, and I'm pretty sure it never happened.
No, it was.
You're telling me somebody's streaming this
Somebody out back showed me like yeah, I had a stillborn child, and I dressed him with these little clothes. probably talked about it. Uncomfortable. But like he showed it to me, he had a little outfit on. It was like a little blue outfit, like a little tuxedo. And had a little class thing. I thought it was him at the end. Whoever showed me that, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. No, I can't believe we have another show after that. I know. It's gonna be epic. Guys, your final comedian tonight. Unfortunately, guys, no Sarah Wine chick, no Swan, no little baby. They didn't have passports, so we didn't have the budget. But next time, if you tell all your friends, they keep getting bigger like that. We have money, we would do it. Yeah, so next time, maybe somebody here can start a Kickstarter. Or just start dating one of them so that you can buy their plane ticket and we'll support you. Yeah, Sarah Baxter. That's a good racer. Jewish butthole. You're getting to the final comedian this evening. That's clever. Actually, that's not why I deleted Facebook at all. I actually deleted it because, I have backed it up a little bit. Yeah, I was masturbating on Facebook. But then I came across that fucking BuzzFeed, shit that all of your friends newsfeed constantly all the time. And this thing said, the last 45 things a rapist said to me before he committed the act. And I went, holy shit, and I was still masturbating though, so I said, fucking Facebook, man, cut that shit out. I spent the first half of the situation, listening to nice points to be right up wondering if that shadow cast by the weird lantern thing was his head. And no goddamn idea. I was pretty nervous before I came up here, but there were a bunch of versions that guy the Asian girl. There you go. Yeah. That, however, I like the style, man. Sure got it. Like, you don't jerk off. Actually, your ego right down to status update. So you run across the left feed and stuff. You don't jerk off to just Facebook pictures like some rookie like taking the damage that goes along with it. Like you're only in the freshest pictures. I think that's something worth acknowledging. When you say the BuzzFeed thing, you gotta get into maybe not just into book download. Like, just books. Fucking random. Your friends, you'll see a baby pic. That's why I think it's hard. You can't jerk off with your left. You can't scroll with your left. I can't jerk off with hard. Right anymore because I always use the mouse. So that's exactly what I was just saying. Right? Oh shit! I'm sorry. Understand. What are you listening to? No, I know. I can't.
how
you're not some retarded person that's just like, oh, what, call me, or what's going on? Keep calls. You have like a, you have a message. People are, so you thought I was kidding. And he goes, I know. Yeah, drawings. Job ever. Yeah. And I don't know what's going on. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's how the magic happens. Number 77, live from Toronto, right? Yeah. That was a fucking awesome show. Guys, we have some awesome posters and stuff that we're selling just outside the door right after the show. Immediately after we're done dealing with all you guys, we do our next show. That's comedy under. You want to see it? Yeah. And it's totally shit. Go right over there to the Planet Drive from here, and we're going to be doing stuff. So it'll be like a crazy fucking fun night in town. Yeah. You want to try to explain to your friends tomorrow. What? One egg and then you went
are that good. You guys were what? You're in the town that you're going to go to. Yeah. What a boring hour and a half drive.
Like this right here, we were like all this really small cars during a rainstorm.
So excited about tonight's episode. Looks like you're eating something delicious there.
Yeah, it's really good. It's like some kind of Caesar wrap.
Well, let's not really too much because this is the beginning of the show, and every week Elise Lane, our one and only sponsor, gourmet chef Elise Lane, recipe checker, she has a bag full of goodies that our guests and us have enjoyed the time. And I used to say the delicious meals that she would make for us. What do we know about me? Perfect enunciation, perfectionist. So I wouldn't mess with it. Okay, let's do it. It's Josh Tree. The nut. Here we go. Are you ready? Didn't either. Keep it going for Josh Martin, everyone. Come on. He just took a shot on the balls. It took two guys who were winning Toronto.
Yeah.
For some reason, I've said that before, but
They call him the Josh Martin.
I give a brand You're used to be a guy named the Iron Patriot who was a great guy. Replaced him every single week since then with a new person to show him exactly. You went in to show off your true muscle core.
Yeah, man.
There's something funny with the look. You have a skinny neck or something?
No, I just don't have a bed.
Or the shoulders, I think. Like you're missing. You're missing a part shoulder pad.
It's like he's missing those rings around his neck.
Yeah. It looks like you have a wrist for a neck. Your wrist patriot over here. I love your style, man. I've been listening to this video. You actually, or were one of the original people that would sign up.
Jackson or Elvis or something. Like,
Yeah, I agree.
maybe Abraham Lincoln, the Beatles, you know. Not even the Beatles, John.
That was actually interesting.
I mean, Jesus. Yeah, like I'm good. I want someone real. You know what I mean? Santa Claus. That's a big one. I'm just saying, who's more famous? Just Santa Claus or Michael Jackson? Hitler. Well, Infamous was pretty famous too, right?
Hitler's probably. It's famous. Like that's taught everywhere.
Yeah. Like if they were comics, could Hitler's mom?
Yeah.
When they come to Jesus, that Hitler wants to do.
The line, I guess the line.
Is that rap or some shit? No.
I don't know.
There's always a rap in it.
What is that? I'm old and out to lunch. So you gotta talk.
Sorry, I'm just going to go ahead as this yeah. Sorry, here, not use this part of the exercise games. Lights get paid.
You keep doing it more and more and more, and you'll be so much more comfortable weaving in and out of the reality that you're creating. So you don't nerve. You have to, now you have to just learn better, and then it's going to be great. Just not do it. I mean, or is that? But I mean, that's not even a rip. Just that big. Just do it as a fucking joke. I mean, not a big physical. No, actually, well, there's no right or wrong way. I mean, you're generally concerned. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, and another thing that's my point.
But I did it because that's but at the same time, if you're not in a with community, literally,
Take it out of that joke. This thing like you're not. Yeah, but see, I'm not telling you. Because it's like that's the way they would do it, but I'm not necessarily nothing do. No, but I'm saying this, you could be doing like it. Like that, you know. Weird, and I would be like, oh, well, that's great. Like if you captured that. You know, someone usually that would steer. What if somebody let you right? I don't think it's jokes for sure.
yeah. When I became him sweatpants now,
Somebody do this. So, well, let me admit it, but keep it up.
you're Vietnamese, right? Vietnamese better work.
Really, I don't really. The question is, you probably have, but you just don't know. I'm not. I'm not great, but I'm not fun. What's that? So what
That's what you're saying.
I still work for a picture. I used to work at a thing.
That's what, that's amazing. You had to pick out
I kicked them out. It's their culture.
Gee, okay, we just lost our one Japanese follower.
You do the impression.
Right.
Like he can't quote Martin Luther King. All right. Well. Thank you. Bro, whatever your name is.
Bobby Lee and Pauly Shore that have done that. Let's move along, shall we?
Like other people that are.
Yeah, what you just did, by the way.
First of all, if I was one of these people in here, every single person here is like, let's put the fuck on. I want to get up here and do
They're not, they didn't all sign up. Somebody like that is a criminal show. Like this fucking, where's those shows? It's all about.
what it was.
Eating goes by the name of Jeremy.
What's up? How you doing? Reading a newspaper the other day that Bill Cosby's raping people. Tell you something. Bill Cosby wants to rape you. Let him fucking rape you, man. One of the best storytellers of all time. The best. And you can be like, the best, man. Like Richard Pryor was better, and you'd be like, you're the two motherfucker up against me. Richard Pryor wanted to be big. Bill Cosby fucked it up. He did. He wanted Bill Cosby to get it out. Fuck, man. He was like, fuck. Hey, come over here. Let me tell you what the time.
Jeremy, I love your style. You just crush. That is a fucking. I like the Bill Cosby. You seem passionate about it. I have a friend, Willie, fucking, who won't even acknowledge Jackson ever had anything strange about him whatsoever. He's a big Michael Jackson fan. He's like, I don't even know. That's not even. You know, like he just gets. But Michael Jackson comes on the. By the way, like, yeah, his artwork. Fucking Bill Cosby. I just want to talk about that. I want to speak for everybody. And that's the all and every it's brought up to me like in 1 year and sort of on that page of like what man way is earned fucking. I'm not saying anybody in this room can rate people. I'm saying Bill Cosby can rate people. Okay. I lost everybody on that one. So wait, is that true? You can't let Bill Cosby rate you. He's like 35 and is only eating jello. It's fucking put up a tricky with the pudding pop. What's the is that true? Is that from college to talk about it or whatever? Yeah, there's 13 different people that are saying that they were drugged in advance. Drugged by Bill Cosby from 1970 to 2000. I wasn't here on that report on this. I don't know if can we talk about him? Yeah. Go ahead. Well, the bit, I mean, if you're going to do topical jokes, you want to do, well, I don't want to say funny topical jokes, but what was the bit? I didn't understand. You just want to be raped by Bill Cosby because what? I don't get ready to get raped by Bill Cosby. Yeah, you got to explain that. That's his joke. He's not telling me. I don't understand the joke. Because he's the greatest storyteller of all time, he should be able to do whatever he wants. In this case, rape you, and then tell a story about it. Am I missing something? Either way, it's not fucking fun. He's saying that he's so much that he should just take it. Would you actually do that? Would you actually buy Bill Cosby? Or just bigger? I mean, we know you really would suck Justin Bieber's skin. That's for sure. But the question is, would you let Cosby go? Yeah. My real question is, and I'm not, this is not don't take this the wrong way. It's not a put down or anything, but I'm just asking you, why do you personally think saying that is funny? Like, where do you think the laughs are going to come from? When you're saying it, like, what is the laugh? Is it the shock of it? No. What do you think is funny about it to you? It's true. What's the truth? Is it true? You didn't answer when we asked you if you like Cosby. No, I'm saying what's the truth to you? What do you mean? Well, my point is this. If you can't answer why you think this joke is funny or what's funny about it, then that's why it's not working the way you want it to. But and is this part of like a bigger picture or a bigger business thing where you're just sucking dicks and taking dicks? Is this like your thing, like a half-hour comedy special, or is this like, I totally let fucking, Are you gay or no? You're gay. Yeah, I mean, then talk about it. I would say talk about who you are, when you are. So, to me, it wasn't clear that you're gay, because I'm just doing gay. You what? I'm full on gay. He is gay. Yes, straight up gay. I don't think so. He's doing the thing. Take that back. Okay. Yeah, tell me, I'm genuinely curious. Because two of your jokes, one talking about something the guy's dick, which is cool if you're into it. One's talking about getting raped by a guy, so it's, I shouldn't drop those jokes. No. The first one, yeah. The second one, I mean, topical bits, unless a topical joke is really funny, I would do it. Because you're not going to do that joke, in, a couple weeks from now. You shouldn't do it fucking tonight. So just drop it. I really like your stage presence, and I think anything like that works for you in a weird way, because you're such like that. I didn't really like watch you go on stage. It was enjoyable all the time for sure. Tag some shit into it if you want to keep it. Sunglasses are a good thing, huh? How long is it?
T-shirt, you're not gonna be wearing that in 5 years or 2 years. Things just fucking drove everyone to do shit. And then I thought he was getting so just go get it for you.
Typical teacher talking over here about the students, right?
Yeah. Just roll with it. Sometimes it gets crazy here. I'll tell you like a mustard trip. Like the people, sometimes things like that happen. Where the worst thing that can happen, by the way, which sort of just happened when he said that he was gay and he wasn't, is when people bullshit.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We're trying.
But that's what I did that. And he's like, they would have knew he wasn't gay. Yeah, you know that. No, I'm saying he's doing a character up here. And he came up and he was like, well, I'm going to continue doing this. You know, like, oh, he's that guy. And I'm okay with that. You know? I'm okay with him, like, going up. He didn't want to, like, work on jokes or whatever. He wanted to come up here and, like, perform for these people in this environment. Some people come up and they legitimately want to hear what we have to say. Or some people are coming up to, like,
exactly.
Yeah, so I get that. So he was one of those guys. That's why I'm like, well, okay, all right, yeah, do your thing. You know, just have a good time.
Okay. Looks like a new name. You're going to go for Adrian Estrada.
Oh, shoot, another Asian? Can you deal with it?
I'll try it.
All right. People tell me I look like Steve Aoki all the time. Like all Asians look like. I do actually look exactly like Steve Aoki. Part of the hair. This is the only reason strangers talk to white people especially tell me this like they're doing me a favor. As soon as they see me, they walk on with this face. Even across the room, they're attracted to me. Oh my God, you look just like Steve Aoki. Yeah. No, I'm serious. Just like him. It's, I get it. You know an Asian. Congratulations. You're a citizen of the world with a diverse index. Lean. Something. I'm going to give you this.
This is going to crush when you open up for Steve Aoki. An audience that knows exactly who he is. They're going to be fucking dying. But I don't know who Steve Aoki is.
You don't either. I thought I was an asshole. I didn't know either. He's a famous play presser. Why would I need that? What? He's a famous play presser. You know, one of those guys that just presses play. He's a DJ. Yeah. You'll see in the music. That was him doing a joke. You see what I'm saying? That was his joke, and then we were supposed to get that he was being condescending with DJ people. See what I mean? I think you got a great voice. I like your voice. You know what I mean? Like your physical voice. I like his. You have great voice, but then you just got to work on your material because you don't. You know what I mean? You're just nervous and stuff, so I get that. But like, you know, go right to the bit. Yeah. You cut out 45 seconds. You don't normally just get 60 seconds too, by the way, but in this case, you really should trim the fat people before you come up, you know?
Yeah.
If it's half your act, you know?
And even if it's the longer set, trim the fat. Just notice that. How long have you been on stand-up?
First time.
Wow. Wow. What made you want to do it?
I've been following a lot of comedians, podcasts, stuff like that. I just like the way they bring it apart. I thought I'd start with the obvious. Yeah, but the thing is, like, do you really feel those things that you were saying? Like, that really happen? It happens all the time. Yeah, so what happens when it happens? They tell me, and I agree. Tell me again, I continue to agree, and they just continue to stare at me and smile. All right, let me tell you something. What you're doing right now was 1,000 times better than what you did when you were doing your set. Yeah, not funny. You know what I mean? Just, yeah. Well, I'm saying that you're more, like, this is more who you really are right now, how you're saying that. So the more you do it, you're going to be way comfortable. I say continue with it. First time, that's amazing. Yeah, right? It's good for you. On this show, are you ever in a situation where you say you're Steve Aoki? I would try that. Try it. Try it, and it will write itself. Yeah, you got to put yourself in a girlfriend, otherwise. I do look exactly like him. So does it annoy you? No, it doesn't. It's just at first, whenever someone would walk on to me with those eyes, I would just get excited like, oh, someone's going to talk. But they say that's on it. Yeah, this is your realness of it. I like that. Yeah, you can be real. You know, I don't know. What do you guys? Yeah, did you have a beer? Or not a push-up, but not a push-up. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought that. Like, if you didn't say anything about it, that's not what I would have thought. I knew who you did. Yeah, I was going to say, you're the only one here that knows. Exactly. You're over there pushing your button. Yeah, doing the exact same job for nearly 40 million less. You watch Game of Thrones? No. Did you do what did you eat, Jon Snow? Anyway, someone was making it. That was hilarious, by the way. Well, I would have too, but I don't see that at all. But it's funny that the nation Jon like it's not. Jon Snow just has long brown hair and a beard. And any Asian is alright. How long have you been how old are you, brother? 35. 35. So have you walked with your family all the time? Not at all. Just well, I mean, I was in service for a while. So it's lazy. I just can't believe that I've been. So cool. Well, you have a whole life experience you want to talk about. Yeah. How was that? I'm sick of it. Yeah. What do you do now? You're on the Rampart scandal and you're eat shit. So cool. He said, I shot him like by the way, for your first time on stage, acknowledging the joke from earlier with the Patriot and for the first time on stage to be doing moves like that, that's awesome. And it shows that there's definitely, are you planning on doing more with this one time? I like it. Yeah, if you have one tonight, you'll really like it if you ever get last. It gets really exciting, like every one of them, and you really fun and you want to work. Yeah, it's like a whole different thing than what you did. It's awesome. I'm honored that I'm here and you did your first time doing comedy. Yeah, great job. Cheers to you, Adrian Estrada. Feeling it. Is it like a racist folder? Is it like there's like a Jewish sound and like bongo drums? His name's Adrian Estrada, but on Twitter his Twitter handle is Kim Estrada. It's his girlfriend's name. You have a stage name or something? Oh, yeah, so that's where you hide the Asian. Adrian Estrada doesn't sound the way you look at all. That sounds like a fucking 70s sitcom. Adrian Estrada. Fuck yeah, man. We had a bunch of first timers in Toronto. 7 of the people that were the first time on stage to go performing in the theater, I was fucking jealous. Well, that's because of you, Tony. You're creating an environment where people feel comfortable and they can come out here and test this out. I never had anything like that, so good on Tony. Thanks. I really like what you said, but what was the voice that you said it in? What was that? What voice? That's a weird voice you were doing. You didn't hear it? Ladies and gentlemen, let's not forget it's all possible because that's my I love that. I love that. You switched gears. I like that. Okay, this looks like another new date. We're gonna be with Tequila and Nuka.
From ages 8 to 11, I spent every Saturday going to strangers' funerals with my grandma. I know you've heard of wedding crashing, but we were like funeral crashing. It started off with people that she knew from her church, and then they all died off, so then we went to the hospital and we had my money for charity. The only thing I hate about it is that we never stayed for the food after the funeral. And I would be like, Grandma, why can't we stay for the food? And she was like, that is disrespectful. We don't know these people. We can't just
But you have a nice heart like your grandma would have. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, I'm a nurse.
You are nice. Well, I'm gonna say what I love is that he stayed on the same topic.
Yeah.
Like, even though it was only 60 seconds, I felt like it was a whole long conversation, and that's a great thing. Like, you don't have to come up here and like do one joke, and I do another joke. No, you're like that's like how you build a set, because now that little chunk, when you're saying, I'm thinking like, well, I want to know more about your grandma, and so now that's gonna be a whole 10 minutes on your grandma, what she looks like, what she talks like. Then it's gonna be like a specific funeral you went to, and it said a lot about the relationship between you and your grandma, so that's great. You're doing a good job. You know what I mean?
And nobody else in this room can talk about that.
Yeah.
So, like, Stronger is both ways. He's doing it to how or whatever.
Well, they just skipped over the other two. So you. Yeah, but that's great. Like, so that's continue with that. How long have you been doing it? Yeah. So you keep acting very. I hear your voice. Like, it's not loud yet. But I see it coming. You'll be able to really like dig into that stuff. So keep it up. Good job.
Right. Yeah. Definitely.
It's really dark. That's what I like about it. It's real, but it also seems a lot that's fucked up. And like you said, I really want more. So that's all.
It was, your grandma was like genuine. That's what I thought too. It's like, what the fuck are you doing?
She would just take pictures.
Yes, and the picture thing, that's where you even finding, like, I would love to see her open her closet.
I just cleaned out her house, and that's why I didn't joke. It was like a picture, photo, and I was like, shit, I had like a flashback.
She's still alive?
Yeah, she's still
You were robbing your grandma?
No, we just moved into her house.
What?
You're supposed to go to Compton with me.
No, I don't.
The last time I was here, I told you I did this house with my grandma. You said you rode to CBT.
No, that's what they call it. CBT.
Listen, I think something, any chance corny white guys get to say that, they're going to say it. So he didn't really want to go with you.
I want to say it again.
He just loved to say that. He was like, I'm going to roll to the CBT.
I'm going to say it, yeah. I'm going to say it later. Did your grandma still go to funeral? Why?
That's right.
Open
mouth and serve foot.
They go to her funeral. Noted.
Taking pictures.
Listen, I'm sorry. You have a wealth of material being a nurse that sometimes you don't think of some is funny. So work on that. Yeah, it's just that's another signal. If I were you, I'd start writing funny signal about that, and you send things you'll have a show that nobody else has. He's right. You have to get on writing that to come down and put it in a cat to your grandma. But I'm sure that's a different signal. I'm positive that her funeral when she has one.
You're invited, so everyone can see you're invited to my grandma's funeral.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, you can.
All right. I will definitely be sweet.
Really, you're my favorite son so far, which means nothing. What is going on over there? I'm surprised you didn't play Beyonce or something.
That was Akilah Aluko. She is Akeyla. Wow.
Fix that up, man. shitty music. I'm sure that's something that artificial. Some get paid though, and some, well, twice. The way country music has transitioned to shitty rock and roll makes it obvious that they are becoming aware of how shitty, stagnant, and boring country music sounds. Mixing acoustics, banjos, and violins with electric guitars and drums makes a sound that completely contradicts itself. They just need to realize that country music is becoming a relic of a dying generation. The way that they have strayed from sounds that created the country music genre is a statement they agree that the general overall sound of country music is boring, stagnant, mind-numbing, which leads to becoming totally.
I have a couple questions.
Yeah. No, he doesn't.
But if you first, no.
The answer to your fucking question is no, he doesn't.
No, that's not even what I'm going to ask. It's like, are you talking like that on purpose?
That's just how I talk.
Okay.
That's not how you talk. That's how I am.
No, wait.
Nothing that you're talking right now. You're immediately talking.
You just went from ShamWow, Casey Page, with a little bit of
Even, and now you're talking.
I was waiting for like, those like audio books, and I was waiting to go, it was going to.
This is just the way that I always thought. This is how it is, man.
No, it's okay. Like, I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with it. I'm asking you, are you talking like that on purpose? Or do you legitimately saying right now, do you think you talk like that all the time?
When I have the time, it's that I usually grab my gears and I get, something that just pisses me off, and I start, rambling.
Okay, look, here's the thing. If somebody comes on stage and let's say they have like some chick came on stage and she had like gargantuan titties and never mentioned it one time, the whole time people are gonna be like, she's not gonna talk about these titties? Some of these titties in it. Or it's like you go to a play, you ever been to a play and someone's earring drops, and then you're just the whole time like, I don't think this fucking earring up. That's what you just did right now. Like you were just doing this like, and I'm okay with it. If that's like, if you would have just said like, I know I sound like a radio disc jockey, but this is how I talk. Then we would have been like, okay, we're past it, and then we would have listened to you. But like you went the whole time doing that, the first thing you're thinking of is like, is this a radio program? Is he doing a bit? Is he doing a character? Like, I'm okay with any of that, dude.
Remember what it is, it's written. How many times have you done that? How long have you been doing stand-up? I've been doing stand-up. I pretty much started this year. I got my album released on iTunes.
Oh, that's it. You guys released his iTunes.
Right when I started stand-up. Have you been on the show? Yeah, one time. And you're the one that made the album? Holy shit, I've been waiting to talk to you. Hey, what's up, man? How long has it been? It's been like a year. Stop talking. Just answer my question. It's been like a year, right? Oh my god. And how long were you doing it at the time that you made that comedy album? Guys, let me catch you up. He made a comedy album. This guy's like a fucking superstar to me, by the way. This guy made
album. Live after doing it for a couple months, and he did it with not even during a live show. He just did it into a computer speaker, and like as in like pauses for laughter that wouldn't have possibly in between the things. And then on top of all that, he added an echo, slight echo to it, so that it sounded like it was performing in front of a giant empty theater instead of just an empty room. And it was fucking like epic. Like you have been referenced quite a few times on the show since then. I didn't know the name or anything, but wow, I'm like starstruck right now by you, Jake, because you're an instant classic. Yes. Somebody hacked into my bank account with my debit card. Wow, did they take the whole 30 cents that you made off that comedy album from the two listeners that have it so funny that they downloaded it themselves? And the one download that we had, then my bank would reimburse me for my money, so I had to go back out. So I'm fucking back. I'm here. I grew what it took to get you back in show. I grew 40,000 cannabis plants. That's what I did when I was going growing 40,000 cannabis plants. Yeah. We never talk about that. I'll take it. Yeah. But so you're gonna speak yourself out of it. And I would say it's cool that you write that shit, but you gotta slow it down and not even wait for punchlines like you did in your first fucking comedy album. Just you're not give people a chance to hear what you're saying if you're genuinely pissed off about it. Slow the fuck down. Yeah, just slow down. You're not gonna be the same comic as you were. Yeah, that's gonna happen. I've only gone on stage 12 times. You really made me panic. Like I did want to listen. I was like freaking out. You've only done stand up 12 times. I don't even know you were on stage like 12 times ever. Yeah, pretty much. I would say take that fucking bit. Don't throw it away, but rewrite it so it's not a big long fucking pile of shit. And take a few bits that you're angry about that pisses you off.
Not just a pile of shit.
Right.
Big pile of shit.
It was a one-man fucking show, and Brian's right, just plowed through it after hearing Tequila. It's just not even fucking big, so. I mean, literally, that's just your speaking.
But did you come up here and did that on purpose? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I was trying to get the time frame. I did a little bit past it. I do slow down a little bit. Oh, have you been to theaters at all?
No.
Tony, take a listen to James. Oh, no, we have. Totally. We were able to find some. We played a little bit of it last time, right? That was a year ago. Jake Beckman here with his first comedy album. What was the name of the album? The Jake Beckman Mind's Fuck. Oh, yeah.
Okay, this one's called Legalized Cannabis.
Uh-oh. Solution. Unfortunately, our society no longer practices or promotes common sense. Either good of you won't know what the solution is, or you won't agree with me. This solution will promote our marketplace with more food, plastic, paper, stronger timber, oils, biodiesels, jobs. Holy shit! Right when I had my whole entire 43s. I actually liked it. I actually like that, but it doesn't seem like that's its own genre. It's not really. That was kind of cool. I mean, I don't think he was breaking your balls too. He was waiting for last year. You're not waiting for last year. Just talking. Yeah, that's cool. There's been talking teachers. They were just giving attention. And once that person realized what was happening, they would retaliate by this and that. And before you knew it, you had full-blown piss fest in the shower. Despite being started running back from the stage championship game and being a
it said, you know, you wait until the end. And basically, he jump roped for 2 minutes, and then that was it. So at the end of it, you're like, what the fuck? So that's what that was.
Yeah.
For a whole album, so.
Because I took reviews though, because right in the middle of the joke is like set up everything. So
That's why they have to buy it to hear the whole thing. Right? Wait, did you sell any albums?
yeah.
How many? One.
And then somebody bought like separate tracks, so I have $14 on my TuneCore account.
That's pretty.
I'll fuck it for you. You sold it
You know
out.
what? This motherfucker is ambitious.
But the guy who bought it was like, who said that you need stage time to drop an album? And he gave me 1 star. Did he say it like that in the comment box? Comments don't have voices. That's not the voice of mine. How long is the album that you put out on the internet? It's been out since January. No, how long is the album? How much time can you do it? 43. I can do 43 minutes right now. You can? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. It's Nickel Lights. I'm almost with you. I almost want to see it.
43 minutes. It already felt like 43 minutes. We love you, Jake. Thank you so much. It's Jake back there, everybody. We love you, Jake. But yeah. There you go. Jake back there. Available on iTunes. 1 download and the guy was angry. Unbelievable.
I'm with it. Right?
I want my fucking dollar back. This is some bullshit. I mean, Jesus Christ, it did a refrigerator empty theater. Gotta be. Yeah. Like, alright. We're gonna go to Tyler this time. Hi, Tyler.
Hey, I used to live in this house where I had to take care of my yard. But I didn't because I didn't give a shit. You know? One day I came out and there was a sign in the yard that said, hey, if you don't mow your grass below 8 inches, we're going to fine you $300 or you're going to serve 3 days in jail. Yeah, 3 days in jail, that's crazy. You know, what am I going to tell my cellmate? You know, hey, what are you in for? Oh, I'm lazy. That's what I mean. Hey, but don't try anything, although I won't stop you because I'm lazy. I just think it's crazy to live in a country, you know, a woman can legally kill a person that's growing inside of her. But God damn it, my grass gets above 8 inches is a fucking problem. What I'm trying to say is I'm pro-choice about grass, guys. Let it grow up. Why are we gonna kill it? Government, stay in my bedroom, also my backyard. I don't know if reincarnation is real, but if it is, every person who's ever been a member of a homeowners association is coming back as grass guys. All okay, thank you.
Yeah. A lot of money we got. Yeah.
Distinct voice, you know. Obviously a joke writer. You know where you're going with it, you know. It was good, right? You know, it's fun. Funny. It was fun, funny, and it's gonna get noticed. Yeah, I mean, it's good. Once you get on doing this show. Yeah, no, he should be on here. Yeah.
Anybody can sign up, you know, and we could try to extend more truth so that he does the next thing you go into. Like, there's just, the minute's good. Like,
Well, that's true, you're right. I mean, you know, are you getting paid to do this yet? A little bit, but not really. Alright, so it's a
who's mowing the lawn at this place?
That's why I lived in North Carolina. That really happened because they sent over someone from the city to come threaten me with jail time. And
Say that. Yeah. So there we are. I mean, it's already better because now if people here are going to think like, what? They just moved into a place where the fuck's that?
I usually say it, you know, as a minute, so I just kind of want to get right to it.
Right.
No, you got to the point you wanted to get to.
Yeah.
You know, you actually knew exactly where you wanted people to laugh. So.
How big did they run again?
It was really tough. But I lived in a street that was like right next to like the woods. So it was like my yard at the end and then woods. And so there was like branches and shit all the time. It was crazy. I was never gonna mow this. My neighbors just hated me. So what I did is like I would just mow it whenever I got the side of my yard, and I just let it grow for like a month. They give me another side, and I mow it again. If I had one suggestion, it's like when you said you were in jail talking to the guy, like that was one of those jokes where you're like, well, I know where this is going, right? But it seems to me you were more proud of it, so maybe you should try the opposite of that instead of like you're proud that you're in here for that, not that's the lazy part. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like that's a joke there. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's like, I'll be in jail and you went right for killing people. I went for grip, you know. You don't have to necessarily do the obvious. You seem to be like a guy that's going to take it to a left turn anyway. So always think like that. I mean, just try.
Yeah, you're funny, man. You probably have, how much time do you have? 20 minutes, 15 minutes?
I made like 43 minutes. 43. It's no album. Okay. It's no album at like an empty hall. But, you know.
You're funny, man. Really funny. Set up fun.
Thank you. I like the point of view is what I like. Right?
Yeah, it's you. Notice that's the dude here talking. That was the dude doing the bit.
That's the same guy.
No, it's the same dude. So,
which is a hard thing.
Yeah, different. Every comic's different.
Hard to use.
Nature. What would you have told him that had he been Asian?
Fuck off.
So fuck off, alright? No racist Asian. I'm not sorry, I found this out about you. What's your body language around Bobby? Tyler, thank you so much. Another great job. Adam is Starks on Twitter. Tyler Mix. Tyler, M-E-C, all one word. Part of the show where we get to our new regulars and do a brand new minute each week. The show started, these girls both have been here before. So let's see what they're up to this week. What wacky new minute we're going to get tonight. Your first comedian going up had a breakthrough set last week talking about Dust Hands. She went balls deep into it. We found out a lot about her style. Here she is for you again. Sarah Weinshank. Hello, Sarah.
What's up? Right now, I have a shower. Before that, I had a shower curtain. It's hard to decide which one's better. I've decided fuck it, have both. I have a shower door, and covering it, I have a shower curtain. Because it's fun. A shower curtain lets you decide the vibe of your bathroom. Set the tone. What do you want? Do you want sharks on your shower curtain? You can have it. You want flowers? You can have it. It's like a poster. It's fun. It's real. You don't get that with a shower door. The positives of a shower door are, well, there aren't that many. It's exposed, and you have to have a squeegee. Squeegees are fucking weird. It's like a windshield wiper, but not for your shower door. And like a sure.
The shit scared me.
Well, I can tell that this is something that you're really dealing with in real life. I mean, that's relatable to almost anybody. I mean, people run into that problem. Yeah, because if you have a door, then there's rarely a rod. You know what I mean? Like that rod would just be an extra.
I want to put it over the door.
Yeah, you could if you were. Are you doing double coverage? Why don't you just put a tent around the entire thing or something?
Because I didn't like the way my shower looked. I felt like it was ugly.
The whole of the door.
Yeah. And I felt exposed, so I'd have to look at myself in the mirror while I was showering.
One of the sliding doors?
It was open.
Ew.
Yeah, it sucks.
So like water comes out when you open it.
Well, no,
You have the water on the door.
yeah, but there's not because I have a squeegee.
What do you do with the squeegee?
You gotta squeegee your shower door.
I've never squeegee.
That's such a girl thing. Yeah.
No.
I don't think one guy in here even thought. Every guy here just went, oh, we should
Really?
do that. That's like,
Half the guys,
nobody's getting a homeless guy to come in and just,
half the guys in this room today were like, shower. Oh yeah, I forgot. I had to take one of those.
Wait, that really changes everything for me. Because my whole childhood I had to use a squeegee.
Yeah, that's weird.
Is that weird?
You had to
you should be well, your crazy parents. That's
I don't know, watermarks.
Usually next to your showers, then after cleaning your body, you have to clean them.
Yeah. My mom was like, Sarah, you didn't squeegee. And I thought that was like a normal thing. That's why I was like, oh, I wanted to talk about squeegee.
That's not normal at all. No.
Why?
that's not like finish your food. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's a whole other weird. You're walking. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like too neurotic.
Oh, that's the mom.
These are like family meetings. Like, you know, they would come in there. Everyone into the bathroom. They're on the street.
That's definitely the kind of mom that ends up drowning her kid. The one where you put everybody to the dining room and she just walks in with a big pile of turkey, just like I go over.
What shower curtain did you choose for your
Right now I have a weird one. I'm looking to move into the United States. Colors is my favorite color. Like in the world map, that's what I want. But right now I have like men's grooming, like shaving. I don't know. It's real hipster and weird.
Well, you know what happens, comedy-wise? I think that, like, as you're talking about these things, you know, because when you're talking about, like, you need personality to really come through. That's what's going to be funny. Because you're going to be talking about normal things. It's not necessarily going to be, like, jokes you're writing, but those things will come to you talk about this more. But I think that, like, you definitely have to have a distinct, like, very Stephen Wright-ish kind of, like, you know, well, there's people that's, like, doing a performance piece about everything you talk about, and then people are going to laugh the moment you just say anything. You're going to be like, some trash cans. And everybody's going to be like, I can't wait to hear about the trash cans, you know?
Exactly what her thing is.
Yeah, so you just have to, like, make sure you're always in the pocket on that every time. If not, then it's going to just be like, why the fuck are we talking about all this?
Yeah, what you were missing tonight with that minute was six punchlines. When you're just depending on the style, which is great, your style's amazing and your delivery is always great, always getting better. But when you're only depending on that to get you through, and just that perspective and no heart, this is going to get me type of thing, then it's too much work to carry that entire load, even though
I
it's
don't know
really
what this story is. How many times you told this story, you know? How many times you talk about it?
the squeegee is something that's definitely very good.
and what shower curtain you end up choosing?
Yeah, like
Yeah, I like
the
this one.
vibe of my bathroom is this.
Exactly. You can just go through some different references. Like when you started off with the goat seed, you're going to have some trails.
Well, I just wanted, I like the way she's talking like this. I want to hear about her full back. You know, what kind of fingernail, clipper, whatever. You know, that's the kind of weirdness you got, and I like that. And continue with it. It's good.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure we'll find out more about Sarah's bathroom. We already know, people that have been listening to the show know that we already have her entire kitchen pretty much figured out.
Yeah.
Every condiment and every.
You know, let's do the show. It's not.
Lauren, anything else for?
No, she's very sweet girl.
Thank you, Sarah. She's on Twitter and Facebook. It's all one word. Ending in SHENK. Our final comedian of the night, our regular. She dropped out of the University of Florida after doing her first 5 years. She's been with us 70-some weeks in a row. Very good. Got for the great Kimberly Condon, everybody.
Guys, I think it's so weird. I'm 24 years old. I think it's weird when people my age have savings. You know, the only thing I'm saving is anal sex for my husband. It's really weird. I think it's time for me to really grow up and start like an emergency fund in case I ever run out of weed money. Dating a Mexican dude. We broke up. I'm over it. On to the next one. Thank you. I went to Phoenix. I performed in Phoenix this weekend. A lot of white people. Smelled like really high tax bracket. I think that if you ever start shopping inside of a Walmart, you should really reconsider your life choices. You probably have.
You do. How was that going to end?
I don't know. I was making it up.
Oh, wow. There you go. Just writing right in front of everybody. Okay.
I had a third joke. Oh, the sounds of LA. You know, they sell the CDs. to the Walmart thing.
Yeah. On to the next one. Funny. Maybe not the first time anybody's seen one for one, but cute.
Yeah.
But all the other stuff. What's the first thing you talked about?
The emergency fund. That was the joke. The weed
You
money.
know what I like with talking about other people your age having saving? I think you wrote about something with a really funny lane there. Maybe, thinking about that more. How it relates to you if you do have a savings or a checking or whatever and all that stuff.
Well, I mean, here's what I think about that though. Like, if the joke is about, like, the young people don't have savings, then yeah. But I think the joke was to get to her to say, I'm saving anal sex.
Right. And I'm saying she can do that too.
Yeah.
And then continue on.
Because it would have even been funnier if you would say that, like, offhandedly. Right. Like, the only thing I remember saying, but then if you thought that was going to be it, if that kind of thinking is going to be harder to write more material. You're always going to be looking for what's the shocking thing I can say here. But that's okay too, though, if you're like, that's like a one-liner person, right? You know what I mean?
Kimberly writes jokes. I mean, to me, you're just a pure comic. You're obviously going to be a comic for a lot of years, and you're the real deal. So it really doesn't mean you're out of work for this.
Yeah.
You get to open up for suggestions.
I did.
Like 500 people.
560.
That's the biggest show you've ever done.
Yeah.
Right? How was that?
It was amazing, yeah.
That's so
It
cool.
was really cool.
That's amazing. What did it, how was anything?
It was crazy. It was amazing. I opened up 2 shows for them. I even closed one of them. Didn't get to close the second one.
Okay, you went up after Sebastian?
Yeah, I closed the show out too.
Wow.
But
What does that mean?
that just means you just like say goodbye to them.
Oh, I gotcha. Right. Yeah, that's not
She
what
didn't do
you
it
show.
at 45.
Oh, no, stop.
Yeah, that's not what that's called hosting the show.
But I did go up in between them.
Right. Still hosting. Closing the show would be when Sebastian did that big, huge thing that got like hundreds of applause.
I didn't do that yet.
Spit takes and all that crazy stuff.
He's great, yeah.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Yeah.
Really one of my favorites to watch. Well, thank you so much. Good job. Another new minute.
Okay, bye.
It's always tough to critique writing when they're doing a new minute each week. Always fun. Guys, we did it. That's what it's like. Kill Tony number 78.
To the box.
That's that. That's what it looks like.
78 weeks every week.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, plus one, last Friday was 77. And a couple other ones. What do you got going on, Eric? Eric Griffin on Twitter, ERIKGRIFFIN.
Well, we're just shooting season 5. Working on it right now.
Comedy Central.
Also,
Jason DeLearn, one of every comedian's favorite comedian. Anything crazy happening? You're hilarious on Twitter. One of my favorite people to follow. Jason, GILLEARN. Can't spell DeLearn without learn.
The name of his first album?
What else? Anything else? Any gigs coming up you guys want to come up?
No.
Okay. Well, catch me in Denver. I'm headlining Comedy Works, one of the best comedy clubs in the world. January 2nd and 3rd. Jerron Horton's on Twitter at where? Jerron Horton? GJERRONHORTON. He'd rather you all follow him on Instagram than the CPT.
Beggars can't be choosers, man.
What are you on Instagram?
Thank you.
So follow him on Instagram instead of Twitter. So knowing what shows he's going to be at, you're going to see the shows they already did. Really, really good marketing, Sharon. Really brilliant. Really smart. Big future ahead of you in that costume. Thank you for being the Patriot. Josh Martin's Comic, Ryan Red Band.
Death Squad Secret Show this Thursday in the main room, guys.
Thank you, live audience. I love you so much.
Shema Israel Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Yeah, you're chanting. What's up, sluts? It's 40. We're going to level 40. So as soon as we purchase any of this, let's try to hit the 24. Doing this bitch. 119 days, so what are we going to do? And let's get this shit together. 37 61 creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Sarva, 36 31 137 son of Adam was born, 35 26 235 Enosh son of Seth was born, 34 36 325 Kenan son of Enosh was born. No one really knows for sure Elul Elul Divrei Elohim Chaim, but this is what it's already lived by. Perfect how did I with him like almost share Kedushanim and instructed to Ghana, how separate how armor. Blessed be Hashem, God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us regarding the coming of the Omer. Today is 23 days, which constitutes 3 weeks and 2 days of the Omer. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash to its place speedily in our days. Amen. Selah. Selah. Alright, are you done? Hey, are you done?
I'm Dr. Justin Sludge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects of starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas develop over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such traditions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah, from point of view of its incredibly complex development, from the abundance of ancient Israel to the rise of modern Judaism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate the development of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tafia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. if you want, find the entire series on the playlist entering the garden introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or you can find these episodes after autumn of 2021 if you want to watch the entire series. You can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I hope you check out my other content on topics of esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. So let's just review a bit about Shabbatai's phase. For the past Shabbatai, we spent enough time on this guy. As you can see, he's there on the left. And I mentioned Gobi, so this is a picture from life. This is what he probably looked like. It's actually pretty difficult to underplay the disaster that was Shabbat. We're talking about a movement that basically began in 1666 and then until 1880s. We're talking about a movement, sort of mobile disaster inside of Judaism that led people to believe that abandoning Judaism was part of their salvation. I can't really articulate how much of a disaster that is. When people believe that converting to a religion that hates them actively seeking their conversion to destroy their identity, that's a disaster. It's really a disaster. Now, when an individual Jew decides to convert, when an individual Jew decides to leave Judaism for reasons of conscience, that's their business, and that's their right. Every Jew should be allowed to convert to whatever religion that they find they see fit. But the truth of the matter is, these people weren't converting because of a choice they were making of their own. They were converted because they're being led by people who delusionally believed in their messianic prowess and their messianic message. So, in that way, I do see this as a kind of moving disaster train wreck that stretched over 2 centuries, basically. And Frankism was especially that. We're talking about a situation where Jews have been systematically repressed for centuries in Poland, and then they were brought by the thousands into Catholicism. And as you can imagine, the moment they converted into Catholicism, and ditto when they converted into Islam, converting back was not an easy thing. We should not forget that converting back out of Islam is a death penalty. That's a process. That's a death penalty case. And of course, no one has to remind anyone about the hard Spanish Inquisition. Converting to Catholicism and then trying to convert back, it's not going to happen. This is a one-way street, and Frankism and Shabbatism were a disaster in many ways for thousands of Jews over the course of a couple of centuries. And I think these should be considered forced conversions of a certain kind because they were predicated on the idea of some apocalyptic pretension. Things are ultimately going to come to an end really fast. And that never materialized. The end just got delayed and delayed and delayed. And secondly, the reason why these conversions from Judaism to Catholicism and Islam mystical gibberish underwrote them constantly. It was never systematic. There was never any spelled out theory about why it's supposed to happen and how it's supposed to work. We have a bunch of charismatic men at the center of this movement who benefit greatly from these conversions. Frank benefited greatly. Shabbatai, in his own way, also benefited. And this is a situation where nothing before led into conversions that were, I think, forced by the charismatic leaders of that movement. In the same way that ultimately led Jonestown. I think they were murdered by Jonestown. I refuse to characterize what happened in Jonestown as mass suicide. That was mass murder precipitated by Jim Jones. And so I think that in many ways these conversions were forced. They were forced by the government, not something more legally. And to be clear, an argument can be made, that would make the argument, that this is what happens when mysticism goes off the rails. This is what happens when rationalism is abandoned. This is what happens when you allow emotion and you allow fervor and mystical beliefs that you don't really understand to basically run ramshot. And at the end of the day, I'm very tempted to about that is that given this disaster, given the extraordinary disappointment of the Shabbat movement against the massacre following the week of Shabbat and Frankism, Kabbalah kind of got off with a light touch. Kabbalah survived. You would think that after all this, many people who had seen the danger of what Kabbalah could do, what Kabbalah can do by checklist and this whole Kabbalah thing, this entire thing has led us into the gutter of mass conversion. We need to abandon this idea. This idea is toxic and it's dangerous. Well, they did realize it was dangerous. That's to be sure. We'll talk about that more tonight. They did realize it was dangerous, and they made safeguards. They put rails on the system to ensure that it did not go off the rails again. And yet, Kabbalah survived. It really got off with a pretty light touch, actually. And I think that part of the reason why is because the Shabbatian movement, you can imagine, I always imagine the Shabbatian movement as coming in like a wave. There's this huge Shabbatian wave that comes in like the tide, and then when the tide comes out, all this beautiful soil is left behind with the water's gone. Shabbatai is the water coming in, bringing in the beautiful silt that will help to grow the new things, and then Shabbatai leaves. And what's left behind is the black earth that will ultimately grow the new things. So in many ways, scholarship of a previous generation argued that Kabbalah made Shabbatai possible. I don't think that's true. I think that actually Shabbatai made Kabbalah possible. And I think that relationship is why Kabbalah is going to survive. Because the Kabbalah is so much more sophisticated, it's so much more deep, it's so much more rich than Shabbatai's faith and Frankism. The only ever real, aside from Nathan of God, who only really ever developed the most thin, superficial, self-serving, apocalyptic version of Kabbalah that was engineered basically to deify them. And at the end of the day, the Kabbalah they wrote in on was a pretty crap Kabbalah. With the exception of the Nugath, who I think was very profound about. I will give that to Nugath. But Shabtai himself, frankly, they were never deep Kabbalists. They were never really actually, I think, about the Kabbalah's life. I think at the end of the day, they were about themselves, and their actions proved it. And when they left, Kabbalah could stand on its own. It didn't need them. It existed for them. It was deeper and richer than they could have possibly imagined. And thank God, in many ways, it survived them and it thrived. So tonight we talk about Kabbalah in the aftermath of the Shabbatai. And what I want to really try home about this is I don't want to talk about this as post-Shabbatian Kabbalah. Because Shabbatai speak and the Frankist movement and all this stuff that we've been talking about, that's an aberration. And it was sort of like a night where everyone would do like a bender. You know, everyone on a bender, they went to New Orleans, they got trashed, they did all the things, and they went back to their homes, and they shook off the bender. And so you can think about Shabbatai movement as kind of a bender. A bunch of people, they went down there, got trashed, they coat, and they did all the things, and when they came back home, they straightened up, and it's over. And so I think of the Shabbatai movement as kind of bender in the history of Judaism. So what happens in the immediate aftermath of 1666 when Shabbatai converts? Well, obviously the first thing that we've already talked about, there are people who are diehard believers who do everything they can to convince themselves using every tool they have in Kabbalah and Talmud to convince themselves that Shabbatai is the Messiah, no matter what. No matter who apostatizes, no matter who dies, no matter who splits into three groups, no matter if they all have all of them, there's always someone out there willing to do the work to try to convince everyone that this is true. And there are diehards in every religion, there are diehards in almost every religious system, and no matter what happens, they will convince themselves of what they want to believe. That's one camp. We spend a lot of time talking about them. They're out there. They're going to be out there until the 1880s. Also, in the immediate aftermath of 1666, there were a ton of people who realized this was a catastrophe. They were people who believed in Shabbatai. In 1666, when the apostatized, they realized, oh man, this is bad. And what's also particularly important about this is that the people who, at the very beginning of this, realized this was a disaster, people like Menachem and Israel, those people who knew from the very beginning this was going to be a crazy thing, never did the toughest moment so far as I have. From what I know in history of Judaism, there's never a major I told you so moment where people elope and people say, I told you so, and you can go jump in a river, you believed in this guy, right now you're barking like it's a tree. You're not barking like my tree trying to get back to synagogue. You were happy to pray to this demon. Now he's abandoned you, and now what? You can go somewhere else. Go be Christian. What's incredible is the Jews and the rabbis who have seen people make this mistake welcome them back. And to my knowledge, I don't see them to told you so. They just didn't do that. They were very magnanimous, and they began to do the work. And what was the work? The work was just let's just pretend this never happened. Right? Let's just pretend this never happened. So what did they do? The second camp, the people that realized it was a disaster, they went back to doing what they were doing before Shabbat. They went back to the intellectual labor trying to make Kabbalah work. That's to say, systematizing it. Trying to figure out how to react Kabbalah, minds of whatever Kabbalah is. They went back to the heavy lifting of trying to do Kabbalah in a pretty systematic and careful way. Now, that's not to say they just ignored it completely. They realized that something inside the Kabbalah, something inside of the Kabbalah impulse was dangerous. Because it's going off the rails. It's going off the rails, crazy off the rails. And so they began slowly to think about how to implement safeguards to prevent this from happening. This could have led to real serious problems. Can you imagine what happened if all those ships got on those boats and began to sail in the Mediterranean to reach Palestine? It could have been terrifying. Tens of thousands of people died. They could have been denied entry into the Ottoman Empire. And who knows what happened? They could sail back to Spain. They're going to arrive as refugees in Christian Europe. This could have been much, much, much worse than it was. And in fact, it's actually very lucky that it was. So the rabbis began very beginning the business of putting offers, basically, on the Kabbalah to prevent it from going off the rails again. And one of those offers was the main thing is public Kabbalistic teaching, especially advanced Kabbalah, just stop. Just stop. You just cannot teach people quantum mechanics if they don't understand it. You just can't. You cannot teach people how to weld if they've never held a hammer. You have to use incredibly complex ideas, which are incredibly easy to misinterpret, to a population of people who basically just don't even have a moral knowledge. Especially people who have been living in Christian lands and only recently converted back to Judaism. So they cease teaching Kabbalah. They cease teaching it publicly. Now I know that makes many of us agree. That makes many of us think, oh, it's easy to how dare they hide this. Well, you gotta put yourself in their shoes. These people were playing, it's like toddlers playing with fire. These people were not prepared to deal with this. And they were able to be convinced of something basically insane. Because they had early crazy complicated ideas and were able to make convince themselves. So what ends up happening is that the first thing is that public Kabbalah teaching begins to withdraw, especially technical stuff. Then a creeping kind of legalism begins to creep in. And that legalism takes the form of safeguards. You need to vet and learn this stuff. And how do you vet it? You vet them based on all kinds of other factors of stability. What are those things like? But they're old enough. You don't teach a 13-year-old Kabbalah. You just shouldn't, according to this idea. You have to wait. How old? Maybe 40. And that was the number they said. I bet folks have heard that number. Well, do you want to teach Kabbalah to a bachelor? No, because a bachelor might get so crazily Kabbalistic that they're just married to God. They don't want to actually get married to a woman from a traditional perspective. So they need to be married. They need to have a job. They need to have kids. They need to be anchoring into this world. I've actually heard somewhere that Air Force pilots have to be married to kids or something like that because they don't want to be getting like $50 million, $30 million flying around. The idea is you need to anchor in this world. You can go to the other world. You can go to the Kabbalistic and you can focus through fine. But you need something anchoring you in this world. You need a job, you need kids and a wife, you need family. You cannot just be Kabbalah. That's unhealthy. So they begin to try to implement things at the community level that ensure that people who are ill, people who are drunks, people who are other kinds of things anchored in the world. Now again, that sounds good to you.
Maybe it does have leaks. But is it reasonable? I think it's reasonable. Is it reasonable? I think just what happened with Chapman's feet is very reasonable. I think it's very imminently reasonable. So again, I think it's not a bizarre idea. Third, there is a shift away from cosmological speculation. That cosmological stuff has led to bizarre ideas about how the world got created, how the side became implanted in the world. I was talking about last time, the Jewish dragons. And messianic speculation just is around the hole. That's over. We're just not going to do messianic speculation. By the way, that's a return to Talmud. Talmud is very clear. Talmud says do not speculate about the beginning, do not speculate about the end. Speculate about now. Right? Speculate about now. Don't deal with Masa or sheep. Do not deal with the end of the world. Deal with now. That's a return to very orthodox theory. And they want to see, I mean, it's a Hasidism in a minute. Hasidism is the enemy of mystification, the mysticism of the now. Hasidism says now, the now. What is happening right in front of your face? The literal thing, the Lord is living right now, is more mystically important than what happened back then was going to happen. And so Hasidism is going to pioneer the mysticism of the now. So they really take this to great heights and represent part of the enormous genius of Hasidism. So there's a shift. What does the shift look like? There's a shift away from what's going on here. Right? Because trying to figure out what's going on here, that was dangerous. So what's the shift? The shift is into here. The shift is into here. Right? The shift is into the mind and the heart. It's about personal piety. And so it's all about fixing here. We are not focusing our attention on trying to become Messiah anymore. That was a disaster. We're done with that. What we do now focus our attention on inner piety. And so the shift in the Kabbalistic language is now the word inner to not messianic saving the world stuff. It's about saving you and your community. And that's an intense piety of these things we'll talk about in a minute. This idea of kavanah, spiritual concentration, and following Jewish law very seriously. Remember, part of what people were very upset about with Chapman's feet, the Shabbat movement, was the rejection of Jewish law. And so what ends up happening is that Jewish law really becomes front and center, just like it was early on. Remember, the Zohar is highly legal. The Zohar never said you could abandon the law. Right? The Zohar makes the law, the Kabbalah without the Jewish law, without the Kabbalah, without Halakha, incoherent. And so, in many ways, the post-Shabbat is a return to Kabbalah truths. It's exactly divorcing Kabbalah from Halakha. That was a disaster in the mind of these Kabbalists. I tend to agree. And so, this movement is a return back to the ultimate things of Kabbalah. So, at the end of the day, Kabbalah will, thank God, it deserves to be there. It should not have been. Thank God it wasn't thrown out. The baby with the bathwater. I'm glad, very glad. But we have to admit that I think the kind of safeguards that get put on Kabbalah aftermath of all this are not unreasonable. What's also important about this is these stories sometimes get told from a super Eurocentric perspective. Surprise, Eurocentrism, here it is. The truth of the matter also is that communist centers are also appearing all over the Jewish world. In many places in which Shabbatism really never took a big hold. And those places are going to be places like Morocco, places like Yemen, although Shabbatism was very popular in Yemen and Morocco, Kurdistan, northern Iraq, Aleppo, and Palestine, also in Jerusalem. Jerusalem, you remember, was a holdout. Jerusalem in Shabbatism from the very beginning. So these centers in the Arab world, not of the European world, are going to be the first to come back online, and they're going to be producing enormous amounts of Kabbalistic literature. Now, the sad truth of that is that a lot of the literature has been lost, especially as Jews left Arab lands, or expelled from Arab lands in the 1950s. A lot of that literature has been lost, and most of it, to my knowledge, remains manuscript. When I say manuscript, I mean handwritten books from the 16th century, 17th century. So there's not even printed editions of these books. But we know, and I know this because of other scholars who surveyed the literature, there is a mountain of Kabbalistic literature out there heavily working on systematizing learning and Kabbalah at this time. One of the real interesting
personality that appears in all this is Adnan Barzani. Adnan Barzani is probably the first woman rabbi that we know of, like someone who actually may have really held that title. And she was a Kabbalist, and she seems to have had supernatural powers. She lived in Kurdistan, in northern Iraq. And her father was very charismatic and died, and there was no one basically to take his place. He was just such a partner. And he's the only person that qualified was his daughter. And so by default, his daughter took his place, and Barzani becomes basically, I think, the world's first real rabbi, and she's an active Kabbalist. And there's a great children's book about her, too, by the way. I don't know if folks have seen the children's book that's come out recently. There's a children's book about her. I can look it up. Look at it. But really, she's just a really incredible character. She's just a really incredible character. Powerful woman living in Kurdistan. And I think it's worth mentioning that we have one of the few women Kabbalists at this time that we can have. So there's one picture to name that for our time. There are two major centers that emerge in this period in the world of Kabbalah. One in Jerusalem and one in what is now Poland. What is now Poland is already Tone. So the world is dividing it. Poland is going to be a center just like, of course, in Jerusalem will be as well. The first one is Bethel, the house of God. It was founded by Yemenite Kabbalists. Right? We haven't talked much about Yemenite Kabbalists. There are tons of Yemenite Kabbalists. Bethel was founded by probably one of the most erudite Kabbalists of his day. I would say he's probably the most erudite Kabbalist of his day, Rabbi. And Rabbi's physical school, the actual school that he taught in, survived all the way to the 1920s. He was always destroying the earth in Jerusalem. You could have gone there in the 1920s. The physical school was still there. And Kabbalists in his school were still alive. He had one of the longest Kabbalistic universities, basically, in the world. And so, again, so much of the way we're talking about is so Eurocentric. The truth of the matter is, this is a Mizrahi Jew, Yemenite Jew, running one of the longest functioning Kabbalistic schools in Jerusalem. So he died in 1777, and his Kabbalah was very important. Now, the main thing that they do in the school of Bethel is that it's social and it's theoretical. The first thing they do is they turn their attention exclusively to learning Kabbalah. They are probably the principal systematizers of learning Kabbalah in this period. The main systematizers of these ideas. And what they systematize it around is the use of kavanah. And these kavanah, I know we use the word kavanah now as kind of things to meditate upon, but another way to think of kavanah in this Kabbalistic sense is to think of them as foci of spiritual concentration. Imagine one's soul as a kind of light, and that in order to gain the infinite access to the infinite light of the Godhead, you have to focus. It's just like a radio wave, or any other kind of thing. If you have unfocused energy, it doesn't do anything. It's only by focusing that energy, that focusing that spiritual energy, that you kind of get on the wavelength of God. It sounds super new age, but there's a reason why they use new age people use the metaphor they do. They're not bad metaphors. And the idea is that you have this wild energy, this wild spiritual energy. You have to focus it, and you focus it in prayer. Prayer is the lens that focuses this energy, and that the you focus it. The lens of prayer is focused using these kavanah. And Sharabi's Siddur, which has been published, you get his Siddur, it's in Hebrew, and his Siddur includes hundreds of these kavanah. And these kavanah are sort of like micro adjustments of your soul to focus your soul during prayer, various aspects of correcting and repairing and shaping your inner life. How exactly you want to connect to God or connect to various aspects of the Sphirot, how you want to comport your soul as it reaches up into the spiritual, eternal world. So it's through these kavanot, these very complicated kavanot, which are actually written down and memorized in their exam, kavanot exam. You get to know how to match the exam up, apparently. This was a very rigorous school of Kabbalah, but notice here again, it's about the interior life of the house. It's not about some other stuff. It's about learning to focus your spiritual being upon God in a radically sharp, defined way. What's interesting about this school is that two things are interesting about it. One is that it was incredibly student teacher oriented, which is to say they did not teach us stuff publicly. You could not go listen to a lecture that they tell publicly. You had to vet in, you had to test it, you had to be clarity, you had to have incredible levels of education if you got on the door. So this was a school that heavily prioritized a high level of rigorous Jewish life. So this is not just sort of fly-by-night people singing songs and you had to rigorously apply yourself to Judaism. You take the exam. This is Kabbalah at its most spiritually athletic. Further, you had to sign basically an NDA. You could never teach this stuff publicly. And secondly, you had to sign a letter of agreement that you would pledge yourself to the school of Bethel, and that you would pledge yourself your entire life, and you had to pledge yourself to the world to come. But you had to pledge yourself, even in the world to come, that you would only study with other members of Bethel in the world to come to. In the basic midrashes in Olam Haba, in the house of study in the world to come, Bethel would be there, and you had to go study there. And so even the idea here is that you have to dedicate yourself to the eternity of the school. And so again, a high level of rigor, and there were people still matriculating through Bethel all the way through here in the 20th century. And the last inheritor of the school of the Talmud of Shalom Mizrahi Shirabi was he died in 1959. So this school lasted for centuries. Other major school here in Poland, right, in Brody, what is now Poland, and this was now known as the Klois. Right, the Klois. So the Klois was much more like a spiritual fraternity. It wasn't an actual school in the sense of Bethel, where you went to a place and learned. It was much more like a spiritual fraternity with various kinds of people moving through it, and more people sort of meeting in sort of a general organization of spirituality. I don't want to get that in there. We made sense that it was something like a spiritual kind of fraternity. And it also focused heavily on Korean and Kabbalah. They're all hunkering down on Korean and Kabbalah. That becomes the basic standard of Kabbalah for a minute. But the main thing you'll notice about this is it's primarily attracting Lithuanians. So the Lithuanian folks that we'll see in a minute are more elitist, and they're much more intellectualist, right? So there's a high level of intellectualist elitism going on in the organic world, or in the Lithuanian world. And with some exceptions, there's there too, but generally speaking, this is a much more heavily intellectualist form of Kabbalah. So the Jerusalem school is much more prayer-oriented. The Polish school, the Klois, is much more intellectual-oriented. They're much more interested in systematizing Kabbalah and really, really hammering out exactly kind of systematic theology of Judaism that is basically rooted in Kabbalah. Now, they do publish a lot of their works. We actually have a ton of works published by members of the Klois. So they did publish books. Books are very technical. I tried to look at some of them today and early books, and I couldn't hardly get details of this stuff. And you have to. The level of Catholic education, the level of Catholic education, the level of these guys is through the roof. These are geniuses who are piling this stuff on. But also trying to read some of this stuff today. It's like quantum mechanics. It's so high level. There are books that survive, early modern books. If you read online, if you want to check them out. Like I said, I really struggle to make even 10, 15 sentences make sense to me. I'm failing to follow it. It's like trying to read Deleuze or some kind of crazy post-structuralist reading that. Although it's that challenging. Their works are also published, but there's no translation. There are no modifications. I don't know if they even and you're beginning to hear a common thing now, right? They only exist at this time. They never been translated. The reason for that actually is very clearly, I'll go ahead and spoiler tell you, is the Holocaust. The Holocaust is a complete cultural interruption of Kabbalah. It amputates an entire people, not just from their families, it amputates ever read. And language is completely obscure because there's just so few people with the skills to bring them to learn. Hebrew skills, Kabbalah skills, Bible skills. It just doesn't exist. It just, the level of Kabbalah adoption of this time, 17th, 1800, even in the 19th century, the level of Kabbalah adoption is so high that never recovered. And it's going to take hundreds of years to recover, to get Kabbalah scholarship back. This school is typically a bit more rationalistic. And when I say rationalistic, what I mean is they're intellectualists. For them, they're trying to systematize Kabbalah into the system of basically Jewish theology. They're trying to formulate a Jewish theology that makes sense. And for folks who know a little bit about the Litvish world, you can probably tell I have a great deal of sympathy for the Litvish world. I like more heavily than the Bible. The yeshivish Litvish world, although I still have a great admiration for the Tzvi world as well. But as you may know, folks who study the Talmud, the famous Brisker method from the Litvish world. The Brisker method is known to be they compare and balance the equations. It's like doing it's like you're balanced chemical stuff in chemistry. It's like taking things apart on a molecular level. And so the Brisker method is infamous for its ability of making time strings and analyzing things in tiny detail as opposed to how do we apply all this? They don't care if they're like, no, we must very strictly understand every single logical relationship. So this is the world that produced some of the greatest logic textbooks in Jewish logic, some of the greatest logic textbooks in Halacha, the Rothschild'S, famous cases. And what this gives rise to is a heavily intellectual culture and a heavily elitist culture. And as you might imagine, and again, I say elitist, I mean that in both the bad sense of that word. I mean that in the good sense that these are elite scholars. Again, when I say elite, I don't mean elite in just a bad way. These are the smartest, some of the smartest Jews in the world working on it. They are this is the Nobel Prize winners of Judaism working in Kabbalah and stuff. Now, that also gives them a sense that they're superior. They do see that these outside Jews, these poor Jews, these Polish Jews, working in the fields of shtetl, barely can read, scratch together an education during this endure, they do think of themselves as somehow better. Not somehow, they're better. In the same way that I think a Nobel Prize is going to make a high school C student, they're just not going to compare. And there is an intellectualism. I mean, this now is negative. An intellectualism million in this Litvish world, where they really do believe that, yeah, poor, illiterate, wealthy Jews, they can do their very best and maybe they want to understand God. But can they really serve God? Can they understand God? Can they really do the heavy lifting of being a rigorous Jew? Not really. They're never going to be really pious. They're going to have a middling piety, sort of a, pumpkin piety. And so this intellectualist elitist trend is going to take hold in Central Europe, especially among the Litvack schools. Again, that's not for me. I have a lot of sympathy for the Litvack schools, but that trend does take hold. Just into that trend, Chassidism will emerge in that world. So Chassidism is an interesting kind of movement in lots of ways, obviously. The main thing that's interesting about it is neither Shabbatism, although it bears a lot of similarities to Shabbatism. We'll talk about that in a minute. So it seems to preserve many of the attractive things that make Shabbatism popular. So it seems to have kind of produced a Shabbatism without Shabbatism. It has so many of the elements of Shabbatism, but it doesn't have the kind of interior heresy of believing this guy's inside. So it has all the infusion, all of the emotion, all of the passion, all of the messianic expectation, but it does not center Shabbatism. It's not Shabbatism. Probably. The other thing, it doesn't go to the intellectualism either. It doesn't go in the direction of the Clois, it doesn't go in the direction of the Litvish world. It's a unique way of sailing between a real difference in the Jewish world, whereas the Litvish world is very intellectual, very elitist, in that direction, put into the direction of confusion, joy, and do whatever you want. It sells in between. And unsurprisingly, it's going to be world changing in the Jewish world. In many ways, Zionism is for most people at this point, which is what I'm doing. It will be that successful. Zionism will be that successful. So it's begun, of course, by the mystic and practical Kabbalist. When I say practical Kabbalist, you can read something like magician. He was basically a Jewish magician. This was a thing that was practiced back in this time. It was a kind of practical Kabbalah where you would do, you would make amulets and you would do mystical herbal treatments and you would do all kinds of what we would now recognize as being Jewish magic. There was a bunch of these guys that referred to themselves as Rothschild'S, good names. And Israel ben Eliezer was known, of course, as the Rothschild'S. And he, I should not say he, he was a mystical healer. He did a lot of relatively parochial jobs in the field and synagogues and told kids. He was never much of a person outside of the movement until he really came into his own as a kind of extraordinarily innovative and charismatic preacher of a new kind of Judaism. And this new kind of Judaism was heavily mystically involved. It involved teaching mysticism to the public, although in a very modified way, and it was a very conducive form of Judaism. It was a Judaism that was accessible to anyone. It was not a Judaism that was a Judaism of elite scholars. It was a Judaism that could be accessible to anyone walking along the road on a day's journey into life. So the ideas of the Rothschild'S it bring to bear all of the enthusiasm of the Shabbat movement, but it's incredibly important, but a halakhic rigor that anchors it into traditional origin as well. So it does the work. Right? Rothschild he squared the circle. He squared the circle. He can bring the energy of the Shabbat movement, but he can also anchor it and locate it of rigorous halakhic Judaism. And the main is a slogan, I think, for the Hasidic movement. It's actually going to be found in Zohar 124, base. And this is the most famous, I think, basic slogan of Hasidism, right? The laces are good. I should just accent late atar good. So this literally means Aramaic. There is literally no place devoid of him, whatever. There's no place devoid of God. Everywhere is God. Everywhere is God. They say if you take the gematria of Elohim, right, and the gematria of Teva, nature, they have the same thing. Elohim and Teva are the same thing. God is nature. Some place Spinoza, a little bit like Spinoza, right? They say, look, there is no place. God cannot be anywhere other than where God is. And there can be no place void of God, and therefore everywhere is where God is. Now, not everything is God. There can be deists, not pantheists. And they say that, yes, there are things that are not God. All kinds of things, everything around you is not God. But hiding underneath them all is God. There is no place where God is not. And so the thing that one must do is one must learn to focus on the immanence of God. One must uncover the reality of God all around yourself and you. And this task is to show that God is in all being, God is in all being, God is in all else. That even the task of changing the tire wheel on a part of the mind is an act of piety. If you see God in it, if you find God in it. And so the idea here is that God is everywhere. And piety, the task of piety, is to uncover the divinity all around. But God hides God's self. You never see God's face, you see God's back. So God's back is what you see all around us. You seek God's face in the most tiny things that you do. That is, of course, the core of the
So the task is not just to follow Jewish law, but you must, because Jewish law is the primary gateway to God. But it's to realize that everything allows you to approach God. Everything that you do, everything that you are, allows you to cling to God. To make the core idea that by clinging to God, by uncovering God, everything you do, take a sip of wine, the sweetness of the wine is a taste of God. That the light of the Shabbat candles, the light of the Shabbat candles is an entrance into the light of God. And so they cover your eyes before you see them for the first time at Shabbat. So that when you uncover your eyes and see them, you may see them without the cover, the back of God, here directly into the light. There is a shadow. And that is holiness. Just the light of the candle reveals to God. Everywhere is God hiding. And the process is there to find God. Is it, of course, where you find God most profound? In you. Because you're made in the image of God. You're made in the Son of Elohim. You're made in the image of God. You're a mirror of God. Everything that is in you is in some sense an aspect of God. But the mirror is dirty. You have to clean the mirror. How do you clean the mirror? You undergo a process called ritual hygiene. You can clean the mirror of all creation. Right? Emptying out of what is. And as you empty out, as you negate what is, what's left behind, the negation of what is, the negation is just God left. And so you purify your mind. You don't think bad thoughts. And if you think bad thoughts, you convert the bad thoughts into good thoughts. You see a beautiful woman walking around the road, and you lust after her intensely. Feel the lust. Let the lust wash over you. Feel the passion in your body. And know that the beauty and the lust that you feel for the woman walking down the road is the pale glimpse of how much you crave to love God. Convert the feeling of the lust, of the sin, of the Avera, convert it into the passion that you would have for God. So it's not about blotting out things. It's not about not feeling things. It's not about going under a setting practice and rolling around the snow. So no things, feeling. The sin is real. You convert the sin, redeem the sin, give to the Avera, a tikkun, give to the sin a reparation, and you elevate yourself. You'll cleanse your ego, elevate yourself to the elevation. So all of these things allow you to approach God in your everyday life. Everyday life. Everything around you hides God and is God. You can approach those things in their physicality. So much of Kabbalah becomes so intellectual in the religious world. It becomes so about figuring out how the spirit is this, where everything's so, how everything's so empty itself out, Shimu, and what are the shards left behind, how the shards fall in this part. This is very complicated intellectual matter. Constantine said, what really matters for most people is they must encounter the physical world, the world around them, the food they eat, the bed they sleep in, the clothes they wear. They must encounter all those things. The movement of their very body. That's what they can find out. That is an intellectual here to figure out zero stuff. Now, they don't abandon that. But for them, what matters is worship through body. Avoid the devotion. Right? Worship, worshiping in one's physicality. That physicality is a gateway to it. That the body and sex, the body and eating, the body and fueling your body, even injury, can be avoid the professionals. Can be a way to approach the shared access to God. So this is a radical democratization of mysticism, where everything becomes an avenue to mysticism. Everything becomes a gateway to divinity. Now, this all gets focused in on the leaders of the movement. The leaders of the movement become these incredibly charismatic. They were just fabulous and charismatic people with supernatural powers. You all hear stories of people who look, they can see things happening from hundreds of miles away. All kinds of things in the scientific world. We know the stories about these leaders. These leaders establish courts, dynasties. When I say courts and dynasties, these Rabbis, these Sadiq, right? The Sadiq, these Rabbis, they live like kings. And they have the ability to intercess on behalf of God. There's
they're so righteous that their soul brushes up against God. And if they pray for you, God hears. Even if they're dead, even if the Rabbi is dead, leave letters in his grave, on his grave. His spirit, his soul can still reach up to Hashem and hear your prayers, even beyond death. And that culture is still practiced today in the Pacific world. These Sadokim, these Rebbe's, are almost divine. They're saints, basically. And you imitate everything the Rebbe does. If the Rebbe drinks a little bit of schnapps before this, you should drink a little bit of schnapps. Because he's discovered some secret way of accessing this. If he dances like this, you should dance like this. Everything the Rebbe does has some inner deep meaning. The Rebbe is in many ways the gateway to God. So the Rebbe's, the leaders of these Hasidic dynasties, become quasi divine figures. And these courts get established all through Eastern Europe. And they are fabulous. You're talking about dudes wearing hats that cost thousands of gold coins. You're talking guys wearing silver garments that are like knit through with gold and silver thread. Because again, your very clothing is given to God. And the more beautiful you are, the more you glorify yourself, of course, at some level, helps you to be more connected to God. Because God's a king. Then maybe you should be a bit like a king too. And so the outfits they wear, into this day, outfits they wear, cost tens of thousands of dollars for a coat. Tens of thousands, $40,000, $50,000 for a hat. Because it's all about the glory, the mode of the Rebbe. So they establish these courts, and these courts go on to become the central pillars of the Hasidic movement, even to this day. So you probably know some of these courts. The Satmar court, which is now split between two brothers who have actually split since the former Rebbe of the Satmar died. The Satmar movement is the biggest. If you follow Unorthodox, the television show, that depicts the Satmar dynasty. Probably folks know this about the Lubavitch movement. Chabad is a philosophy of Hasidism. Lubavitch is the actual dynasty. The Lubavitch movement is primarily known for its truth, which is to outreach. They are a very outward-looking Hasidic movement that wants to bring people into Judaism, and they want to bring people into Judaism because that's part of how that's how they're going to redeem the world. Of course, they're also known for their, at least some section of them that believe that they're ready for the Nachman Mishnah's blessed memory is sad, which I think is great, to be honest. It's buried out in Queens a couple times. It's very popular to experience the grave of the Rebbe. There's also Rebbe's grave here in Detroit. If you ever get a chance to visit one, there's a Rebbe's grave here in Bells or something. I can't remember exactly, but he died here. He just happened to be here and died, buried. Now it's a pilgrimage site. Going to visit the grave of the Rebbe. It's a big deal in the Hasidic world. Gospel brothers love to go to the certain times of the year. They ship in tens of thousands to see them all over the world that made this Ukrainian battle going on. So it's a big deal there. Now, what's important to know about these Hasidic Rebbe's is that they weren't just enthusiastic, charismatic leaders who relied on emotions and enthusiasm to rope people in to a systematic thinking. Many of them were carefully systematic thinkers, and they produced some of the most innovative texts of Kabbalah of the time. Now, are they as rigorous as what's coming out of the by school? No. Are they as intensely focused on coming out of Bethel or Jerusalem? No. But they are systematic treatises on Kabbalah from the point of view of Hasidism, which seeks to make Kabbalah something that you live. It's a thing that you live. It's a thing that you experience. It's a thing that you embody. And so it's not, in many ways, the kind of highly intellectualist Kabbalah that existed in the Lithuanian world. It's a much more mythical kind of Kabbalah
Oh, boy. Yeah, eating right now.
Hi, Mr. Curtis.
Hi, Daisy. Yeah, well, I got my nails done for the wedding.
Apologies, Mr. Chris. I heard you got your nails done?
Yeah, got my nails done for the wedding. See that?
Yes, ma'am. Looks beautiful.
Yeah. I'm gonna get this. It's wash clothes. I'm gonna take me a nap after I wash clothes and for a little while in a few hours. Yeah, I'm getting stuff together.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Hey, Brandon.
What you doing?
Chicken wings. Some lemon pepper wings and onion wings.
Who's Army? Army.
Hamburger fries. I mean,
It's chicken. Chicken bacon sweat and fried.
what is it? A chicken sandwich?
A chicken bacon sweat.
Oh,
From Army.
a cheeseburger. I'm sorry. Okay.
Hey, this is from Army.
Oh yeah, ours is good. Mm.
I know. I heard that Janelle done. Nobody
For the
wrote
wedding. That's for the wedding. Yep.
That's cool. Open enjoy it.
Yeah, real Sunday. Rest
I
of
want you in the back of
night.
blood. I want you in the back of blood.
Thank you. Yeah, she's getting married on Sunday. I'm one of the bridesmaids.
That's so nice.
Hmm?
I'm always in here. Stranger.
Yes, you are.
I'm always in here, Chance.
Mm-hmm.
I got my camp. I got the camera on this one. So you can, when that, we don't have this camera on. You don't have this camera. How's the haircut, boy?
James Stevie outside. And what? Okay. We outside, y'all. We outside. Okay, Rabbi, you good to go now?
I think so.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon.
How you living, Big Dog? You watching the NFL draft?
Brandon.
You're the animal gun? Go to four.
It's day 2, my man.
Where's my Raven's going?
They have an earlier pick, I think, today. Maybe not.
Are you breaking up, Rabbi?
All right. Well, I'll just have to work on it.
How's the Raven's going?
I think they have an earlier pick today.
Technical difficulties right now, people.
Try to explain that away, but it has some pretty famous parts. But the Tanya is probably the most famous. There are tons of Kabbalistic texts written in them.
Aren't you sleeping here at two, Mr. Quiet? Mr. Quiet, did you hear me? What you say? I heard you sleeping here. You heard me sleeping? No, you sleep. You sleeping here with the traffic. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Jason taught me that. Oh. I used to look at his, but he's 3 hours behind me. And he don't always be in here when I go to sleep, so I do my own. Oh. And then when mine cut out, and then he has his own, I look at his. Are you looking at mine? Do you have a sleep screen going on? You always have the nudity and gangs go on. Okay. I'll probably just show you. I'll look at yours, Brady, okay? I promise I'll look at it, we go to sleep, okay? Is that a bone? Let me take a wing. Oh. What kind of ice? Lemon pepper. Oh. Lemon pepper? Mm-hmm. Onion. Lemon pepper, onion. We go shopping. Mm-hmm. Okay, go to the store and get some supplies. What you getting? Supplies and probably some candy, I think you said. What?
I said, well, never let anyone tell you that you lack intellectual culture. It's rigorous, perpetuated by people that I typically actually sympathize with, but this movie, folks are incredibly powerful. Now, as you might imagine, this faces an enormous kickback from the non-Jewish world. They've just done with the Chauvinist fiasco. You've got people doing damn headstands during prayer as part of their gosh, good. They're like, you people are out of control. You're just audience, right? You're just all tradition audience. You're bringing all this stuff that led us into tradition to chapter 8. You need to stop. And they were led by the Gaon of Vilna. Yeah, the Gaon of Vilna was a vociferous opponent of the Hasidic movement, the schools typically referred to as misnagdim opponents, right? Typically, sometimes I'm kind of misnagdim my personality, my Judaism, which is funny because I have lots of friends and Jews. I'm more misnagdim than more Hasidic, obviously. But this was a brutal feud that raged I will say that in all honesty, the Misnagdim are completely wrong here, folks. The early generations of the Hasidic movement, the first couple of generations of the Hasidic movement were pretty out of control. We're pretty out of control, especially, again, you have to think about this in the aftermath of the Shabbat speech. They are terrified that it's going to go off the rails. They're going to get one of these rabbis to pop off as the Messiah, and we're going to deal with the exact same disaster again. And I've gone through some of these already in a previous talk, but you can begin to see the Mishnah perspective. The Tzadi looks kind of like a little Messiah, right? The Rebbe looks a bit like a little Messiah. That there's sort of a transgression of the same angle here. There's kind of like you have to experience the sin of lust, and you got to convert it to God. You should feel lust. You convert it to feel lust for God, love for God. He's not going to feel lust if it's a God. Why would you cultivate the feeling of lust? You cannot do that. You cannot convert it. You need to not minimize that feeling. Not feel it and then convert it. So they worry that this is the kind of the cultivation of a sense. Both of these movements emerge from both. There's no denying that. Both the Hasidic movement and the Shabbat movement in Europe emerge from the exact tiny region of the medieval. Also, popularizing Kabbalah. Remember, right? Looks like the timing by they are trying to bring Kabbalah back to the masses. That's one of the things that the Kabbalists at this time are trying to stop. They're like, no, these people were led astray by these ideas. Not because the ideas are bad, maybe not because the people are inherently not capable of understanding them. You just can't understand them with their level of education. You cannot get these ideas. These people will go off the rails again. Hasidism says no. You bring them along, you educate them. You teach them. You give them a little bit at a time to raise them up to make them go understand these things. So there's a much higher degree of willingness for the Hasidic world to incorporate Kabbalistic ideas into the mass and to establish essentially. They worry about Magash Budik, they worry about this called Communism, these people do weird stuff, handstand, cartwheels during prayer, screaming during prayer. One of the dynasties that exists, Carliners. Carliners are the most metal of all of the people. They're the most metal because they're screaming all of their prayers out loud. So if you ever go to a Carliner shul, which I've been, they just scream their prayers during their prayers. You can imagine for a bunch of any intellectual, university trained Jewish Kabbalists, a bunch of dudes screaming all the time, crying on the shoulder. That's crazy. This is Shabbat, right? So, I'm going to early on was very worrying for this. The court setting of these rabbis acting like kings. Shabbat did that when he did Dalmos. He did that with exile, Montenegro, Montenegro. They're just being little Shabbat. These rabbis are just being little Shabbat. They're just little messiahs. And many of them probably they might be the Messiah. And that's an idea we get to the 20th century provide messianism as a prophet. They were terrified when these guys would come along and declare themselves the Messiah. Further, some Shabbat books were popular among early Hasidim. Shabbat wasn't big. Right? There were other crypto Shabbat books that were popular among early Hasidim. So, the way the mid-90s saw the Hasidic movement, at least early on, was that if it's not Shabbatism, it's Shabbat diet Shabbatism. It's Shabbatism one. It's Shabbatism that has all of the same dangerous ingredients that can lead to the problem we just had. It's just not there. So they were terrified of this movement. And they were terrified of the movement both because they weren't Judaism, but also because they were terrified of what would happen to the Shabbat popped off. If there were another. And again, I know